Enough blind jokes. Stop asking for more.
Hello and welcome back to the challenge where every single jungler tries their best to clear the entire jungle with Lee Sin. Today we have the pleasure to see Creox from Vanir play Lee Sin. So welcome before we start, and we have a lot to talk. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. I hope I can do well on this fun challenge, because it's like my, I think, favorite champion. Been always, from season 3 when I watch like Korean LCK players do that, Korean players, Chinese players. So yeah, I hope I do well.
And I took a peek, and you brought in absolute focus. You were going for the haste for the summoner spells, but you decided to go for the absolute focus. Are you aware that that only gives you 1 AD?
I mean, yeah, but like, what else can I go? I think Cosmic Insight is like, it doesn't matter. Like, it helps with Smite CD, but I think it doesn't matter.
Okay, interesting. Okay, tell me, which skill are you going to start with?
I think Q. With like
Okay.
W, you will not lose HP, but then you will do it like not that fast. And then like if you starting bot side, for example, if you start blue side, you can start W, because then like it's like only one single camp, right? But you need E or Q for clearing like the golems and the raptors. It's really
Just going to
important.
tell you that the fastest one so far started with E.
Yeah, I was thinking about it like E into like Q, but I'll just try to do like my thing that I tried.
Okay, you seem really confident when we started this this conversation. I would say it seems like you tried before, like to test the Lee Sin clear challenge. And my question to you, Creox, is the fact that you already played Lee Sin this split. You played versus Dan versus JDXL. You did an awesome job. You went for the God Drinker. Do you go for the God Drinker in solo queue as well, or do you go for lethality?
Oh my god, I failed my. I mean, I always do like God Drinker because it just helps. But against like squishy champions, you can do the lethality build. Actually, as you see, I failed like my flash E. I like tried to do it. Yeah, I tried to did it like for fast clear. Because like I tried it in my how to say like yeah, I tried it before. When I see the Taxer did it, and it like. It helped me win time, but now I lost like probably like 9 seconds because like of CD, of E.
What do you
That's
think is
fine.
going to be your time at the end?
I mean, I tried like at the practice tools. It was like 3 minutes and 25 seconds or something. So I guess
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, that's a good one. Okay, it's going to be a sneaky safeguard. It's going to extend the cooldown though. It's still
I think
9
it's-
seconds.
I think it doesn't
cool?
matter. Yeah, I mean, I think it doesn't matter though. I mean, I lost a lot of HP because I failed the E on the golem, so it's disaster already. But
And tell me, where should you pick Lee Sin nowadays? Because it seems like he's going down the drain in terms of priority. Where should you pick Lee Sin?
I mean, in sort of like cases, if you wanna just like have a strong early game jungler, to try fight like if you have like a strong mid laner as well, like Ari or like Silas, it's cool as well to have like Lee Sin because he really still strong early, but like Volibear and like Udyr and every tank jungler taking over now, so yeah,
Hey,
that's it.
328!
Yeah, but it was not that fast, because like this was really important. I felt the flashy. It was disaster. I choked,
Tell me something. Did I got on your nerves while you were doing this?
I mean, it was fun. For sure,
It's
it was
fun, it's fun. At least it's fun. Kraus, thank you so much for this one. Let's see how you fare in the table, and I'll see you soon, man. Good luck.
Thanks.
Enough blind jokes. Stop asking for more.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Lee Sin Jungle Clear Challenge, and today we have Stefan from Riddle. Welcome, by the way, pleasure to meet you.
Hello, thank you.
Are you nervous?
Nope.
Because we're judging every single jungler clear time, so you're not even the slightest of nervous.
Nope.
Love it. Okay, so you know the rules. You need to clear the jungle as fast as possible. No scuttle included, by the way. It's only the jungle. You can take whatever you want, whatever runes you want. So if you're ready, hit start.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, so explain to me what you're bringing and why.
I'm thinking Ghost,
Okay,
probably. Like, none of these make sense. I think Flash is whatever. I think Ghost is probably the best.
what about the
So-
runes though?
Yeah, I'm thinking now as well. Maybe Absolute Focus is good. But I don't think any keystones matter in jungle, right? They shouldn't. I could probably go Fleet, but for healing, yeah, none of these matter, none of these matter. Also, none of these matter. I could go Unsealed Spellbook, but that makes no sense.
I'm loving the thought process. I'm loving it.
But I need the attack speed. Oh wait, I can go like this, and then I take attack speed, and this maybe. God knows
Okay.
what I'm doing right now.
Yeah, 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Okay.
Yeah,
You're locked
Let's
in.
see.
You're locked in. You need to pick Lee Sin as well, by the way.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah, I
good
know,
job.
I know.
Okay, now you got to explain to me what is going on with your screen because there's no shadows. The graphics are like from 2001. What is happening, Stefan?
I mean, I always, like, since I started playing League, I played with low settings, but then later on I realized that I can just lower the resolution. So my screen is, like, smaller. I can basically see everything with, like, I don't know, just looking at the screen, I don't have to look up and down, left and right, So I feel
What's
like
the
this is better.
resolution you use? Can you show me? 60
Yeah.
to 900. Okay.
So I
Okay.
basically have, like, a
You
little
method.
window.
Okay, where are you gonna start on this challenge?
I'm gonna start red, but...
What skill though?
Oh, this gave me 1 AD. 1 AD.
It's 180 more than you had before.
Oh, that's so horrible. I think I took like the worst runes possible, but let's see. What spells do I start? I think I
Yeah, what skill?
Q. I think I start Q.
You're gonna start Q?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think I need W. I'll probably smite the golems, or maybe I smite the reds. Not sure.
I believe if you smite the reds, you'll have it in time to use it on the Grump or blue. So it depends on what you want to do. So you start with the Q. Let's see. I
Yeah.
was going to use the reset on the auto attacks. So far, clean. Yeah, because I've seen a few Lee Sins bringing the E because it has a lower cooldown. But I'm interested to see how you're going to use the Q to navigate. Instead of jumping over the wall, you're going all around the wall. There you go, clean enough. So what time do you believe you're gonna take?
No clue, like 320 maybe?
320, okay. So first pot coming in. If only had fleet footwork, maybe the heal will be a little bit higher.
Actually,
Do you like to play Lee Sin?
Yeah, I do. It's one of my favorite champions.
But you don't like to make the full clear on Lee Sin, do you?
Yeah, I don't think anyone else. Maybe I pop Ghost now?
Oh, there you go, he's going fast,
This is not good for sure. Looks so bad.
Okay, Tempest to get the clear. It's looking good. The Raptor's looking clean as well. You're gonna get another E. Maybe it should be enough to clear it all. Oh, that little one. There you go. Is it enough? It's enough. It's enough. You got it. Now you don't have Ghost, and the Smite is going to be available in 15 seconds. Okay, you proc the Omnivamp, so you get the heal from the Q. You're gonna get a little bit low, Stefan. Are you worried that you cannot do the blue and the Grump at the same time?
No, I think I'm fine.
Okay. Oh, good clear. Good clear. Okay, easy. How do you call the Grump now?
I'll just smite it, I think.
Okay. Rage bar. 3. 14. Stefan looking for the 30, but I believe you can get it even before. Your HP bar though. Oh! 26, 28, 29, 30, 31, 31. Okay, 331.
Enough blind jokes. Stop asking for more.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Lee Sin Jungle Clear Challenge. This time it's with Singularity Jungler. It is Crudy, my dude. Welcome to the show. Pleasure to meet you. And you had a lot of issues going for the runes, didn't you?
I had the standard jungle rune page, so it was fine.
With Phase Rush now?
Yeah, let's just not talk about that one.
Okay, let's ignore the Phase Rush. So how are you feeling? Because we don't know you yet, so I want to know, do you even play Lee Sin?
I played him about a year ago, I
Okay.
think, last time. It's currently on my solo queue account, I haven't played it yet, so we'll see how it goes.
Time to beat 326. Scrudy, you think you got this?
That's gonna be hard. But I'll do the best I can.
Oh, you start with the E. Okay, not everybody starts with the E. You're going for the lower cooldown. Is that it?
Yeah, I think it's better to just have a lower cooldown.
Okay.
It's less clunky.
What about that flash? Where are you gonna use it? Where do you think you're gonna use it?
I think the biggest distance to cover is just here in mid lane. So after I
Okay.
do this camp, I flash and Q for the next.
You got Nibo's cloak to get some movement speed after.
Yeah, I do.
Hey, it's technology, man. The forbidden technology. Maybe that can save you at least 1 or 2 seconds, and maybe you can get the 326. Now, you start the challenge. Let's get it rolling. You're doing on the red buff, but tell me, how should we describe Scrudy as a jungler?
So far, we don't even know what our identity is as a team, so it's a bit hard to say.
Yeah, but I'm looking at you, man. Forget the team. I'm looking at Scrudy right now. What sort of jungler you are? Are you an aggressive jungler? Are you a facilitator? Are you a ganker? Are you one of those junglers that I hate on my solo queue? Who are you?
Probably the ones you hate, because I do play a lot of full clear.
Okay.
So, yeah, probably the ones you hate.
Okay. Hey, it's something. What is your favorite champion, though?
Probably have to go with Lilia. It's the one that I've done the most with. It's probably my most comfort jungler that I play.
I love the kit of Lilia. Let's be honest, I love it. But don't you feel a little bit annoyed of all the happiness and that she brings into the jungle, like the lines of Lilia, or do you enjoy that as well?
I have us muted.
Ah, man of knowledge. Okay. Oh, nice fight. Okay, that's the movement speed. That's the Nibbles close. There you go. That is a fast one. 244. I would have to say, like, this is going smooth. How are you feeling so far, Scrudy?
I think I cancelled the basic or two, so it is what it is.
It is what it is. Okay, okay. Another hit. Ooh. You're gonna go for both clears?
Hopefully.
Okay, let's see what happens. Call it in. Call the boy. Okay, saving the smite. Saving the smite. 311, Scrudy. This seems actually pretty good. You feeling nervous?
I hope I don't die.
Oh, maybe you should have used the Q on the Grump. But 320?
Yeah, too late.
Scrudy, this is actually really good. Go for it. Scrudy, 327.
2027.
1 second if you used the Q on the Grump.
Yes.
Hey, how you
I
feeling?
thought I could have died. Feeling fine. So, I haven't played with Lee Sin in a while, so I'm just happy that I did it.
Hey, but I'm enjoying that Lee Sin. Scrudy, thank you for this one. We got to get to know you, and you seem like a really good Lee Sin. I'll be keeping my eye on you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Have a good one.
Have a good one for you and for you guys at home. Thank you so much for watching this one. I'll see you soon.
I think it was a bit of a strong start, I think, on top side, but we kind of lost out on the map, I think. We just gave the map for kills on top, and I think we just fell behind on that and slowly but surely lost out on the game control.
Yeah, Mips is like right. Like on the bot lane, we couldn't do much, like except like maybe like my one recall. But when we like fought on the top lane, like we didn't have the ults to play for the Herald. So the Excel kinda had like a free time to accelerate like the Corki or Rosary with the plates. And that was like our first like big mistake this game. The draft? was like okay, kind of like predicted. I mean, the only thing we like kind of didn't predict is like they will ban Zaya and Tudor. But like we got our picks. Like we wanted to play Yomi, we got her. Our draft was like fine. The bot matchup is alright. I mean, like we're gonna scale. They will scale. Only thing is that the Rakan have like a small edge to roam because I'm playing Yumi. They didn't do anything special with this, so it was like fine. And I think the draft was alright. I mean, we just played bad this game in like key moments. This game was like for sure winnable. It wasn't like a big draft gap.
So I think the only thing we thought in like hindsight about was the Twitch pick. I think it would have been better. But I think the Ezreal was fine too, and yeah, I think we just wasn't able to do too much because of the scaling and us not playing the map correct. Space Glider. I mean, Seri was fine. Always nice to get up to pick up some easy early kills and then just snowball into late game. But I think overall the game was just much better than the XL game. We took control and stuff and play the map better overall.
Yeah, I agree, and that's like on the bot perspective, like we can say that they wanted like a counter pick, but like of course like on the first level they did a mistake, but also we could like abuse this even more by like just like pushing the bot wave. Kinda gave them like a free time doing these things where they kinda inted, but the game was like Mirp said, like 20 times easier than the XL. Not because like the enemies were worse, but actually we were just playing better. Like we had a plan, we executed this kind of well. Maybe except like some early stuff. But overall, I think we just played like a controlled game, slow. Maybe sometimes even too slow. But for sure, it was a good game.
I think we're on the right path. I think Dream Pools bring a lot more communication. I think he also bring like a more diverse playstyle in our team. I think we are able to play for top much easier now with the Dream Pool rather than Hashero. So I think it makes us more scary and less predictable, I think.
What was the question? I mean, what's the answer, Mirps?
I mean, for me, it's Wayne Lulu versus Ezreal Braum.
I wanted to meme something like a Timo Cassiopeia against something else, you know. But
Nah. I mean, I gotta play Wayne, else it's not fun.
yeah, you want to be L9 Gosu kid, right?
Yeah.
And no, it's like Draven Yanna against Vayne Lulu, classic combo. Like the next week is the most important because we play against X7 and Dusty. So like the X7 game is the most important, I believe, because if the X7 keeps playing like they are doing like right now, which is like sometimes good, sometimes bad, and like they seem like kinda lost during those games. And there's like if we win against them, it's like a high chance that they will be knocked out of the playoffs. But also still we have to like pick every win right now. Like we can't like lose any more games, to be honest, because I believe it's gonna be, of course, like every other team can also like can start playing wars, but I think it's like main rivalry about like the playoff spot is us and X7.
I think the same. The X7 is really important for us, and I think like by how they are playing right now, and I think we will have the upper hand. And I think if we think back to our first match, it was just complete draft gap and we couldn't actually do anything. So I think this time around we will actually be able to play against them, and I think we are looking strong in that matchup.
Hello everyone, my name is Mari. I'm a content creator for X7 Esports who've just played against Dusty and unfortunately lost again. So this is your second loss this week? What's going on? What happened since last week? You guys were doing so well.
I'm not sure what to say apart from like, there just feels like there's a change in dynamic. It just feels like we're not really playing together that well. I kind of find it hard to put it into words of what's actually going wrong. I just feel like our games aren't even being played properly. They're just, you know, we're just there as 5 players and that's
not
all.
as a team.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what to say apart from it will get fixed by next week. I promise. Like, there's no way that we're gonna lose like how we did. The worst part is we just lost without doing anything. That's the thing that triggers me the most. It's like, you know what? If you try to engage, if you try to fight, and then it didn't work, fine. You know, at least you tried to do something. But these games felt like we just sat there and died. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't even us playing. It was just... it was just bad.
It seemed like a slow lose, like you said. Yeah, you couldn't do anything. But do you think maybe it was like mentally? What were you guys like? I don't know, feeling pressure or something? Like,
I mean, I'm not sure. I personally wasn't. It just felt like we didn't really have much of an idea of what to do. Just we're just playing the game and just hoping for the best, you know. But what are we hoping for? Like, what's the goal? It just never felt like we did anything. And yeah, it really sucks to lose games like this because it's like, you know, I wish I could say, hey, you know what? Oh, I wish I could play this fight. I mean, there were for sure some fights I could play better. I used to like a Renato OT into a YesOW, but
it's just small mistakes, obviously, but they stack up. You know, you make one mistake, it leads to another. Ugh, they can easily win from that. So that's very unfortunate. But you know, you guys can do better, and hopefully next week we'll see that anyway. So yeah. Thank you
we
anyway.
better start winning. No more losing. No.
Good. Everyone's supporting you, of course. You gotta show them what you got. So yeah. But yeah, thank you for the interview. Thank you.
No worries.
I don't know, Nymera. I'm lost. I've been searching for a guest for the show for so long and I can't find anyone. I'm desperate. I don't know.
Fear not, Brother Artron. There is one last thing we can try.
Okay.
There is a legend, a myth, a tale of folklore as old as broadcast itself. There is a figure of such charisma and power that he is said to come into any production, any broadcast, and save it in their darkest hour. We could...
Who's that?
Well, you'll meet them. We can call upon them. Legends are true.
He's big. He's bold. He's got 900 games in gold. It's Don Jake, and I'm so glad to be here to save this broadcast.
We are live from Berlin, Spandau for another week of the NLC. Today marks day 13 of the summer split and playoffs are around the corner. My name is Alexander Asharamaya, I'm your host, and you know the guest for today. You've seen him before, and for the first time in the studio, welcome not Don Jake and Nymera. Is it Don Jake, not Don Jake? Come in.
Well, I am simultaneously not Don Jake and Don Jake. I'd like to introduce himself quickly. You know, the indomitable man of mystery, the first man to get Challenger on the International Space Station. I'm also I'm above average height, and Nymera is just really tall.
Yeah, apart from in the Netherlands, that's where things get a little bit different. But we're not allowed to speak about regions which aren't, you know, we are only allowed to talk about the Nordics, the UK, and Ireland. We're actually, that's outside our catchment zone.
Okay, that's the introduction to NLC. Okay, thank you so much about that. So you know the voices on the analyst desk, but you know who's going to be casting for today. Well, it is with great pleasure that he returns from UK, and we have Trouble Initialize.
Thank you. Pleasure to be back. I've missed you all. I've missed being in the studio.
He didn't announce whether you're British or not.
He didn't. I don't know whether I can.
Usually gives you the title, takes it away, gives you the title.
I came back from the UK, so there's maybe it's an implication. Maybe it's a mystery.
He did just tell me. I did tell him that I'm not British, and he's like, "But you've lived in Britain." I'm like, "That still doesn't make me British." So maybe that's what he implies with that.
Who knows? Who knows? But we'll throw it back to the desk, away from this madness and discussion of people's like etymologies. Bye.
I just can't win.
Does that mean that now I don't live in the UK? I'm no longer British.
Yes.
That's how that works.
Just got from the UK, so you're okay.
Well, I'm glad to be in another country. It's not the UK. It's sweltering hot, and it's a lot cooler here with some cool dudes.
Ah, I like this guy.
We talk a lot about the UK, but we need to talk about what is the NLC. Well, it's stands for the Northern League of Legends Championship, and as you told us before, it's part of the Nordic regions, UK, and Ireland, where the top 10 teams will fight amongst themselves to climb the mountain and proclaim themselves King of the North. You want to meet the teams? Might as well show them in action with a recap from the previous day, where we had some surprises, I would say.
Yes, last Gameday had some pretty cool moments. This was a frostier moment for by Frost. Ended up taking a win versus Nariki. Nariki, I do want to focus on them. Normally we talk about Bifrost a lot, but Nariki have for not the first time played against a top team, or at least a playoffs contending team, and looked better than their results. This one was a harder game, gotta say, but still a couple of players to shout out there.
Yeah, for me, Banderas is really a play come in. A few questions surrounding whether or not he'd be able to perform or not. Obviously, a peripheral figure in the Telia Masters scene was able to perform there, but I feel like he's really been able to step up in some of these games. I think 3 and 8, obviously not the greatest of form for Nariki, but they're cementing themselves out from the pack, I think.
So then we move on to one which was a very important game. First versus second, JDXL versus Riddle. JDXL looking to keep themselves just to one win. That was the graphic bit of a mistake there. And they didn't get a second loss here. They went top and they shut down Jaxblank, who has been such a pivotal figure for Riddle. Really want to shout out Dan for this game. Goes top early with a champion Shyvana, which doesn't gank top that easily. Gets one kill there and flips the entire game.
Yeah, for me, this is really about separating the gulf between the top and second here, and it was a real war. I think it's 100% fair to say that, and JDXL cement themselves as the best team we have in this league.
On the third game of that day, we had another surprise with, well, we're just looking at the second and the first one.
It was such a good game.
It was a good game.
Even more time onto this.
Even people are talking, oh, it was a stomp, but maybe those games are really good as well. You talk about the macro, you talk about the micro as well. There we go, Dusty versus X7. This is the surprise I wanted to talk about.
Is it a surprise at this point? Well, X7 were on the up and up, but actually they're starting to show some real inconsistencies, some real disconnect. This game was really not what we've come to expect from our reigning champions. They dropped to 6-6 versus Dusty, and they looked incoherent.
Yeah, you want to talk about inefficient use of a keyboard. It's just complete disconnect, like you're saying there. Didn't barely plugged it in, I would say. I feel like
a wireless one.
Yeah, we've got to get a wireless one. Sponsor could be available. Anyway, I feel like X7 really got to start getting some gears in place if they want to be the same X7 we saw in spring.
But on the other side, Dusty, you talked a lot about X7. Dusty were this gatekeeper team for the first part of the split, not really winning against the top teams, we're beating everyone below them. Then now at 8-4, they are suddenly getting to this point where they are starting to be a real powerhouse. I had high expectations of them. This is starting to match them now.
Such high skill ceiling from them, I feel like, just continue to go. Astralis versus Singularity here. Singularity up against odds, I feel like they always are now, Mira.
They are, and this game in particular was a story of how sad can a mid laner be in this Orianna. Mirza was flash blown by an early gank, killed by an early roam, and it just continued down there. It was basically like this empty lot in the mid lane where Singularity just couldn't put anyone there, and while there were some mid-game fumbles from Astralis, Singularity couldn't capitalize on that to make it into a win. They went to 0-12, and Astralis continuing to keep pace at the top of the table.
It allows them to fight for another place today as well, because we talk about the difference between the first one and the second one, but moving on into M&M versus Vanir.
So if we're speaking about keeping pace, trying to capitalize, M&M, once again, in a bit of a similar situation to Nariki, where I feel like their game score does not tell the story of the team. They are playing better than a 3 and 8 team. Well, they went to 3 and 9. I think that Mishigu had an awesome couple of plays on the Ezreal. Yes. You can see what happened in this clip in particular. Takes down the 2 carries out of nowhere. But Vanir on the other side, you know, they did at least manage to, again, keep some of these victories ticking along, keep themselves in playoffs contention.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to talk about a Vanir, you want to talk about a Facade. It's very much both of these teams can be different teams given on day. M&M more of a pick and mix, I think it's fair to say, but what we'll be seeing from them continuing, whether they can get out of that.
You're not a chocolate, we don't know.
And I was talking about the idea Astralis can climb a little bit higher, so let's look into the standings. By the way, these standings have tiebreakers included, so no one is tied, as you can see. JDXL still in first place, followed up by Riddle, and with that defeat from the previous week, it means that Dusty and Astralis can realistically look into the second place.
Yes, and so important to note, on those tiebreakers you're mentioning, we follow the LEC rules as far as I'm aware anyway, in terms of the second half of the split, the second round robin is the first indicator. You have game score, and then when you come into these tiebreaks, if you have more wins in the second half of the split, you end up getting tie broken at that point. So anyone who had a good first round robin and then collapsed in the second, expect them to be below in the tiebreaker.
Is this what you were expecting of NLC so far, Jake?
I don't think. I think it's, for me, Astralis performing a lot better than I would have expected them to due to the crash that happened in spring. For like X7, you want to talk about a crash, that's a car crash, that's a plane crash. No one would have expected them to be out at 6 at this point. JDXL, I think, continuing on with Torek, but Riddle, real surprising for me, just being able to surmount themselves at this top of this, well, not quite a top of the throne, but near it at least.
Riddle are the surprise to me, I think. There were a couple of the teams you can kind of mix and match. I think X7, when they've made changes, there was always the chance of something weird happening, but when you change all 5 members and shoot up to second, that is absolutely crazy. So again, continue, and we talk about them a lot on the broadcast, let's be honest, they're a very good team, but I just want to reiterate again how they are doing very well in this split.
6 teams will be able to go into playoffs, and X7 might lose that position today versus Vanir as we jump into the games schedule for today. I think they're going to be fighting on the 3rd one. No, it's going to be the last one. Oh, it's going to wrap up for the day. M&M Gaming versus Riddle are going to open the menu, followed up by Singularity versus Nariki. Bifrost versus Dusty is a good one. And then Astralis Talent to fight it off versus JDXL if they want to keep that second place as I talked about.
I mean, for me, Vanir versus X7, like you set up there, Archer, on wonderfully for me. I'm going to knock it down here. really pivotal matchup in terms of securing that 6th spot or so. I really think it's a good judge to see whether X7, because we don't know what X7 we're getting on the day. We either get the behemoth Titanic-like X7 or you get the X7 that just looks like it's 5 random blokes playing together.
And, you know, we were looking at, if anyone was watching during, like, the countdown, there was a clip from X7's content where, you know, Kasing was just saying, like, you know, it's going to be sorted by next week. We're definitely going to have the sorted next week. Some very strong words. I'm going to go focus on number 3, though. I think Bifrost versus Dusty. For me, Dusty are this team who, actually, I had very high expectations of. You alluded to a little bit about the skill ceiling. I think this team had a worse showing at the start of the split than I initially thought about. I reassessed them, and suddenly they started to jump up towards those initial expectations of really high skill ceiling versus Bifrost, a very inconsistent, spiky team, either incredible or equally awful at the same time, depending on how the early game goes. This could be an absolute barnstormer.
I would say we have an overloaded schedule for today, and for your colleague, you work with him now with Goldberg, so that's one for you. But you know the teams, you know the schedule, you know everything about what's going to happen today at NLC, but you know what is happening in the league community. Well, might as well send it to the news with Initialize and Treble.
My thanks and warmest regards, dearest Archeron. I am Samuel William Charleston von Swan III, and I am joined by Princess Elizabeth Georgina von Gooseberry, First Lady of Cornwall, and we're here to bring you the news.
Definitely me. Hello, everyone.
You're royalty now. Are you happy about that?
Yes.
Gave you the
I really hope I get corgis as well, like the Queen does.
Possibly.
Because they're my
Yes,
favorite.
That's the way it works.
Yes.
Well, also the way this works, we actually have to bring up some news to talk through. So first one up on the docket is the Kench has been well and truly unbenched. There are a few champions that have been haunting the NLC, and these are 3 of them. Tahm Kench right now, a monstrous 56.2% win rate in solo queue, and Seraphine Bot and Volibear right up there as well, each of them with a ridiculous win rate of above 54%, which is quite high.
And I feel like Tahm Kench and Seraphine really match together as well. You might see them in the bot lane as a duo, AP carry rather, and support. But the fact that there's so many shields and heals again with the Tahm Kench and the Seraphine coming in the bot lane, and the Volibear might or might not be getting nerfed in a few patches to come. And Seraphine has not necessarily been touched too much.
Moving on, a little bit more of event news. We've got something we teased a few weeks ago, namely Star Guardian stuff.
Yeah. Please keep an eye on your clients, because there has been a teaser trailer that's been announced up on the 14th, if I'm not wrong. There you go.
Correct.
On the 14th of July, we teased, as you mentioned, the Star Guardian event, and a Star Guardian event Riot is giving us.
Indeed, they are. Some very beautiful animations at the very least, which have been very impressive to see exactly what will entail, but do keep your eyes on your client on that date. Moving on, though, some more champion news, namely Corki has been an absolute terror in the NLC and the ERLs, 100% presence currently in the NLC, and then 90% in the LFL and Prime League, 80% plus in the Ultra League or LVP, so just a huge, huge presence in the various leagues, even post some of those nerfs to the package timings a few patches ago, and he isn't getting touched anytime soon either, so likely to remain very dominant here in the ERL.
I feel like the champion is a huge poke machine, but also scales really well into the late game, and also having this package even when you need to take these fights and objectives. We've talked to a lot of the teams, we've talked to a lot of the players, and they seem very adamant about how important these 5 versus 5 fights are very early on for the Heralds, for the neutral objectives, for the Dragons, and Corki does just that. He pokes you out of position, he packages you out of position, and then you're gone. Somebody who's actually gone from the league for a while at least is X7's MC, who has been benched, and guess what? X-Dusty's jungler Viking will be taking his spot. Now, of course, this is bad and good news if you're an MC fan. This is bad news for you. If you're an X7 fan, though, this might be really good news for you. The orgs themselves said that there is necessary change that needs to be made, and we all felt like the mid-jungle synergy was not up to par to our standards for X7, the former champions. Now, of course, Dusty made a huge deep run in the playoffs with Viking, and Viking has a lot of these AD/tank and early game impact champions that can pair up really well with the mages from Tempt.
Especially considering, obviously, X7 were very dominant last split, clearly feeling the need to make some changes, and we'll follow that along as the games come up a little bit closer, don't you worry. But that does mean from myself and Trouble, that will be all, and we'll throw it back to Archrom and the blokes.
Thank you so much. Can I get one of those names as well if I get on the new segment?
What name would you want?
Leonidas Archeron Maximus.
I've got one.
What's your name?
Okay.
Donathan Bloodclot Baltazar.
You thought about that before, didn't you?
Well, you know,
Both thought about this before.
What about you?
I like the name Alex.
Well, that is exquisite. Like the patch for today, we'll be playing on patch 12.12b. And even though it seems like a small patch, well, it packs a big punch with nerfs and buffs. Now let's start with the first one, the nerf on the Queen of the Void, Bel'Veth.
So we have seen this champion crop up a lot across multiple regions. It hasn't been picked up universally. Some people have been experimenting rather than really deep diving into it. But what we've seen now after one series of nerfs, which was on 12.12, we've now got another one on 12b, is effectively some action taken against Bel'Veth being very snowbally. When you get ahead, when you get very farmed, you just tend to steamroll. So reducing some of the XP limits, that gains that you get from in terms of your attack damage growth and your HP, that will affect it on one way. And then also when you get that first kill to unlock that form, that ultimate form of the Endless Banquet, when you are building a more glass cannon build, you are rewarded less in terms of the HP you get, in terms of the bonus HP from the attack damage ratios you get. So it's again, just hitting that snowballing and overall power of this champion.
What is your take on this one?
Well, you know, I'm just going to throw it back to a bit of basics right here. You know, this champion, I mean, who could have thought it? New champion released, and it's just broken out of obscenity. It's in the realms of impossibilities, how disgustingly broken this champion is. You know, I couldn't have predicted it. I wouldn't have put a lorry tick on it, would you?
Analysis.
Well, the thing is, like, there are some champions which have had completely opposite on it, but this one, of course, with Bel'Veth, like, it's been a real difficult task to see how it's matched up from solo queue to pro play. In pro play, we've seen less success, but because it is so different from the other junglers that we've had in pro play, in terms of Volibear and Wukong, it's harder to play around in terms of facilitating lanes. Your lanes have to play towards your jungler, much more like Season 10. That's something like the Damonkier Canyon kind of style around, like Rumble, Morgana, something more like that. This has been a bit different, but even now, it's going to be slowly dripping away, I believe.
Yeah, for me, it's a big move away. I mean, it's a joke that I had with Goldborg on LFO. It's the move away from jungle being the dog role. We are rising into wolves nowadays. Bel'Veth, facilitate jungle, play through jungle. Jungle shall not play through you.
It's a different take, and I like that one. And also, it's a JoJo reference, I would say, with all those punches. Now, moving on to the other buffs and nerfs. We're going to include them all in two walls because they're not significant, but they actually change a lot in the champion itself.
So they mentioned some of them on that new segment as well, but I think particularly the center and there's a lot of healing nerfs here in general. In terms of stuff in bot lane that goes towards Death Ball, I think that in particular, I'm looking at the Seraphine as someone who, while they've been nerfed, I don't know if it's enough to really take it away from first pick, first ban. It's only a little bit of the CC gone, which is definitely a hit because you're trying to keep people at range, keep that kind of keep away, play towards longer range and more enchanter kind of positioning, but I don't think it's been enough to remove it yet.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm looking at that third champion on there, Archer. I know you've got a bit of hatred for it as well.
A bit.
Don't we all?
I'm going to be making some personal moves to get the champion removed from the game.
Right.
I've gone into
go about that.
I can't go into too much detail. Alex.
Okay, but
I've gone into the game files, and needless to say, the champ won't be there for much longer.
Okay, you're going to save us?
Some say there is a legend, a myth, the folklore as old as gaming itself, that in League's greatest hour of need, we can remove Yuumi.
You're too powerful, man. You're too powerful.
I'd like to think I'm powerful, yeah.
That's a good thought. That's a good thought. To wrap it up, we also have Katarina. This is a highlight for Trouble itself.
Yes, specifically.
It's a way for her to play the game a little bit more and maybe climb even higher. And now, this is your chance, Jake, as we're going to introduce you on the NLC for real. Before that, before that, we need to talk about the teams that this patch is going to affect as well. This is really important because we talk about the champions, but how is this going to affect the teams? On one side, we have a team that may actually be beneficial of this patch. On the other side, we'll talk about that later.
So, yeah, obviously not getting ahead of ourselves, we have to talk about this patch. How does it relate back to our league? So, actually, I'm going to go take Bifrost at first because I think this one is a really interesting conversation in terms of they played a lot through Wukong. And this is both going to affect them and not affect them, because Diamond Prox, when he's been playing the Wukong, has instantly been going bot, constantly going towards Kalista Wrecking Ball lanes. This team succeeds when Odie is ahead, and Diamond often goes down there early to get to that point. So you think, okay, less power on that champion means less ability to play through your main win condition, facilitating that bot lane. But it is only a little bit of clear speed that's being hit. And already Diamond Prox wasn't going towards individual advantages. Typically, actually, he was giving up a lot of resources to get that bot lane ahead. So I don't think they should change playstyle and just knee-jerk say, let's out the window. But it might, we'll check in on it a bit later to see if it does affect how they play towards bot lane through that Wukong.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say slow and steady does not win you the race. In fact, it does actually lose you your base sometimes. And I feel like you do have to take stock of that, like those few extra seconds. With so many junglers being able to clear 315 sub these times, you're just going to get outmaneuvered and outpaced. And tempo is so important in a league like this.
A few seconds could be a win or lost effect in NLC. Junglers are really aggressive as well. And if you know your craft in NLC, if you know your players, your champions, you might do good on the next segment, which is a game. So this is your first one.
Listen, I've been training all week.
You've been training all week.
Mentally, I've been in the hyperbolic time chamber.
I wish you the best of luck, and for you, you could be the king. You could be the king. So let's start the game of who goes there. This is quite easy. You guys will have topics pointed to you. The first one is going to be champions played. So top answers on the board, and you guys are allowed 2 mistakes. How do you play this game? I'm going to start by you, Naimera.
Okay.
You'll tell me the person who played the most champions so far in this split, and if the answer is on the board, it is going to appear and you receive this amount of points. If it's not, you get an X. You're allowed 2 X's before you're out of the round, okay?
Gosh.
2 topics for today. Let's start with Naimera. Who do you think played the most amount of champions so far in the league?
And these roles here, they correspond to the player, which is...
Kind of a hint.
That's a hint. So with bot lane, I think of who's been playing weirder stuff in bot lane. So I think Den Voxney is going to be on there.
So you think Den Voxney is going to be on the top board? It is not.
Damn, because I know he played a lot of those mages.
Listen, just relax it down a bit for a second, mate. I'm thinking here. You're impacting into my time. I want to go for a slightly different strategy here.
Okay.
No one's really done this before. I'm going to invoke... I've got a few lifelines, actually.
What?
Lifelines?
A few lifelines. I'm going to go for a 50-50 here, Archer. Can I get it, please?
Okay, a 50-50. I'll give you...
Welcome to the real game show, bud. Not the LEC anymore, mate. This is a real game show.
Pick one of the positions. Pick one of the positions. Tell me.
Can I have jungle, please?
Jungle, I can give you...
Hang on,
Slipper on the jungle or top lane Chasey.
Just, you know, I've told you, mate, this is my game show.
I feel like this has been
Sorry, who's that?
weighted
Flipper
against me.
Flipper on the jungle, yeah.
Flipper on the jungle. Can I have Flipper on the jungle, please?
Flipper on the jungle. That is a good reply because look at him.
Thank you so much.
With 4 points,
mate.
it's Flipper. Now you know
what's happening here.
You have 1 X though.
I have what I like to think that we're a fair and honest society here.
We are.
Are we really?
Yeah.
Give me Michigan. No, I won't be.
Don't get stressed.
Who do you think plays the most amount of champions?
I'm trying to think, Archer.
Look into the roles.
I'm seeing that. Let's go. Cries.
Cries. Okay, that is a good one because Cries is not even there. So 2 X's for Naimera
already.
What about you, Don Jake?
Bing, bing, bong. Give me Chasey, please, mate.
There you go. Chasey on the top lane.
Is it 50-50 between 2 people on the board?
Well, I don't make the rules. I just
do. You literally makes the rules.
Listen. Stop whining, mate. The theatrics won't work here. You're in my arena
Okay,
now,
so you
mate.
got 2 of them. Let's head on into the next topic because you already
Which I'm already out.
Yeah. No. On this topic, you're out. Let's look into the other one.
There's another topic?
There's another topic.
See that, mate? 7-0.
7-0 so far.
You get 1 point.
I'll give you the answers before we move on. The top one is going to be OD with 11.
Oh, for God's sake.
Kerberos.
Right, fair play.
And then in the mid lane, who do you think? MNS.
Yeah, that would.
I mean, that was a free point for you.
Except
it's cool. Don't worry. Let's go to the next topic with champions pick and ban percentage.
Right.
The most amount of picked and banned champions so far in the summer split. I'll start with you though, because well, I gave Naimera a shot. Before.
Oh, thank you. You're so gracious today.
I am.
Yeah.
Shot in the dark, but you were too late, mate. It's my time to shine now. I'm going to start off with another lifeline, actually.
Okay.
I'd like to phone a friend, please. Can I, Archer?
Oh, the friend.
I'd like to phone a friend. Yep. You heard.
You have friends?
Yeah, quite a few of them actually.
Which one are you phoning?
Well, phone. Just shush, please. Thank you.
He's going.
Go on then. Who's up on the screen?
Hello. Oh, it's Don Jake from
hello, mate.
NFL. Long time no see, my friend. It's me, Fernando do Cunha Santos Batista.
Big fan of your work, mate.
Yes, I'm doing very nice. Okay,
Can see it.
you're calling for help, and I know everything. I'm from Prime League. So
Know that, mate.
The first one, pick ban, is Wukong.
Wukong.
Everybody likes Monkey at the NLC. How you doing? How's the wife and kids?
I'm divorced. Recently, actually.
Yes, I know. She's lovely.
No, she's horrible,
Well, I
actually.
hope
She
you the
broke my heart,
best.
really.
Win versus Neymar, okay? Have a good one.
That's the
See you
plan, mate.
soon.
Don't worry about it. Well,
What,
yeah,
friends with General Grievous?
It's not General Grievous, is it? It's Pascal.
Well, he sounded like it.
Whatever his name. I don't know his name. We're not that close. I've just called him up there. Can I have Wukong, please, per chance?
Well, Wukong is a good pick because it's at first with 98.3%, which brings Don Jake to 12 points.
Do I get a chance to, do I get to say anything?
So pick yours. Okay, what do you pick?
Volibear. Give me Volibear.
Volibear in champion pick percentage and
Yes.
ban. Okay, Volibear's actually here. Is nowhere to be found.
Oh, jeez.
Hang on, surely not.
No, it's
No,
a tough,
really,
it's a
really,
tough game.
really.
It's a tough
It is a
game.
tough game. No, I'm
This
not
is a
even
game-
kidding.
It's a game of players, and you have not come to play today, unfortunately.
What do you pick, Jake?
You know what? Just give me a throwaway.
This is actually-
I'm so far ahead. I don't care. Just give me Gavin. Is Gavin in there? Is
Gavin is actually not
Gavin
there.
from Gavin and Stacey. Is
For
he
the
in
first
there?
time, he's going to make a mistake. So, that's the next. This could be you. Okay, this could be you.
All
This
you,
is
mate.
your
Go on,
chance.
go on, sunshine.
This is your chance. Come on, man. What do you think?
Oh, give us something. Give us something.
Come on.
You got this.
this.
Let's go with... Oh, but things are so much is on patch 12.12
On the bot
as
lane,
well.
on the bot lane.
But there's no Volibear.
No,
How
no.
the hell does that work? This is breaking my...
We talked a bit.
Trying to think.
On the nerf part, we talked about.
Nerf part. Seraphine.
There you go. Most amount picked and ban percentage. She's not there. So you're out. What about you?
Oh, you know what? Let's, my dad's friend, Andrew. Is he on the list?
Andrew is not on the list.
Oh,
Let me guess. It's going to be
what a shame.
Senna, Callista.
GP, Renata, and Nard. Okay. This has been a tough game for you. So I'll give you one that will allow you to get 15 points.
Oh, God. That would put you ahead of me, by the way.
It's the tiebreaker.
I can actually do simple mathematics.
Well, just checking, because you're not very
The
good at this
last
game,
one,
are you?
Nymera and Don Jake, is what's Soraka zodiac sign?
Yep.
You want?
Soraka's zodiac sign, same as me, actually. She's a Pisces.
She is. She actually is.
Let's go.
So all
I'm
the
so good at
points go
astrology.
to not Don Jake. Look at all those points. Look at them.
26,
Look at them.
27.
Give him 30.
Just give me more. Come
I
on,
have a
put it
bonus
up.
question for what I ate for breakfast.
I don't think so, because you're at a 0, by the way. As we move on in the show, it is Don Jake with the victory. Clear victory, man. I wish you the best on the next one. As we move on to the first game of the day, it's going to be Riddle versus Eminem. But before we jump into that game, what about we heard a little bit of thing about Tom Kick versus Eminem?
I feel
Take a
utterly
look.
betrayed.
Don't worry.
I believe we can go as far as EU Master. Right now we have shown we have a really great level at the moment, and we've been working really hard, and looking just through how the game has been going so far, I believe we can actually go the whole way. The only thing I think that can prevent us from going to EU Master is just ourselves. We need to be on top of our games, we need to be in the right mindset. The only team that's beaten us twice is XL, and I think next time we beat them we'll be at an even greater level to be able to showcase what we can do. One of the main reasons is just being young and having a lot of future development possible for them. We have a really strong core with people that have a lot of experience. With the people, for example, with Nash, and we have Stefan that brings a lot to the younger guys. They learn a lot and can bring their mechanics and just their pure skill into the game, and we have a really good mix of a lot of different players then. I think it works really well for us because we probably just have the best top laner. Jax Blank is providing a lot with the champion pool, and also because of the meta really suits top lane at the moment. And from the other side, you can see Nash and Kevo just being able to provide the creativity and the things we need to round out the different comps in the bot lane. So it's easier for us to just bring the pure skill of Jax Blank and the champion pool that's needed in the top lane right now. it's really hard to play that kind of a style. It also depends on what kind of champion pool you have and what other factors in the team that can provide giving so much resources to the top side. It's really fun. A lot of banter, scrims are going up and down, but they're really professional, and when we get back to a new day, it's back to working and onto the new mood, so I never feel like we're leaving off on a bad tone. Every time we meet each other, it's back on the same fun level. So it's just really enjoying our company that I think is really important, and I'm really enjoying so far. M&M, that is a wild card for sure. They seem to not be able to do anything against any other team than X7, so I'm not really sure what to expect. I think it's been a blast watching them, so we'll definitely not disrespect them. But last time we showed them, we kind of smacked them pretty hard, so I'm hoping for a redo of that.
Welcome back to the desk.
I wonder what his star sign is.
Welcome back to the desk where the points don't matter and the one that doesn't have points, it's Nightmare. So Riddle versus M&M. We're focusing on the top side in an interview. We might as well look into the top side as well. But for the other sides, a top laner that nobody talked a lot about, but he has the highest damage percentage so far in the league.
And you know, we have brought up Calum a couple of times on broadcast because we had this kind of suspicion of like, actually, you know, this team's struggling, but Calum's getting a lot of work done. We pointed out the gangplank as well. And when you look at that damage percentage, that obviously comes across really, really well. I believe we actually have a lot of other stats in the particular top lane matchup between the two top laners we have here as well. And I think there's some really interesting conclusions to be drawn because we know that Jaxplank has been a primary win condition for Riddle. On the other side, Calum has typically been facilitating in the team fights, playing stuff like that gangplank. But I have a history with statistics. I actually went to uni to do a degree in physics. I have a degree in physics. That meant a lot of numbers handling, and there's a lot to be interpreted from this. Because I have a sneaking suspicion, even though the damage percentage of Jaxplank is lower than Calum's, I reckon that's because when he is on a side lane 1v1 champion, everyone avoids him so he doesn't have a chance to deal damage. There's a lot of ways you can interpret those stats, but it does tell how important both these top laners have been for their teams.
I feel like with what is a rags to riches story, or is trying to be for M&M, for me, Calum, the slumdog millionaire of M&M, because Calum, you are the reason that we still believe. And he has to really be that.
I understood that reference because it sounded really slick.
Slumdog Millionaire, man. Come on, be cultured. Danny Boyle, great film. Anyway.
I can't win quizzes. I can't be cultured. What's happening here?
I don't know, to be honest with you. But
I'll let you know. Well, it's Champion Select that is going to start right now as we're talking about this. You want to know what's happening? There you go, Champion Select. So I'm going to focus more on the top side or the bot side because it's Michigo as well.
So I think in this matchup, particularly because it's just the way that Riddle have drafted towards, it has always been about preferential 1v1 matchup for Jaxplank. I think we always have to see what's happening towards that top lane. I think at this point, Riddle have shown they have enough champions that they can't have that removed from them. They have a lot of fallback champions. Now, JDXL took the other approach and said, sure, you want to go for a volatile 1v1 matchup, we'll also pick something like that, and we'll just put more attention there early rather than leaving it on an island.
For me, it's a case of, you know, riddle me this, riddle me that, who's afraid of the big broken cat, because Yuumi has been such a pivotal focus for both of these teams. You see Michigo and Shredder run these Zeri Yuumi lanes quite frequently. I feel like Nash and Kevo play that more facilitating style as well, picking out Ashe and Seraphine and stuff like that quite a few times as well. So I feel like that could be a point of contention. Surprisingly not. So I feel like M&M kind of geared up for a B1 Yuumi potentially here.
Could be, but then you do look at the gangplank who is see I saw a quiz recently where apparently one of the top presence Pickerman champions across the split was gangplank. Not sure if you saw that, but
learning.
It's a slow process. I'm getting there slowly but surely. But now you have to look at this champion which can thrive on an island, and it can be a big resource input too. Anything that happens with that champion ends up being so high value.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you can understand why in Reciprocation Corki we spoke about the ban presence it has. It's a champion in the LFL we see. No one really has an answer to it. You see some people try and opt in for that artillery mage. Diplex actually has a really good response to it. He goes to Silas because you can use the ultimate with the missiles.
Did that from SK and the LEC as well. But we have to change the story already because we had so much normal, so much homeliness in the NLC, and then Draven and Amumu coming in from M&M. Now, we're used to seeing this from X7. Attila would pull that out. The Amumu we've seen a couple of times across the globe. It started off in the LPL, it started spreading across elsewhere. But level 1, you walk up to this lane and you die. You cannot fight that lane very easily, especially not with a Kalista. Kalista Renata is one of the few which I think can go toe-to-toe with that. And suddenly, with that, I think Riddle have quite an interesting idea for this now, because when you have GP versus Kayle in isolation and no one going top, I actually think Kayle, if you watch the Shy from the LPL, he actually wins this early lane. He goes onto that minion wave, you stack up the passive on Kayle, which gives you that extra movement speed towards enemy champions. GP walks up to contest the wave, and actually Kayle can beat them at early levels if you play it well enough. It is a lot of responsibility on Jaxplank, but he has always delivered when it's come to Riddle.
Watch this at LEC as well, and Kayle was demolishing the GP. And you're the player, Jaxplank, you know how...
The best top laner in the NLC.
And GP, you know how to pilot that one. So you bring in the Kayle, you know this is a good matchup for you. Now on to the ban phase on the second one. We know Amumu is going to be a support. At least 90% sure it's going to be a support, or you reckon it can go into the jungle?
No, it has to be support. It is therefore level 1 kill threat. You have 2 charge of the bandage toss, you all in, and most bot lanes in existence really hate that. And then of course later into the game you get the Curse of the Sad Mummy as well for a team fighting tool.
I feel like Softchan is a little bit starved for choice here in terms of some of the junglers getting pinched here. You can see obviously the Volibear been taken away from him. It's been a real hallmark for him, a real stalwart presence for him in terms of that facilitating role. Lee Sin getting taken off the board. I remember him back in the day on Trick. That was a staple of his kind of play style. And I feel like they've got to have something that bridges them, because what I see now from Riddle is very hyper-scaling. Now, I'd imagine Rakan as well for the R5, something like this, something that can leave the MF on the island, allow that facilitation, that bridge towards the end game.
And speaking of that bridge, you look at the 2 bans which Riddle have put through, Lee Sin and the Trundle. They are champions which normally can go into a lane early and mess things up. Now, Jarvan is the remaining one. It is a lesser option than those 2 picks. You are less good at extended brawls. If you are flashed away from, effectively that's the end of the trade at that point. Jarvan is much more risky for their comp, particularly when Amumu is not a champion which one likes to roam that much either. It is more about that lane presence in his current state, not that you don't have roam presence too. But I'm looking at these now solo lanes of, Swain and Corki. You want to make that work. Jaxplank on the GP into that Kayle, and you want to make that work. And you have a very volatile jungler against the more stable early game jungler of the Volibear, who is more reliable in getting that pressure off, and the Rakan, who's better at roaming. I think Riddle, if you look at Stefan and Nash having a good game, I think this game is very much in their hands.
The adaptation from M&M is also interesting. Okay, we have a lot of early game, but we need to adapt to the late game, because Riddle are just only looking to the late game.
Yeah, I feel like, strangely enough, and Naimira can correct me if I'm wrong on this, I feel like Riddle just have a better version of M&M's draft.
Yeah, you have scaling solo lanes with a better jungler and support to impact the early game. Because Jarvan, like we said, not as reliable. Volibear, the most reliable early ganker. Amumu, not the best roamer. Rakan, probably the best roamer in the game outside of Nautilus. It feels like Riddle have a lot of what M&M want to do, but they're just more reliable with it.
So you both believe that Riddle will take this one today?
I think so.
Well, I was a believer of that from the onset, Archeron, but, for the flame.
For the flame, I would say, I don't know, as we toss it to the Costas for the first time on day 13. So initializing trouble, how are you doing?
Very, very well, because we've got a Draven Amumu. Oh, what a combo that is!
Okay, I'm just really excited to see Amumu, because ever since his buffs, I think it was on the 12-11, if I'm not wrong, or 12-12.
Yeah, relatively recently, last couple of patches.
So basically, his bandage toss, if you guys remember, Amumu Misfortune was a thing last season, and that's because
Curse of the Sad Bullet
toss. Yeah, and that's because his bandage toss had 2 charges and also cost next to no mana. Then they nerfed the bandage toss mana to 70, and now they took it down to 30. Plus a flat 50 damage on his ultimate, level 6, very early, smaller HP bars. This is a huge power spike together with a Draven.
Absolutely, and this is a pretty interesting game in some ways, because M&M, we've seen some spectacular games and then some really not spectacular games, or spectacular in the wrong way, I suppose. But on the other side, Riddle are this second-place team that didn't quite manage to get it done against JDXL, but against pretty much everyone else, they have been pretty clearly ahead of everyone else. We have to see whether they can do it again here today in our first game of the day. Let's head on to the Rift.
Ooh, that was very sleek.
Thank you.
So
I didn't have anyone counting down to tell me when we were going on, by the way. I just did that, by myself.
Sure.
Yeah, exactly. My innate sense of timing.
stylistically, these two teams are very different. M&M are very adamant for the early game and their team fights.
Yes.
They're really like snowballing their bot lane. And the most important thing here is that Mishigu does like to tend towards his Kallistas, his Samiras, together with Shredder on something more aggressive, like the Nautilus a lot of the times. Now, Shredder in his interview said, we're really trying to stray away from the Nautilus because we kept forcing. He had a stellar performance on it. And he's like, we kept forcing it after this, and it just did not work. Now, of course, Samira and Kallista were banned, so the only other early game champion that can go into the bot lane, play aggressive, is that Draven together with Lucian. Draven was the champ of choice for Mishigu. And of course, Shredder really suits the type of champion Amumu is. You've got heavy engage, you've got a bunch of CC, and you've got a lot of roaming potential.
Absolutely, and we're actually going to see a bit of a level 1 invade here of sorts, getting down some of those early wards into Stefan's jungle. And I don't believe there's a sweeper available right now to get rid of that ward, so that will stay down. And I did want to take that moment really to talk about Mishigu as well, because obviously last week you saw he nearly got away with some serious damage on the Ezreal, couldn't quite make it work for them, but there were moments where like Ericsson's RE falling down and giving a massive shutdown over, that kind of thing. You began to believe, and Mishigu has been one of these players who's honestly really impressed me from this league. Despite M&M only at 3 and 9, there's been some real moments from this guy.
And I feel like Mishigu, I keep saying he has 2 modes. He's either going to destroy you in the early with Lista, Samir, Draven, or he's gonna piss chill on Ziggs and go for the late game.
Mishigu Ziggs, oh boy.
And take your towers, right? So this is the early game aggression that we even talked off the get-go. You see that Mishigu and Shredder are trying to play very aggressive. Now what we need to keep a track of in this particular game is the junglers.
Yes.
Stefan is running the Predator again. Last time he ran the Predator was versus Singularity, and he literally zoom-east across the entire map, collecting summoners and collecting deaths for the enemy team. But this time Soft is also on an early game aggressive jungler with Javan. You can pull some very creative level 3s, you can take flashes really easily, and then you can come back to the lane and actually cash in. Now, they're very similar on what these two champions do, but we've talked about this. Volibear does not lose to any jungler on the 1 versus 1 if he has pressed the attack. The fact that Stefan has gone for the Predator, he's prioritized mostly ganking for his laners and getting them ahead rather than his own power.
And you look at the laners he's got, that's a Kayle, that's a Corki. Hell, the Misfortune really wants the level 6 as well, despite some early pressure. Like, this Volibear is here to kind of like keep these people alive and then get things going.
This makes me so sad, by the way. There was
what do you miss?
a beautifully stacked wave.
I did see it.
And there's no jungler to dive.
Not yet. It's a full clear Jarvan. Nothing like a level 3 dive quite a minute. Of course, diving at the moment is a riskier business than it once was, say, back in spring, even if you're on something like the Jarvan. And they will not be there for that crash early on. And of course, Draven can do it early on, of course, but sometimes you want to wait a little bit to get some of those stacks to really get the big gold infusion.
Yeah, and if you've looked at how X7 usually play the Draven in lane, it's not necessarily for the early levels. You actually want to make sure that your Draven stays alive. Someone will misstep, and then you're gonna cash in 1,000+ gold for 1 kill, 16 minutes or something into the game, right? So I think I would love to know how Mishigu and Shredder are going to play the Draven lane, because they have had a few back and forth so far, but I'm thinking it might probably be the safest choice to stack your Draven and then try to cash in, rather than go into a very aggressive bot lane gang.
Yeah.
Maybe Volibear's around and then you end up losing your stacks.
Speaking of Volibear, though, has actually started having a look into that topside jungle, maybe to come and aim to assist Jaxblank, who of course had a rough time of it last game against Kryze and Dan, who really punished him early on. And this time around is on the Kayle, going to try and be another one of those major carry threats we know he can be. And honestly, both of these players, Kayle and Jaxblank, have been guys we put a lot of time into. And speaking of that, we may even have a little bit of a graphic to talk about. And you can see there, those are some world-beating stats for the NLC.
So this is the fun part, right? When stats come up, everyone can theorize on why the stats are like this. So they're like, okay, but Jaxblank gets so much more gold than Kayle does. Because, mind you, on the graphic, guys, they're swapped to where they're playing. So you're like, Jaxblank, 26.8% gold, 26.7% damage. So basically, for every gold he gets a DPM, amount of damage, right? But Kayle seems to be getting way less resources and doing even more damage than Jaxblank. Now, why is this? It's the fact that Kayle and M&M play more for these team fights. If you remember in the last game, he left versus 7 level 6 with his Camille and wandered all the way towards the Dragon to catch MC off guard. So plays like this, the fact that you will see Kayle joining his team a lot more, give him a lot more damage overall. Now what Jaxblank usually does is he allows his team to have a new avenue into the game. Because we talk about team fights, we talk about 5v5 certain internal objectives, but the fact that Jaxplan can generate that pressure on a side lane,
Absolutely.
which I don't necessarily think any other team can do it as well as he does, gives Riddle a different avenue of approach.
Yeah, and this was something I know you and Nymera were kind of talking about actually before the game started, so I do want to give this a moment here because it was some sensible stuff. It's actually, never mind that, there's a double grand entrance which is going to force a lot of damage onto Mishku, who's still staying alive with a stand aside as well, keeping things out. In the mid lane, Vladdy taken to pretty low HP as well with the level 6 and the Demonic Ascension coming through, but no one does die. I might be able to finish my points as Dragon gets started. Does look like we'll have this moment. So Calum has a slightly lower DPM, was the theory you and Nymera had, was because basically because he's split pushing and no one wants to be near him, so he's not hitting anybody because everyone wants to stay away from him. Sorry, Jack's playing, yes. Wrong name, there you go. But like, the point is, like, he's not got as high a DPM because like people just stay away from him. They don't want to deal with him. The stats might be a little misleading on that front. Like, it's not that he's not doing damage, it's just that no one wants to be anywhere near where he is on a side lane.
Absolutely. Last time anyone wanted to have a word with him, he killed both the carries, ran away with the inhibitor. That was a fun part, and his team took Elder. So, Astralis fans, that might ring a bell. Anyway, moving forward, because we've talked about literally everyone and anyone on the map, but the man in the mid lane, Vladdy versus Chimera. I want to reiterate here how important that Eminem win was over X7, because it's a team that's sitting now on 3 and 9, but 3 of their losses have been games that they had in their hands and they threw. So Chimera is one of the crucial key points for Eminem, especially onto that Swain. The way he was creating space around his AD carry back then, Mishigu onto the Kalista, the way he was closing off choke points behind walls so the enemy team doesn't have an escape. This guy created the whole team fight and the whole space to play around. And right here, you see it again. He's pushing Vladdy off of the tower. What does that net you? It nets you your first dragon. You can start stacking the map. The next one is going to be a Cloud Dragon, which means that you won't have Cloud as a soul, which means you definitely want to be stacking the map because it's going to be a juicy one coming up.
Oh, yes. Question, though, dear Georgia. Considering as it stands, not a huge amount has happened, and you've got Corky Kale scaling away without too much going on here, particularly from Soph, who was on that early game playmaker of the Java. And yes, there's still some stuff that can happen in bot lane, maybe. How much do M&M actually need to get done in this early to mid game before the kind of the level of damage Riddle will be too much to deal with?
Okay, I'd say when you see Corky and Kale, you're like, Monkares, you know, what is he? 6, 7 out of 16 point at clock. You know? Your days are numbered.
Yes.
But from what I see here, I think it has a lot to do with the way that team fights are executed. Because yes, Corky pokes a lot, and yes, you don't necessarily have these big tanks on the side of Eminem. You've got the Jarvan, who's most likely going to go full tank, and then you've got Shredder, who's on the support, doesn't have much economy, can't build a lot of tanky items really quickly. So you rely on the Jarvan to either catch a skill shot that would fall into your carries, or you rely on your own happy feet. Now, what I really like, what Eminem have done here is they've locked in the Gangplank. Gangplank, really good against immobile carries. You can zone the Misfortune out. You can zone the Kale out. The fact that Kale is level 16 doesn't mean that she automatically wins the game, because if she can't walk into the fight to put down her damage,
then it's a bad time for all involved.
Yeah,
we did
exactly.
See,
so I love the fact that Gangplank has been pulled. I love the fact that Chimera is playing the Swain again, which means you can actually push members away, not allow them to come through the choke point. And the fact that Soph ins on that Jarvan, creating even more space with the Amumu, I think Eminem have the tools required to keep Riddle's carries away.
I think that's a pretty good read on the situation, and you're right. You know, you've got between the Gangplank Ultimate and the Cataclysm and Demonic Ascension and Curse of the Sad Mummy.
Don't get me wrong.
That's so many massive AoE circles.
Don't get me wrong. If Gale gets to free hit,
True. But in fairness, there are a lot of tools to make sure that free hitting shouldn't be happening too much. You know, like between, there's a lot of AoE circles. You know, they've gone and decided they're metal fans now. They've gone to a few of those gigs inside circle pits for where it's at in life.
I actually was watching an LCK game, I think it was yesterday, and Bro were playing
T1.
Amumu bot lane. Yes, versus T1, and they were playing Amumu bot lane. And every time anyone walked anywhere near that Amumu, they would actually insta-pop him. And I feel like you do have this potential here, because the second someone gets caught, they're all squishy. If you hit anyone but the Volibear, that person
could be a bad time.
Absolutely dies, right? Kale ult might come on top, but this person's completely out of the fight because you've chunked them down really hard. So there are tools, there are ways to play the fight. All eyes on Shredder on how he's going to actually execute or find these picks in the team fights.
Absolutely, and I'm very excited to see him in the game a little bit more. It was my initial main in League of Legends, but the first champion I ever bought.
We're NLC pets, because you might not like Azir versus Corki, but Swain against Corki is also the same deal here.
I don't know what's on the tweets today, but we haven't got one or two of them.
Pets.
Look at that, from Parmesano 13. What a very pretty looking cat is. Never mind the cat, we've got to talk about a tower dive instead as Kalem is being forced away. And this one is looking like the cat's getting skinned. Jaxplank's thrown down the ultimate though and gets out alive. Divine Judgment flash out of the Cataclysm. Jaxplank is just too clean.
Oh, that must have hurt for Kalem as well, because that flash was a little bit sussy right there last minute. But yes, Stefan and Jaxplank definitely want to be playing together. The second Jaxplank falls behind, it seems that Riddle don't have their avenue towards the side lane. They don't have that beefy carry that they want on the top side of the map. So making sure that KO starts scaling beforehand is going to be monumental for them. Already level 9, 7 to go.
We heard from Tom Kick in one of the early little segments as well that he believes Jaxplank is the best down top laner in the league.
Ah, okay.
When you see plays a little bit like this, you can see why the coach has so much faith in the guy. We've brought him up a lot of times for good reason, and you give that kind of region as the package has to be burnt in mid lane as Soft comes in to attack the Corki, having just picked it up as well. That's a frustrating moment with the dragon alive as well.
Actually, that's pretty huge, but Soft has lost a lot of his
They're
They're
going to get the Bus Fortune bullet time as well. That's very dead. Jarvan regicide indeed. The heir to the throne into Massey who's gone, but now actually the turnaround is pretty damn big as Shredder gets that curse to Mommy Ingo Stefan, but can't quite get on top of Chimera, who flashes away. It will be an additional 1-for-1, all things said and done. Jungler is dead for Eminem though.
You're losing mid lane for losing jungler, the side of Eminem. Chimera managed to get a kill. Rala is already completed. He's gonna go back. He's gonna TP back into the fight. But I think this dragon will go to the side of Riddle. The fact that they still have Stefan there, the fact that Soft died, and he has to take the long way all the way from base, means that this is a pretty free walk into the pit. Now, saying this, Michigan's Draven is still down the bot lane, and a lot of your wombo combo potential from the side of Riddle is gone, and you heavily rely on that. The Rakan ult into the Misfortune ult, into the Volibear ult is very dangerous if you don't have it to actually walk into them, and Chimera is actually back. Now he's got the boots. Shredder is also very dangerous to be around with double bandage toss on his kit. And yeah, Eminem's plan is working so far. They've stacked 2 dragons. They put their Rift Herald in the mid lane as well. I'm not sure if this is going to crash, actually.
It's going to get pretty close. It's being attacked by the wave. Into the Cataclysm goes Vladdy, but he has to try and get out. It's a Jaxplank, though, who gets flagged and dragged. No one dies, and Soft burns the ultimate for not a lot there. The Herald didn't even charge.
Shelly died in the whole process right there. That was... I wonder what happened, because I think Soft died, and then he ran mid lane, dropped the Herald, and then
got the dragon, yeah. So even though he died, they still got the dragon, yeah. But they tried to use the Herald for pressure, and kind of works, but it's like you could see something like this, like your Cataclysm, maybe you've got the Corki, can flag a drag after. It just didn't work out.
I feel like it was a little bit of a miscommunication there, because you're either going to pop down the Rift Herald and then walk into the river, or you're just going to save it and possibly go on the side lane, maybe towards the bot side of the map and just drop it there for extra plates. Now, they tried to get 2 in 1. It didn't work because Riddle completely put their hands up from the dragon and tried to defend mid lane, which I think is very important for them. Having 2 immobile carries like Corki and Kale is really difficult when you dropped the mid lane tower and you take vision around their jungle to actually push in a wave. So, also, Corki wave clears like an absolute madman. So it's really difficult to break that mid lane tower, and I feel like Eminem should have put a little bit more pressure in trying to get that Shelly to bop.
Couple quick notes here. Namely, Jaxplank has gone towards the Kraken Slayer build on the Kale, so it's not going to be AP, it has gone towards that AD. Spikes a little earlier, probably scales a little less hard as far as I understand it, but that has been the option. Also going to be Chem Tank Plus to go with the Predator, obviously for the Volibear, to add a little bit more speed to your additional speed.
A little bit more speed. We speed zoomies all around the map. Saying this, though, Stefan's Volibear was massively more active in the game versus Singularity. He was going mid lane, he collected a flash, he was going back mid lane, he collected a kill, then he went towards top lane, then he went towards bot lane, so he was literally permanently all over the map. I think the fact that Soft threw the curveball off the Jarvan right there has sort of halted that assault in the early game.
Here we go, though. Mishigu with a very smart ward there to spot out Stefan appearing at the bot side. It will force the Eminem bot lane away from their tower as the whole of Riddle begin to move outside of Jaxplank, who has now hit that level 11. See it on the profile picture there on the mini map. Beginning to ascend. First tower is secured. And Riddle continue to just have rough control over this game as Camera misses that Never Mover now. Might be getting ganked, but the rest of M&M are turning up as well. This is going to be a bit of a fight. The flag and drag onto Stefan, who's not going to get anything done yet. Needs to try and ult because he's taking so much damage. Nash goes in with the quickness and will not die, does Stefan, to the use of the ultimate from Draven. Misfortune with the bullet time after Unsoft still alive. But what can Kevo do trying to get up? But there's a cannon barrage afterwards and dies to Shredder. The Amumu turnaround is real this game.
You see how difficult it is for Riddle to play the game. The gangplank ult wasn't even there to begin with. Chimera baits everyone to get towards him into Fog of War, where Soph was sitting inside a bush. And when all the CC keeps lining up, Riddle members cannot move. And right now there is just not yet enough damage to be able to burn through Stefan's Volibear. And usually this is not the target you want to go for. So if they almost executed Stefan's Volibear, imagine what happens when the Bandit's toss lands on any other member from the side of Riddle. So the win cons are there. You see that Chimera again is a very key part of the team fight wins that so far M&M, not wins, but more like skirmishes that M&M have had so far.
Indeed, and we've got just over a minute until what would be soul point for M&M, when you called it out, would be a good soul. It's the Ocean's Kalem, just taking fast quantities of damage. Divine Judgment is in need, but a Starfile Spellblade will secure the gangplank down so low though. A flash plus the smite will secure the kill, but Vladdy gets that one afterwards, and you burn the flash for that, Soft, so it's still a 2-for-1.
I'm gonna say I'm not sure if it's worth to give 2 kills away and your flash just to kill Jaxplank unless he had a shutdown on him, but then again he goes towards your Jarvan, and your Jarvan isn't necessarily a carry. You don't go towards the Gold Drinker anymore, you go more tanky. You're basically like a beefy frontline for your team and somebody who creates space around your Draven to play the team fights. So the fact that M&M lose 2 members on the map, I think is very dangerous versus somebody like Riddle who are really good at macro, because the second that they have one more person on the map than you, they're going to move very quickly and take a lot of things from you. Again, Kalem right here is going to get dived by Jaxplank. You see how much damage this Kale can output, and the fact that Kalem uses Cannon Barrage to assist in the mid lane fight. He didn't have it to slow down the Kale from chasing him. Soft is going to lose his flash to kill somebody with the shield. Very flashy.
Indeed, it was. But we've got another Herald being dropped in mid. See if this one will be a little more successful than the last for M&M. Does get the charge off this time, but will not secure the tower. Down about 5 to 10% HP is Soft, looking for Nash, but Nash slippery on the Rakan and isn't going to be attacked.
Is that successful? Because they dropped it, Riddle has killed it, and now M&M will be sandwiched. Look at the position of Jaxplank coming all the way from blue buff. Look at the position of the rest of Riddle. Stefan is going to also pop the plant and know exactly the positioning. All eyes on Shredder. If he hits a Bandit's toss on somebody who's very squishy, that somebody can actually pop instantly.
No Divine Judgment quite yet for Jaxplank, and no flash, of course. This Kale is a little vulnerable. There's a Never Move lands onto Stefan, but Dragon being started again. Soul point for M&M if they can secure it. Look at Nash on the flank, though. They're going to try and get in. Secured by Soft, and now they go for the fight. Massive use of that curse of the sad mummy, but the bullet time will delete it. That combo broken apart on opposite sides of the rift, but it still goes through. But Camera alongside Mishigu cashing in, beginning to win this fight for M&M regardless. Make it a third, and that one is soul point +3.
Nah. Chimera on Swain
too good.
Banned globally. This guy is too freaking good on the champion, creating space for your team, zoning away 5 members, getting them kills, chasing them afterwards to make sure you shut down key members. And in all of this madness, Misigu cashes in. He gets his first kill. We're also gonna see.
He's out of mana. He's in so much trouble here. He's got a flash. Doesn't need to use it, but the heal will come through. Just get out. Remember, he cashed in there as well, so I think
I'd love to see how much gold.
Yeah, let's have a check in this one.
Corki does a lot of damage here, putting down the poke, but Soft manages to actually secure that one kill. Shredder goes in, gets the 3-man stun, which is actually pretty huge. And I'd like to see this cashing coming in from Chimera. From Michigan. Was that 900 something?
I think it was. It was a fairly hefty amount of gold indeed. Yet to die, been stacking up adoration all game. And yes, you got forced off that first tower, but you still get to cash in, and now you're an item ahead of your opponent.
The scary part doesn't come on KL 16. it comes when Chimera actually has his mythic item. When the Leandris goes down and you start taking that HP percentage off of your opponents, whilst you're also perma-slowing them, which allows your Draven to put down more auto attacks. And if anyone gets close to your Draven, you've got Cannon Barrage, you've got Javan ult. You just do not allow this KO to play the game. And in that fight, Nash also had a pretty good flank that he wasn't allowed to take because he was also zoned out of the fight. So, to reply to your question,
yes,
scaling is very important and really good to have and very useful for the late game. But if you're not allowed to use it in damage terms because you're being blocked out of the fight,
indeed,
that's for you.
I will say that as you were speaking about it, Kevo's Muramana just transformed. Vladdy's has transformed as well at this point, and we've just got a Phantom Dancer in on Jack's Plank. So there are now 2 items on these pretty scary wombo combo players. So it's not like Riddle are out of this right now, but Eminem have done a very good job of getting themselves into a very dangerous position. Only 1,000 gold or so between it, if that, and about 2.5 minutes until an Ocean Soul fight. I feel like Eminem are very willing to start taking.
Yeah, level 14 on the Gale as well. The level 16 is very realistic at this point. Only 20 minutes in. Only 2 more levels to go for Jack's Plank's Kale. And as you can see, the entire team is shadowing him. They're playing towards the bot side of the map. Predator is also going to give away that Stefan is playing towards the bot side of the map. And of course, Eminem mostly want to play around Chimera. Chimera right now is not 1 champion. He's playing 2 champions. That's how huge he is. And because Caleb is playing the Gangplank, he can actually assist on a fight from super far away, having the global. Soft is actually going to start the Baron.
Okay.
Riddle have no idea. They might go and check right now, and it's not going down very fast. So he's going to lose a lot of HP.
Coming over as well here. Here with the rockets. I think you've just got to back away from this. That's probably a little bold.
I think the second you get spotted and you've lost some HP, you actually need to leave instantly. The fact that Eminem did not instantly leave the pit, I think is going to give Riddle a chance to poke down that mid lane tower even more.
Leandri's now complete for camera. You called it out. It's in, it's available, and the Demonic Ascension is going to burn even more at this point. Turns out people from that particular region of the Afterlife are used to dealing with fire, apparently. Got ourselves a minute or so until the Ocean Dragon. Got ourselves a Baron that's alive and not quite able to be started properly by Eminem, but is a potential target. And I need to know, what on earth are we looking at coming into this fight? Because it's going to get spicy one way or another.
If we look towards the bot quadrant of the jungle from Eminem, you will see that it's been lit up in red. Currently, I can't see because my monitor just turned off. But as you guys will be able to see, it's lit up in red. A few of the wards have actually gone down right now, but Riddle have a pretty good setup to actually walk inside this river. They've got a bunch of control wards towards the bot side of the map because Soul is coming up for Eminem. When you have Corki in your team, you definitely don't want to be giving Ocean Soul away to your opponents because they're going to be healing that poke much quicker, which means that your Corki cannot be that menace to push you out of a fight as easily. Now, this is going to be a proper 5v5. Look at the levels. No level 16 yet onto Jack's Bank. Level 14 onto Chimera versus level 13 for Vladdy's Corki.
Soft tries to get onto Kevin, but can't quite make it work. He's a little short with the flag and drag. Now the Cataclysm gone through, but it just keeps Soft into that pit flash for the Thundering Smash. And Stefan secures Soft, jungler down before the Soul fight even begins.
Oh, unfortunately for Eminem, this is the Soft special. He does tend to overextend a little bit in river, especially when there is an objective they want to go for, but this was not the river of Eminem to enter. They have absolutely no vision. They have not split the map. They have not actually pushed in mid lane to be able to enter the river from whatever direction they want to, and it was literally Soft versus the world. If his team follows up there, everyone dies. They will lose Dragon and they will lose Baron. So Eminem decides, you know what, we're going to sacrifice our jungler right there and we're going to try to get that soul in 4 minutes and 45 seconds. But again, I'm a little bit disappointed because I've seen Soft do this a few too many times where he will overextend in a team fight. He will go down first, and this is where you lose your right to contest a neutral objective because you lose your smite.
Indeed, 1 level off the Doomsday moment for this Kale as well. Currently very close to that. Package is available as well for Corki, so pretty close to max power right now for Riddle, and they are in a pretty good position to try and fight for that, especially considering they stalled off that Ocean Soul with the pick onto Soft. Of course, this game still very playable, but I feel like Riddle at this moment kind of got that just slight edge.
Yeah, I feel like the fact that they've won themselves another 5 minutes. We mentioned Jack's Plank's Kale was not level 16 in that fight. Well, guess what? Probably in the next one, she will most likely be level 16. You're going to have 3 points into your ultimate, and you're going to be an absolute beast with your auto attacks from leveling up from the passive. So We talked about all the all the zoning tools that M&M have in their pockets. And if they don't use them right, yes, the scaling is going to come through. Yes, the poke is going to come through from the Corki as well. And Riddle will have the upper hand.
It's been a bit of an odd affair, this game. It feels that sometimes Riddle have had the advantage, and you see these fights where M&M suddenly swing it back with the big wombo combos, and we're left with a game, as you've kind of stated, that yes, there's a little Riddle favor, but you just can't count M&M out, especially when the likes of Kemmer, as you said, is on this swing. He's done notoriously nasty things on Calem's on that. Not Jax, the Gangplank. I said because he's versus Jax Plank. Exactly. Gangplank versus Jax Plank. It's screwing with my head apparently. But there you go. The point still stands that this is a game that is so very winnable by either side.
Ooh. Also, really important to mention here, Calem has not gone for the traditional Trinity Force build.
No, it's the Prowler's
He's gone
Claw.
for the, if I hit you with a barrel, you lose 80% of your HP build. And Sop, yet again, very deep inside his jungle, enemy jungle, sorry, trying to go for that red buff, knows that Jaxplank is bot side of the map, knows that Corki is pushing towards the top side. But again, knowing what happened in the previous fight where Soph overextend, his team can't follow, it is a little bit scary. Level 16, Monka W onto that Kale.
It's in.
Package is also up, which means in 2.5 minutes, when the next dragon comes up, when Ocean Soul is going to be on the line for M&M, Vladdy can go back to base, pick up the package, and be a nuisance.
The air raid sirens are indeed sounding. Level 16 on the Kale, as you mentioned. Package available for the Corki, as you mentioned. And that means this next dragon fight, or even the Baron fight in 2 minutes or so, set to be absolutely monstrous. Infinity Edging for Kale as well to make that even more deadly.
Yeah, this is going to be a slight problem because Riddle are going to activate their trap card. What is Riddle's trap card?
Is it Man-Eater Bug?
No, it's the fact... it's the fact that they can actually split push and create a win condition through Jaxplank yet again. The fact that they focused so much in his lane in the early game, got the Gale ahead, gave him a lot of that XP and gold lead from the kills, from the early towers, from the early tower platings. They have created themselves a beast on a side lane that will require more than 1, 2, maybe 3 people to try and kill Jaxplank. What happens when you send 3 people to take down Jaxplank? Riddle take over the entire map. The Baron, which is really fast because you've got Corki, Volt, Bear, Misfortune. You can take away their soul from M&M so they don't get soul for themselves, which is Ocean and very important for themselves versus the Corki. Or you focus into team fight in 5 versus 4, and Jaxplank ends the game from a side lane.
If we can keep an eye quickly before we hit towards another team fight, a look at the gold, because I'd be interested to see where the discrepancies are. Yep, top side, a little bit of a difference, and it's a little bit more of a M&M favor just about towards that mid and bot, but understandably, Jaxplank has been
don't make it a big deal.
Just 3,000 gold ahead on a Kale.
Item.
Holy moly. That is a very scary Kale that's edging towards a Flame Horizon, about 9 CS away from that 100 CS discrepancy between the two top laners as well. Jaxplank continue to prove why he is a menace in a side lane, and 30 seconds till an Ocean Drake.
Now, how do M&M approach this? Because I think most importantly, you need to shove in that mid lane wave and try to take control deep into Riddle's jungle. You need to see where the carries are coming from, possibly catch them off guard. You see that Vladdy went back, as we mentioned, took the package so he can have it for this Ocean Soul fight. Now, look at all of these
so many wards.
Jaxplank has everywhere he wants to TP. He's going to actually TP with his team, and M&M are the first ones in this river. Can they keep track of Nash, though? Because Nash had a pretty good flank last time, got zoned out. Predator's going to be popped by Stefan, possibly trying to see if he can force a flash or an ability out of anyone, and M&M are first in the pit.
Dragon's been started by Mishigu, but in goes Nash into the bullet time! Shredded! And now they're going to try and turn towards camera. Demonically ascends, but goes golden to try and bury himself some time on the other side. Mishigu gets another kill. The jungle says Vladdy eats a Prowler's Call barrel to the face and dissipates, but now Jaxplank is unleashing, and this angel ain't happy. It's an angel not of mercy, but of death, and there ain't no lamb's blood on these doors. Riddle secure themselves another dragon.
Really well done fight right there from Riddle. I have to give props to Chimera because did a fantastic job, but 1 versus 3. When you've got a Kale on your butt, there's only so much you can do. You saw it yourself. Level 17 on Jaxplank's Kale, completely unleashed. The second you allow him to put down the DPS, is going to melt members away. And the fact that Riddle were actually able to split open that fight, as Sophie's trying to go for
There's
it.
no smite here, so this could get potentially
Very
quite
low.
tricky, and there's a teleport coming through as well. I don't know about this, Riddle. This feels like a flip. You don't need to take Calem's here as well, and Jaxplank's got no flash. He's in so much danger. They've got no... This is going to be a disaster. It's going to be an absolute disaster. In they go, and it's taken away! Divine Judgment comes to try to turn this around as Kale does get one, but will now fall. Vladdy misses the rocket. Camera demonically ascends, trying to never move that Corki back in. And it's just absolute mess in the Baron pit. And it's Riddle's ship that is scuppered there.
No freaking way they allow Soph in the pit. They used Nash to try and track him around. They had wards to try and track him around, and that still they allow him to get inside the pit. You see that Kevo has not used yet his rain right there. He was gonna use it there, but it's half in the pit and it's half out of the pit. It doesn't stop Javan from diving in. And by that time, we mentioned how long the team fights run. Everybody's back alive. GP TP's in, Chimera on the Swain TP's in. They will secure themselves the Baron on 3 members.
And that lets Eminem back into the game a little bit. It kind of felt after that last fight it was going to be a bit of a Riddle swing again, but Shredder lands a key bandage toss, and suddenly they get back into this game, they get the Baron, and they've got time to start shoving in against more of these towers.
Really quickly, the fight that we saw around the Ocean Soul Dragon, Mishigu cast in again.
He did.
It's an entire item above Kevo right now, who is on a misfortune. Who's mainly, yes, a damage tool, but mainly a zoning tool with the ultimate. So again, Eminem yet again find themselves on the lead. If you can manage to keep Jaxplank's Kale away from the fight, you can win. Now, with all of these Baroned up minions pushing in, they can actually focus on the 4-for-1, 4-and-1. Chimera is very strong on his own of the Swain, but Stefan's looking
Stefan going in, they're going to try and go to Mishku's job, never dead! Jaxplank gets it, Kale going to try to turn around a massive barrel chain, gets 2! Shredder goes golden, survives the bullet time, and Kalem gets vengeance.
We mentioned this is a pop Gangplank build. This is not a Trinity Force build, which means you get hit by a barrel, you get 80% of your HP taken away. Chimera fancies a 1v1
a little bit
Jaxplank's
careful.
Kale, but I don't know if that's exactly what you need right here. Nevertheless, this is a positive for Riddle, because even though this Gangplank took down 2 members, yes, you got 2 kills, but that's already level 17 Gangplank, and pairing it up with a Kale will always be stronger in a team fight. Because that's not necessarily a team fight build Gangplank. It's if I hit you with 1 barrel, I will kill you.
There's no utility in that. It's pure, I will murder you, yeah.
Sustained.
There's Infinity Edge to really top off that.
So, yes, I lost my point, but yes.
The point, I think, stands. Kalem is here to basically press E and Q and blow someone up. He's done a pretty good job of that so far, and despite being at least a fair way behind in terms of the CS, everything else has been pretty damn dangerous on this Gangplank.
What I was trying to say is that they delayed the Baron buff siege. They did not take mid lane tower until now, where they don't have the Baron buff anymore, and they did not take bot lane tower either. And there's a minute until the Dragon. Baron buff will no longer be a factor up to that point, which means Eminem have to manage their own waves. As you can see, Jaxma will be permanently pushing the top side of the map because she does have the teleport up and available for him to join the fight.
Goes in, does try and get onto Stefan, but he's just got a bit ult out of there. Stormbringer will get him out to save as Mishigu absolutely eviscerated down to about 50 HP, if that. A flash onto camera to try and get a hold of him. There is no stopwatch available to the Swain, which means he's vulnerable. He can heal as best he can. Shredder goes in for that curse of the sad mummy, but the only sadness right now is his friends and family that are non-existent and they won't turn up to his funeral. He's dead again in this game.
And everyone's HP bars are very low. Eminem have to actually back out and wait another 5 minutes if they want to go for that soul point. And again, Soph with the overreach. Yes, you see Jaxplank's Kale on the side lane, but you cannot overreach.
They're just going to get onto him. Kalem is going to be dead to right shut down into whose hands? Of course, it's Jaxplank's.
Okay, this is getting a little bit grim, because now Riddle are gonna be on Soul Point as well. So from now on, yes, it's gonna be 5 minutes until Soul for each of the teams, but this time Eminem cannot say, okay guys, we can walk out if this fight does not benefit us. And back to back, we've had Soph overreach a fight, lose a bunch of his HP. Right there was Mishigu losing a lot of the HP. Riddle turn it upon them, take more members down. And
Vladdy?
A little bit too deep there.
That was pretty aggressive. He's still being tanked up by the tower. He's going to take another tower shot. In fact, is he just going to die? Not quite. Does have a shield there, but that was most of his HP bar there to about 5 turret shots. The inhibitor turret, though, does fall, and they will secure that and back away. So nothing truly lost there, apart from a little bit of sweat on my brow.
So you know what happens when the game reaches 35 minutes? The death timers are extremely high.
They might be.
There is a Baron that's coming up in 50 seconds time. And at this point, I don't think it matters much who's going to take the Baron, because whoever contests, whichever team loses that fight, the other team will most likely be able to end the game. Not most likely. If you look at the bot side of the map, there's an inhibitor open for the side of Riddle. If they stick Jaxplank there, they can actually play for the side lane condition win that we mentioned. So Riddle can keep playing 4 versus 5 or even try to go for a steal while Jaxplank tries to end the game from side lane.
How do you stop this girl? Flash, ult, stopwatch, level 18, 4 items.
You're gonna need a bunch of people there.
And I don't know whether you can afford it with the Baron spawning in 20 seconds. This is a damned if you do, damned if you don't moment. A catch 22 of sorts. At 35 minutes into the game, they're going to bring down a few members, and they've decided to make a call as Jaxplank flashes away, but the jungler not there. Might give an opportunity for Riddle to set up.
That was very worth it, because yes, Riddle are going to set up for this fight, but 1, it stops Jaxplank's siege, and 2, it takes his flash away. We mentioned all of the CC tools, zoning tools that they have, the Cannon Barrage, the Mummy ultimate, all of these big spacing ults that can keep Jaxplank away, and now he can't flash on top of. So 1 barrel hit accidentally onto Jaxplank, this is your kill pretty much out of the fight.
Into the Baron pit go M&M, looking to try and get some control here as Vladdy. Now himself at 4 items with a stopwatch to boot. A dangerous opponent to try and sit in the Baron pit against, because he will just hit you with rockets and try and match Kalem's ability to poke and delete people's health bars. As Shredder misses the bounty shot, flash for the Curses Mummy and misses, and now the Amumu being left out to dry, eviscerated between the Kale and the Misfortune. Ain't that apt name for the AD carry?
Oh, and now M&M are put in a position where they actually have to 4 versus 5. If Riddle take this Baron, they're going to stick Jaxplank on a side lane, they're going to use the buff 1 and 4, but Soft might have something to say because he stole the previous one, maybe he can steal that one too.
Cannon Barrage comes down, the bullet time, zones Kalem away, takes him down about half HP, but an orange will make him at least partially K. No trip to the hospital required quite yet as Nash slowed down, looking for the quickness though. Will get taken up by Soft, but flashes in. Michiku taking so down low, but has got a stopwatch, but will he die? He does indeed. Draven's dead, but what can Camera do at the back end of it? Noxus still rises. Soft dead though at the back end of it, and Camera has to get out of that essentially as Vladdy will try and zone off both solo laners of M&M, and Riddle win the fight.
Keep track of the death timers. Shredder died, he's back up, he's sprinting it towards that Baron, but Vladdy is keeping 2 members at bay. And Chimera and Kalem actually find him, but Chimera is the one who finds a rocket to the face, and they have to actually back off. This is huge. 1 minute and 35 seconds for Ocean Soul for both of these teams. M&M are definitely gonna want to take this one, because they got all 3 first ones, and again you see M&M here are trying for the 4 versus 5, and every single time Stefan's Predator plus Chemtag have found the target, which is Michiku. Once you delete the Draven, you have absolutely no damage apart from the Gangplank. Chimera's build is mainly for sustain. He's building tank, he's got a Frozen Heart, he's got a Force of Nature, he's got a Paralyze. It's not heavy AP.
I hate to bring it up, but how many times have we seen M&M in the mid and late games fail the clutch
Okay, at least this time it wasn't a 10k gold lead for them.
No, but it makes me nervous because there is no 10k gold lead. It's a double deficit against some of these mighty late game monsters. And it makes me nervous because I've seen M&M fail in these situations a few times before. They need to break that curse. They need to come in calm and collected because it's 35 seconds. And if they fail this, game's over.
Yeah, I think they heavily rely on Shredder to either find a flash ult, which didn't work out, or find a bandage toss. Once one of the members from Riddle are actually stunned in place, you do have the tools to pop them 1 barrel into Draven ult, and somebody will die and get executed. 10 seconds. This is the fight we're talking about. They both want it.
Going in, curse the Samami! It's a 4! Alongside the Cannon Barrage, but no one is dead quite yet. Still going down, that will be a dead Nash in turn. Gotta try and keep alive as Jaxplank. Getting it deleted, he's dead. The Kale is gone, and M&M, past results be damned. Find it until the rocket got through for a double? No way, not like this. M&M, you won the fight. They're going golden. Riddle, surely, not like this. Not in this situation. Soft goes down, and Riddle, despite losing 2, are still gonna win the fight in the game. No, not again, not like this.
Kevo with the triple kill to finish the deal. We said maybe he's not the main damage dealer, but when he's all you've got left together with the Corki, it's enough. Volleyback Corki and Misfortune can chase you down. They have a wave down bot. They have the Baron buff. Holy Riddle.
And Eminem, once again, it's despair. The clutch moment eludes them once more, and the 16-year-old mid laner from Greece finds a rocket for 2 that pierces the hearts of Eminem. Riddle moved to 10 and 3.
That was absolutely insane. I think, man, Eminem are going to be kicking themselves. These are 4 games that have been so close that they have met their win conditions and they just cannot put the last nail on the coffin to solidify the deal. And I feel like Riddle, if you allow them that space for the clutch moments, everyone's going to come alive. And even though I know we don't mention Kevo's name enough, he always gets the job done.
I cannot believe it happened again. Eminem, I don't know what god or deity or something you have pissed off, but another game that is lost in the clutchest of moments. We'll throw it to the desk, because I'll take it from here.
Thank you so much. Another victory for Riddle. Not a clean one, though, versus Eminem, but a win nonetheless.
I really, really feel for Eminem, because at this point, you've actually looked like a really good team. And about half of all the games you've played against the top teams, you know, like, and by half of that, I mean, like, half of each game. You know, like, half of each game, it feels like they're in control. They're making big plays. The team fights are working out for them somehow. But they haven't managed to capitalize on the opportunity. They've managed to hard fight for them.
They're the Harvey Dent of the league, aren't they, really? Two-faced, completely. I feel like you've got an Eminem that really can just show...
You want to know how I got this scoreline?
I can tell you know, Mira. They got that scoreline by... It feels like, to me, this game is so in their control on Soul Point, and then it's just an uncharacteristic mistake that leads them to just... I mean, we were calling it in the green when we were saying, this is a real pivotal moment, because you felt like they needed to play for that Soul, get the Elder, and then blow the game in through that.
Yeah, I feel like the reason... So, again, like, I think that Soul Point was huge. I feel like the reason that Soul Point was important was because of what happened in top lane early. Now, we do have a clip of this, I believe, of, well, what happened early, because we told this from the draft. It felt like top lane 2v2 was going to be hugely important between the top laners and the junglers of both teams, and it was Jax Plank. Of course, it was Jax Plank who was really starting to thrive in this matchup. We've seen the likes of the Shy, we keep calling them out, for winning this matchup. And while Soft does come up and was there at the right timing, it just wasn't enough at that point. And once this happens, you're losing waves to tower, you're getting behind an XP, Kayle is getting ahead, Kayle has free access to farm, you're not zoning them off everything, which means you are inevitably going to lose the side lane after that point, which then leads into, you gotta have Soul to stop that side lane pressure.
And this was a race to the late game, and if you have the Kayle getting empowered, getting more gold than she should, this is going to be really complicated, even though the Draven got the cash in as well. That is really important for the team of Eminem, but that wasn't enough, was it?
I mean, I feel like if you're a fan of Eminem, you've got to be like George Michael. You've got to have faith, and I'm running out of faith.
Never going to dance again as well, or?
Well, you know, those guilty side lanes, they've got no rhythm, and they're just not coordinated enough for me. And really, just going forward from that, we spoke about the Draven shutdown there. That was a point at which they had to propel, and you saw them propelling, but the propellers fell off, and we keep talking about plane crashes.
Well, you do, for some reason.
I've had a traumatic experience with a plane crash.
Flew in today. We're actually joined by the
animated...
Yeah.
Anyway. I see Barons that have been stolen.
Riddle is a team that I'm just... and we should look into that play of the Baron, where they could actually get the Soul. It wouldn't be the Soul effect, but it's more about the Elder race.
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? Because it did come down to these big objectives. Of course, we saw that Baron later into the game. This is actually going to be the first attempt at Soul. Because it felt like actually for Eminem, it wasn't just about getting Soul. It was about actually, you got to get the Elder after that point. The fact that they had an opportunity in this particular one, they over-engaged, they were a little bit impatient, that threw away one. Then you go into the second one, and you notice how difficult the game gets after that point. I mean, you are against that Kayle, you're against that Corki. You can see what happens when you do flub these very important moments.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there, to be honest, just to pick up from what you're saying. I mean, we were speaking about how important those vision lines were in terms of it's so difficult for Eminem to kind of walk into a lot of these dark areas. You see Soft
like
there.
here, yeah.
Exactly. This is a really good example of this. Riddle just able to kind of challenge even the throne that they built themselves. The quickness comes in from Nash, great flash, great combo here. And from this point onwards, there's a turnaround slightly in the sense that Mishigu gets Stefan here.
And Vladdy is in no man's land.
Yeah, Vladdy is in no man's land, but there's just no real way to play around this at a certain point. At a certain point, it's like we said in the pre-game Nightmare, Riddle's got a better version of Eminem's draft.
Riddle are really intelligent. The idea that, okay, they're going to play for the soul, for the Elder, so might as well push the wound as soon as they do so. So every single time they wanted to go and attempt to get the soul, that was a cue card for Riddle. Okay, let's set up the vision. And Eminem never found an answer to that one as well.
No, and you know, they did have a couple of really good late game performances recently. It did just feel like the tools weren't there for the job this time around. And yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they had an option to maybe shut down top lane. They failed at that. They had an option to maybe play around Soul and then actually really the Elder after that point. They failed at that too. It felt like they understood part of what they wanted to get into, but some key execution errors left them lacking.
Okay, Riddle wins this one, and I want to jump into the interviews right away as Kevo is the one waiting for us. Hello, welcome back to the interview segment. Another victory for you guys. And how are you doing after this game? Because you brought in the MF versus the Draven. Can you guide me through that one?
Yeah, I mean, the AD pool was pretty pinched, and we didn't expect them to pick Draven, so I was like, yeah, it's like MF is good answer to it, so we just went for MF Rakan and it worked out fine.
And can you tell me something? Even though you won this game, you're not closer to the first spot, you're actually closer to the third one. How nervous is Riddle knowing that two teams can jump into your spot and steal it away as we're approaching the playoffs?
I mean, yeah, the race for second place is really close. Like, we have important matches coming against Dusty and Astralis, so we're just looking to beat them and secure second place for ourselves.
Okay.
So jumping into what you were just saying about that, not expecting the Draven to be locked in. We talked a lot about the top laners in this matchup, but coming into the draft, and there's a fly right on my face. That's actually really annoying. So it does feel like when you lock in champions like Gangplank, typically across the world, we've seen actually that lane left on an island at that point. What was it like in terms of adapting to actually the difference in where resources would have to be allocated across the map in this lane? In this game, rather?
I mean, usually like you want to focus around the Draven lane, but I feel like actually there was not that much action in the bot lane. So yeah, we were just like free scaling in bot, and Draven really didn't get ahead in the early game. And then we had a good matchup in the top, like Kale versus Gangplank. And yeah, I mean, Jaxplank, he got really fed and became a monster.
Pretty good at League of Legends.
Took over.
And I would say you got the reading of this game really well done from you guys. You didn't allow the Draven to cash in on the line. You were careful enough. And then you jump into the Baron, and there's some sort of interesting play there where you try to do the Baron with no smite. And I can see that smile on your face right now. And my question to you right now is, do you believe Riddle is at the point where you can safely say, I'm the second tier team in NLC, I'm the second seed? Or do you believe there's still work to be done to actually secure the second seed and be closer to the first one?
I mean, for sure, like, we want to believe that we're the second team, and I think we can take down any team in the league. Like, yeah, we're looking to secure at least EU Masters and maybe even win the splits.
Okay, so you believe that you can go into playoffs and take down JDXL without you doing
I sure hope so.
Okay. Let's see what happens. I'm not going to take any sides, so thank you so much for this interview. And congratulations on this one. Have a nice one.
Yeah, thank you. See you.
I'm sorry, what?
Those are fine words from Kevo there.
That is a lot, yeah.
It should be. I mean, this was not a clean game, but once again, like, we see how clutch this team has managed to be. And I'm a little bit of a broken record at this point. It felt like in spring they had to do it, in summer they're doing it because they can. This was a bit more of a, yeah, we kind of have to play our ways out of this one, lads. It was a bit of a weird moment with that Baron, but the execution of this team is incredibly high level for our ERL.
I would say this is a weird take. I enjoy them screwing up the Baron.
Oh, it's
because it allowed me to
entertainment.
see Riddle play from behind. And this is something that we don't usually get to see, and they played really well.
I think in the essence of the fact that Wimbledon's just gone on and just concluded, we had to get a bit of back and forth, bit of a rally. So it's nice to see Riddle do that.
Wait, imagine if you literally just, like, you come out of, like, imagine what happens in spring. You have JDXL, X7, and Bifrost tied up at the top, and then they just get rackets out and they play like a tiebreak point. That's it. That's on you. That's how we tiebreak NLC now. It's actually just for tennis.
Deja vu.
Yeah.
That would be a deja vu. As we jump into the second interview of the day, it's going to be Michigo on M&M's side. I was about to jump in, but he left. No, he got disconnected, so we'll get him soon enough. And this is a player that we constantly talk about. Obviously, we have Kalem that deals a lot of damage on the sidelines with no amount of gold as well, by the way. In Michigo, should they play more for Michigo? How can you save M&M right now? From your analyst points of view, how can you save them? Hit me.
I feel like he's very much a shining star and a beacon of light. He puts on these individual performances, but I don't know where the answer has to come from for M&M, because I feel like you can pivot attention, you can pivot resources towards him, but you then suffer and hemorrhage a lot of advantages on the top side, and we saw that today as well. Even despite resources being put towards top, Riddle just got the best of them.
Well, he's back with us on the interview. Might as well make that question for Michigo himself. Welcome back to the interview, Michigo. I know,
thank you.
I know you're not feeling good right now because...
Of course I'm feeling good. What is it?
Feeling good?
Yeah. You know, I played Draven, and, you know, I just gotta play like a complete crackhead, you know? Listening to, you know, the bang music, you know, sitting like this playing. It's crazy.
I missed
actually,
you, mate.
You see like the pixels on the screen? That's actually just the subwoofers affecting his video.
Yeah.
You're blasting music.
The room is vibrating so much right now. Like, yeah.
Well, I guess my question then would be, leading on from this, obviously in the spirit of Z's, in the spirit of hardstyle music, is M&M going to make it, bruh?
I mean, I'm doing my best. I think the game today was really close. We just, you know, lose on some minor details. We should get the soul. If we get the soul fight and we win it, then, in my opinion, we should win the game. But it's just like minor details, and I mean, we keep working on it. I think there's still hope. And of course, I'm still working on my shampoo, and I think it's a really nice shampoo. You know, they banned 3 of my champs, and then I picked Draven, and they're like stun locked because they're like so confused. You know, like, what the fuck, this guy plays everything. You know, like.
Now, my question for you, now that you talked about will M&M be able to make it, we were making that question on the previous split for Astralis. It seems like you guys are going through the same issues as Astralis. You guys got the game, you got the lead, something happens, you lose it. What, in your eyes, would be necessary for the team right now to be able to make it, like to get the next step? What do you feel is missing out in M&M?
Well, today, I think it was mainly mechanical things, or just being a bit impatient. So I think we have the game plan, and like we knew what we wanted to do, but then someone gets a bit impatient, and I mean, every small mistake is like a big difference when you play comps like we do, right? Because we can't just wait and get outscaled, right? Because they pick scaling and they pray that we throw the game ourselves, right? Which, you know, we kind of do sometimes, but I think
continue.
As long as we play good, it should be fine. Like in the X7 games, I feel like we played really good mechanically. Everyone is on the same page, you know, and it looks kind of good. I mean, a couple of mistakes, obviously. It's hard to play perfect, but if you play well enough, then yeah, I think we can win like the game today if we just put that little extra bit in. So as long as everyone keep working hard, no problem, no problem.
And let's be honest, when you guys click, you can take down giants like X7 and all that. So it's a small issue. Let's see if you guys can work it out before playoffs. And I'll see you soon. Always a pleasure to talk with you, Michigo. Thank you so much.
Too, man. Have a good one.
Keep playing aggressive, man. Keep playing aggressive.
You're playing the hard base.
Yeah, I mean, you need the base. You need the base.
He just walks into us, bow, and flies off into the distance.
So only a small tweak to get M&M back on track. That is good news, I would say.
That kind of aligns with what I think. I do think it's more an execution and more in the fine details. I would say it's a bit more than a small tweak. I think it isn't just like 1 or 2 small things that go wrong. I think there are multiple things going wrong in terms of the way you're approaching, engaging important objective fights. We've seen a couple of times now that that's really not quite been on point. And that can be quite a difficult thing to address. But well, I will agree, it's not like a whole overhaul they need to do. It is in the fine details.
What about you, Jake? I know you're going to hit me with another quote, but yeah.
I'm not going to hit you with a quote.
Oh.
I'm going to hit you with hope. I think that's a big word.
Ow! Hope!
Ow. Hope right in the face. And M&M, I don't know.
Oh,
I don't know. I don't know what to do, Archeron.
Well, I can tell you what I know, that we're going to see the standings right now to understand how this affected the standings so far. Riddle are still in second place, a little bit further from Dusty and Astralis, unless they win today. And M&M are now in, well, second to last at this point. So if Nuriki loses the next one, it's going to be the first victory for Singularity. And that's a way to gain some distance.
Either way, that game that we see between Singularity and Nariki is going to be huge for relegation implications. Of course, reminder to everyone there that between spring and summer, we didn't have a relegation or promotion period. We do get that at the end of the year. 2 teams potentially going to be on the table. Of course, our bottom 2 teams are going to be facing up against a couple of teams from Div 2 as well, and we have had a lot of quotes about how strong those Div 2 teams are. If you drop a stupid game at this point, that can be horrific for you.
Can I say something controversial?
Do it.
None of these Div 2 teams beat M&M in a best of 5. They beat Singularity, I think, but I don't think any of them beat M&M.
Would they beat Nariki if they take a win here and pull ahead of M&M?
That's a good question. That's a good question, Alex. Let me think about that. Let me think about that.
I'll let you think about that as we move on to the next one. And this is an interesting and spicy as well segment. It's going to be, right off the bat, the NLC Social Clash.
Ooh, bringing it early today.
There you go. Everybody enjoys this. This is providing a lot of content, by the way.
I feel like I'm quite critical of content in the NLC, so this is like a good chance. I'm here. I'm not going to lay. I'm going to lay it on thick. I'm the Gordon Ramsay of content today.
So you will tell me if they deserve these points.
I'll tell you what I think about it, just straight up. I'm not going to mince my words at all.
Okay, so how points work on this one? On the social media throughout the week, teams, players, managers, whatever, they'll bring out content and someone is judging that content or giving value points. Today it's actually judging. And at the end of the day, or at least at the beginning of the day today, we give them some points. And at the end, we have a standing to understand where they are. So you need to win on NLC regular split and NLC social clash. Because by the end of the split, we have an award for you. And maybe we don't, I don't know.
And the peer pressure will be outstanding.
Yes, I agree with that statement. As we move to honorable mention.
Ooh. Oh, so not even a third place. Okay, this must have been a strong week if there's an honorable mention.
This is one of the highest liked.
Okay, fair play.
It's the return of the king, the Viking.
I mean, it's a post. It has high interactions.
Let me tell you what you do, X7. Let me do your job for you. Vikings, Isle of Man. I played Crusader Kings one time. It's a historical medieval thing.
Okay.
Isle of Man. I'm pretty sure there were Vikings involved or some sort of around that time. Just do something around that. It's so easy to kind of inspire. So I've done that in 3 seconds in my head.
Let's be honest though. That man points to you, you accept it.
Oh, 100%. I wouldn't say it to his face, but you know.
So honorable mention coming in for X7. So moving on to third place. For the first time, Dusty!
They're here!
They did it!
They made it!
Look at this one, X7, Dusty taking them out, and then you have Bifrost and Vanilla like, oh no, they're getting closer.
Oh, God.
Dusty objects may be closer than they appear. Okay, Jake, I see your face.
Well, I mean, we already gave them the freebie of, you could do like the Undertaker coming out of like the coffin thing and just be Dusty's social media manager. Now they're actually on the board. That's what I want to see next time.
It's a good post. That's a good post.
It's a good one. Freebie.
To me,
Jake Ramsey.
To me, this is of Facebook ilk. This is of 9gag ilk. This is guys. Like, come on, it's 2022, guys. Let's stop making image flip templates and
Okay. Let's move on in the quality then for the second one. Let's see if this is going to provide you with some happiness.
Okay.
It's going to be.
I'm actually more interested in what he thinks now.
X7 again, but with the video. Look at this.
Oh, hello. Go on then.
Video content.
Okay, we stepped it up.
The fact that actually there are 2 stumbles in the video and they use that for the 0-2 at M&M, I'm always appreciative of when the meme template is used like in its original form, like as God intended it. That's a pretty good use of that.
Okay. Jake, Ramsey?
Oh, God.
I'm good cop. He's donkey sandwich.
I like it. It's good. It's for the standards that have been seen, I appreciate this video. I think that the whole thing about like shifting the nameplates and whatnot, you can tell whoever's done that knows what they're doing in the edit room, so well played to them.
Okay, okay. This is actually a thumbs up. Even though he talked in a way that seemed like a thumbs down, it is still a thumbs up.
But, you know, in comparison to what we've seen, yeah, it's decent.
Okay, 3 points for X7. This is a good step for them. So let's jump into the first place with another video, yet again, from Riddle. And
oh, come on.
This aged well. This is the perfect amount of cringe and quality at the same time.
And what I really appreciate is, you know, I've been partaking of TikToks. I understand there is a generation of individuals out there whose attention span is actually like measurable within milliseconds at that point.
Me.
That is a...
Just say me. Just say me.
This man has a attention of milliseconds, and this is fitting within that time frame while delivering high quality content. I appreciate it.
Yeah, at NLC, by the way. Look here, okay.
I'm with
Jake
you.
Ramsey,
Jake
what do you
Ramsey.
believe of this first place, 5 points for Riddle?
5 points for Riddle. You know, step your game up, lads. Come on, guys. You've just let someone with a rolling pin take 5 points away from you. I've got one of those at home. I've got it.
So it's not even a thumbs up for Riddle?
No, I think I'm so hard to please. I'm such a horrible. I feel bad. I've come on your show, Archerom, and I've just spread despair. What I liked about the X7 video is it relates to a plane, and we've spoken a lot about plane crashes today. So that's the #1 thing I enjoy.
Hey, this is a guy that probably goes out to eat a cheeseburger and complains because he has bread at home and he can do it better. As we look into the standings for the social clash.
Guilty as charged.
Riddle at first place with 31 points. X7 right behind on second spot. Well, this is good. Leave the standings. Riddle got themselves the first spot that they want, and X7 has spotted playoffs for the NLC social clash. This is a dream come true, man. Nuriki and Dusty are at the bottom of the table with 1 point only so far, but Dusty have an idea now.
Yeah, they've revived. They've found, like, for 1 point, they've revived.
Dusty, social manager, you got this. Wait, they got a point. This means we cannot fire our social manager.
Oh
no.
Oh no, that's the worst news I've heard today. What are we doing about this?
Can we take 1 point away from Dusty? And that will leave them with 0 points, just like Singularity, because they're going to fight off versus Riddle. And Singularity are still fishing for their first victory of the split versus Nuriki. Nuriki are at this point with 6 consecutive losses. Okay, Jake, what is happening?
I just want to say to any team that are doing the social clash thing, I think I'm like the Sam Allardyce of content. So if you need me to like get you a late league win, I think I can get some 5th to 6th places up into first, like just on my own, just putting that out there.
Now, can you do that for these teams? Because they're having a bit of issues too.
Yeah.
One team with 11.
I think I've got an idea for Ricky right now.
Right.
So you know Boys in the Hood, there's a scene where he shouts, Ricky. You could go, Ricky! That's just off the top of my head. This is the kind of stuff you get from me.
This is an interesting game due to the fact that Singularity just remade the entire team, and they're finding some light in their games. Obviously, they need to get the synergy working together and all that, versus Nuriki. And you did a segment on the pre-show talking about how Nuriki could make playoffs. Is this still a thing?
I think back when I said it, I would be happy to make that prediction again. Nowadays, I think that it is really sad, but when you have that many close games, you're not capitalizing, much like M&M, you're in a very difficult position. Likely, you're heading towards relegations at this point. It is between you and M&M. Now, you have been given a bit of a lifeline by M&M, doing similar to what Nuriki have, and now suddenly you're sat there and you are very much worrying about things, and I don't think Nuriki now have it really within their own hands to make playoffs. I think that is now suddenly light at the end of the tunnel, getting very, very dim.
I think if Nuriki loses today, they're out of playoffs as well, and they're really close to relegation.
And it's got to be a game that you don't do it in, right? Against Singularity, I feel like
what a way that would be.
Not to harp on them too much. I feel like it's still a roster that we've, no crap, guys. They've obviously it's changed quite a lot. We've got to see what kind of a team this is still, but no one wants to be the first team to lose to Singularity. I feel like in a way. And if that ends up happening, if that's the way that they end their playoffs run, that could be unfortunate for them, I feel like.
Well, shall we jump into Champion Select and see
do it.
how they fare? Let's jump into the Champion Select. Hit the button.
You can hit the button. Yeah.
Oh, that was... Well, we still go to the Champion Select with that. You
you
complain about social media, but you can't hit a button?
Where's the button?
There you go.
Oh, you found it. It's in there.
It's original, I guess. As we jump into it, and it's going to be Volibear, the first banner away. What else can we see being removed? Is this the usual?
Well, I mean, I'm looking at Singularity as a team that has a lot of comfort picks that we've seen so far. I think that is going to have to be the training wheels this team is on, because we've seen these same these new 5 players, or rather, Spike is still there, but the new roster, right? Going towards comfort and still having a lot of pitfalls hitting towards them. They're not as coordinated as they could be, and I feel like there are a lot of times where even in their games with this new roster, which have had some bright moments, the team play isn't there yet. I think they have to crutch on that comfort. So I'm looking, I mean, Spikey's obviously played a lot of this before, but maybe we are going to see stuff like Kha'Zix again. Maybe we are going to see a couple of things around the map which are less common in pro play because they just need it to be those training wheels.
Yeah, I want to go off of what Nymira is saying. I think champions like the Kha'Zix, you see someone like Yike in the LFL who pulls out quite a lot in situations where you can benefit from slowing the game down a little bit. Obviously, I think seeing here, they've gone for the exact opposite of it. We've gone for quite high-paced jungling. The Lilia-Udyr matchup is it's a bit of a trade-off in terms of tempo. They're both going to be full clearing on repeat until the cows go home.
It's spring 2021 again, apparently, with the Lilia versus Udyr. Of course, Lilia can go top lane. We'll see if there is going to be something like a tank top lane locked in. You can very much flex that towards top lane, but when you do have this matchup, it is very much about can you protect your jungle camps. We actually talked a little bit about Bel'Veth earlier in the day. The reason that's relevant is because it's a very similar kind of story there. You're playing for jungle advantage. Now, these champions are much better at securing their own jungle advantage versus each other, but I'm looking at the lanes now to say, can you protect your Raptors? Can you protect your Wolves? Can you protect your buffs? Because that becomes a really big thing when the items on your junglers mean more and more because they are back to a kind of an older meta than we're seeing currently.
I think for me, immediately, what Singularity have done here is a little bit too magic damage heavy for me in terms of, I feel like they've quite...
Zarya has a lot too.
Yeah, they've identified their theme quite clearly, I think, for me. Swain very much wants to play into that kind of low-range composition. It's now very much on Nyriki not to play into that theme further. I think you've already got the Corki to bolster that range. Maybe want to see a top lane with a little bit more range as well, but yeah, I feel like they've rounded off Darius on R5 here.
Yeah, and
it's a fast one for the top side as well.
Oh, it's actually all locked completely. There we go.
It is locked in.
I was wondering if there was going to be any, you know, deliberation about this. But, you know, Banderas, we see that that Fiora ban away. We see the Olaf ban. Banderas has played for individual matchup in a way that a couple of other top laners have. Of course, we saw Jax blank in that last game. The most notable person for doing that at the NLC. Picking up a Darius can very much win against Camille, who I mean, I was trying to remember whose tier list it was, but they were looking at Camille matchups, and Darius is just like a do not pick Camille into Darius. You start losing this matchup very, very hard. Ever since the durability matchup, it has gotten worse. So now suddenly, if you're not winning in that jungle matchup, which then allows you to kind of flow through the map with a very powerful jungler, Darius gets to sit on that side lane, destroy towers, and then come to a team fight. You don't have much to say about that either.
And if you get him some sort of lead, it's a really complicated match for Camille. And I think Udyr is the perfect guy to give that sort of lead. I don't see Lilia giving a lead to the Camille.
No, I feel like Lilia is more kind of... The onus is on her to kind of commit a lead on the other side of the map almost for me. I feel like as if you're putting too much resources into the top side, you're not getting the same benefits out of it that Udyr does. Udyr can be more binary in his pathing and then benefit more from doing so.
Well, what's your take? Final takes?
Yeah.
I'm going to take it.
I think it is going to come down to a lot about jungle matchup and then, of course, side laning pressure later on. So watch what happens to the early pathing. Watch see what happens with that wave control to see if any random openings are given to set these lanes ahead or behind.
It's an important game for both teams, as on one side, Singularity are trying to make something happen with this new roster. On the other side, Nuriki cannot allow themselves to lose just because Eminem lost the previous one. This is a way to jump away from relegations, and this is some way to get the mentality working on Singularity. Without further ado, I'll toss it to the casters. It is initialized in trouble.
As always, are here to take away for the second game, and it's a very interesting one. Both these teams have been struggling. Singularity across the whole split. Nuriki on a 6-game loss streak, and as the desk was saying, look, for all that Eminem have largely looked better, I think, than Nuriki, they're still on the same game score, and it doesn't matter how well you've been playing if the wins aren't coming through and you win this, and suddenly you get that game advantage, and that's a massive deal.
I completely agree. It doesn't matter if M&M have thrown 1, 2, 15, 16 games, right? The fact that they are tied with Nuriki right now, it gives them the chance to not only surpass them, but also have more hopes to reach in the playoffs as we do go into Summoner's Rift for Singularity versus Nuriki. Again, I think it's been a sad story for Nuriki as well, because Banderas has also popped up in an interview and he was like, of course we're making playoffs. And it is doable. Still, X7 are on 6 wins, Bifrost are on 7 wins, these guys are sitting on 3 wins, and we have 6 more games left, apart from the 2 teams that played previously.
Exactly.
We have 5. So it's a really close race. If you start winning games right now for Nuriki, you can actually make it work. For Singularity, I think it's cookie points. The fact that a whole new roster just came in right after halfway through the split, and I think they've showed a lot of promise.
What jungle is Flipper playing? Because it's definitely not Udyr.
I knew you were gonna.
I'm sorry. That was very low-hanging fruit, but sometimes it's the easiest. The easiest snacks are the tastiest.
I'm getting a really bad flavor from the Lilia versus Udyr, because that was 2021
spring
jungle, jungle meta.
It was a
like
thing.
Hecarim's and Graves and Udyrs and Lilias, and the fact that they would farm for like 30 to 40 minutes, and then you would start having...
And then, or lose it Scuttle Crab at 3 minutes.
Yeah, but then Scuttle Crab was worth it.
True. Also, yeah, it was probably, in fairness.
It was worth the flash snipe.
I say that as a jungler who would probably have inted for Crab a few too many times.
Wait.
Don't look at my solo queue.
For the crab that was worth more XP or the nerfed one?
I'm not going to comment.
Great, it's this one. Congratulations.
Whatever gets me to level 6 faster on Evelyn is worth doing.
Okay,
as you can see, my elo is not particularly high, and that might be part of it with that mindset. But I enjoy pressing R and blowing people up, and winning's a nice byproduct occasionally. But as it stands, Spiky in person here, gonna try and do what they can. And Spiky, remember, the one kind of remaining member of the Singularity roster after their massive roster shift, but Abagnale on his famous Nautilus, starting off some of these trades as well. And honestly, when we were kind of prepping for this game, both teams have been struggling, but a name that we look back to spring on as Banderas, actually, we're not going to give us a chance to talk about that as he gets the full bleed stack onto Sips, but Spiving Pop the Ghost won't go for any more.
But Sips is actually running the cookies, and Banderas has wasted his Ghost at this point. So this was his chance to potentially try and pull a flash from Sips, like they're trying to pull a flash off of Spiky right here in the bot lane. But the fact that Sips actually stands his ground, does not flash away, has the cookies, he is going to regen back to most likely 3/4 of his HP bar. That puts Banderas in a non-kill zone. Because as you can see, Sips is also running the Ignite, which means on a 1 versus 1, where Banderas does not have his Ghost to chase Sips away. Sips can put down the damage, can put down the Ignite. He's undivable at this point. Yeah. And very well done right here. Banderas realizes also he doesn't have his jungle towards the top side of the map, but there is no dive potential right here. Sips is also gonna maybe interrupt the back. No, he's gonna let it happen, but
it's back to spring again in more ways than one. As Abagnale finds his way out of lane. This is how Nuriki used to try and find some of their advantages, and Mirza forced a flash away from the dredge line. That was a very smooth level 2 roam.
There was a little bit of mis-execution right there from Abagnale, because you could have walked onto Swain, booped him with the passive, root him in place, then you anchor, and then you will have to force a flash. Mirza flashes, of course, anyway, because he flashes away from the anchor in the first place, but there is a chance that you could potentially pull a very cheeky kill having Ignite on Abagnale's Nautilus as well. But now, look at that. Screwed towards the top side of the map, knows there is no Ghost on Banderas. He's going to help Sips crush his wave as well. Talking about Scrudy,
indeed,
I feel like he's brought a pretty good shine of light in the dark days, let's say, that Singularity are going through, because right now we mentioned it, they're not playing for playoffs, they're playing to not get relegated, and they're playing for cookie points. If Singularity beats any of these teams will suffer in their chances of making playoffs themselves. Now, I feel like Scrudy has had pretty good ganking timers. He's always on the waves that he should be. He's always helping his laners. And so far, he hasn't necessarily made any moves that have made him to be a liability in the early game or overextending for any reason. So I've liked the energy and the proactivity that he's brought. Obviously, here with Lilia, we're looking for potentially level 6 until we start seeing some ganks going on. As for Udyr, I will not comment.
Slight rage there from the Katarina player. I wonder why, but do want to call this one out. So I've got another bit of an aggressive trade, but Scroody's down here, having come down from the top side. Great Zenith play, flash away from Abagnale, who needs to try and get away. A flash, watch out, Eep! Secures first blood for none other than Scroody.
And we just mentioned it, Scroody has impeccable ganking timers. The fact that Azita and Abagnale were trying to shove in that wave really quickly, crush it on the tower, give Azita his first back, grab some items, come back into lane, but Scroody is right there to punish the fact that this bot lane is overextended. Azita is still overextended, as you will see, Person will wrap around, but they do not know where the Udyr is, and also Abagnale is back on his way to the lane, and Person might be actually in trouble here.
He's going to get bound by that Eclipse from Azator. Not getting anything too much more, but the flash is down.
The ghost. That's slow on the ghost.
That's a bit frustrating. Can't quite make it happen. They get the summoner at least, and Azator keeping up okay in the CS. And again, this was a player before we got a little bit interrupted by some of the aggressive trades. Is someone who was a bit of a superstar for Nariki in Spring. His Jinx in particular was really something special. He'd not really been able to pull it together as well as he could in Spring, though.
He had 8 Aphelios games in Spring.
He did.
And 6 Jinx games.
Yes.
We mentioned that this guy gets unscathed out of lane, he will carry the team fights on something like an Aphelios, on something like a Jinx. Now, recently on an interview, he said, you know what, I would like to try that early game. I want to show that I have more sides than one. I can actually carry the early game. I can play the Kalistas, the Dravens, the Samiras, and they haven't necessarily worked wonders for the side of Nariki. Now here, Banderas is only level 5.
It's a very long sleep that Scroody might be looking to go towards, but not quite going to happen yet. No lilting lullaby, no anesthesia required, and Banderas not put under.
I kind of feel like maybe there was an
option there,
where you dive him, but obviously Sips knowing how many creeps away Banderas was from hitting level 6, it starts becoming a little bit more dangerous.
It would have been risky.
Guillotine. Yeah.
But either way, they don't decide to take that risk and pull away. And Banderas gets to level 6, gets to clear the wave, and isn't too unduly punished by that. And again, as we kind of mentioned briefly earlier, both of these top laners very much running aggressive spells. There is a Ghost, there is an Ignite, there are no teleports. These guys are purely playing for that 1v1.
Kill each other.
It's top lane as it should be.
Especially when you're under Darius as well, you definitely want the Ghost to be able to chase down your opponents, right? Moving back into the Udyr, because I left a point right there about how I dislike Udyr, and I didn't necessarily elaborate further.
Are you going to take this moment to throw out why you dislike this champion?
No, I'm actually going to say positive things about you for once.
What? Are you okay? What have you done with Troubling?
I like this champion because he farms really quickly, he clears really quickly, which allows him to shadow lanes once he's cleared that fast.
Quick question. Why is that different to Graves?
Plus, really good at taking dragons. Azator in trouble.
He does have to flash away, but they're still going to try and get in with that Zenith Blade. Forced away a little bit by Abagnale, who's doing his best to keep this one turned around. Big Moonlight Vigil, though, will not allow Abagnale to stay alive. He's burnt out by the Dream Dust.
Really well done again by Scroody, finding the opening towards the bottom of the map. Again, Azator and Abagnale trying to crush another big stacked wave. He punishes again, but what Udyr is really good at doing, he's very fast at clearing. Meaning he's also very quick at taking neutral objectives, like Rift Herald, like Dragons. And so far as you can see, Scroody, same level with Flipper. But what has Flipper done on the map? He's made sure that his top lane is shadowed, his top lane is safe.
There's a Hex Flash, he's in trouble. Gonna try and get out of here best he can. He's gonna get rooted though by Abagnale's passive, trying to get out, but he's ignited and shut down. And of course it goes into Azator's pocket. We praised this guy for his early plays, but suddenly he gives it all away as Flipper finds Sips of all people. And this trade is going a little bit back and forth, but he's forced out of the river.
Pretty good stuff right there for Azator to pick up a freebie inside his jungler's jungle. Didn't belong to him anymore. But again, Udyr, very strong at taking neutral objectives, has secured the first Dragon of the game, has secured the first Herald of the game. 2 minutes to go. Now that Azator has actually cashed in, he's going to be able to go back, put this gold into items, make sure he's first in river. You've got Udyr, who's going to be there in time. You're going to have Corki, who's going to be there in time, shoving in that wave. So again, having that full clear speed from Flipper on Udyr means that you get into these first neutral objectives, means that by the time Singularity are going to start taking dragons, you can actually FF them and try to go towards that more late game because you have the Aphelios, you have the Corki. So stacking them up right now wins you more minutes later on. As you will see, they'll shove even more gold into Azator's pocket.
Despite some pretty flashy early plays down towards the bot side. It's still going to be 4, pretty much guaranteed to be 5 plates with the use of the last dregs of Crescendum as well. And suddenly it's a 1,000 gold lead as Aero might be caught out here though.
Drowsy.
Flash plus that Valkyrie still not going to get him out to safety. Dies to Scrudy, who gets a 3rd kill and now can start trading onto the rest of them. It's a 3v2. Make that a 4v3 as Azador tries to throw out a Moonlight Vigil, but it just will not be quite enough. And the night is indeed long and dark as Scrudy continues to hunt for more damage. The Fawn from the Forests of Dreams doing their absolute best to chunk out the AD carry, but will not die. And Singularity continue to play through their jungler and find some success there, especially after that bot side got so dicey.
Yeah, Scrudy so quick into pulling the trigger, finds Aero a misposition inside his jungle, but I want you to look at all these wards inside. Never mind, we're gonna see the replay. You can look at the wards right after. So again, this is the greediness when you play Corki, Azé, Veigar. You want the chickens. You want to take the chickens. You know that you have 3 members of the bot side of the map to try and aid you, but Scrudy is very quick on the trigger, punishes that. Abagnale drops as well. They take Azador out of the fight too, very, very low. Barely survives with his life, has to blow the cleanse, which means that bot side of the map does belong to Singularity. Now, if you look at the minimap...
I will.
Thank you very much, observers. You'll see that it's lit up in red towards the bottom map. Why is that? Because second dragon is spawning. Nuriki want to be there. Remember that gold Azador got from the plates and the kill. It's netted him a Gale Force already.
Still going to come straight over with the package. There goes Aero to get across the other side of the Dragon Pit once again. Caught out somewhat in enemy territory there as Person. Might look for an angle over there, but Flipper chunked out as this dragon spawns, and that will leave Singularity to claim this one. And honestly, despite the gold lead to Nuriki, and again, a lot of plates going over to Banderas, he's very happily taking that option up there. Still some good plays from Singularity yet.
Aero got caught again on the same exact position, blows the package away, which means a lot of your tools, like the fact that Azador has Gale Force, will have his Moonlight Vigil very shortly as well, means that there's a huge power spike onto your Aphelios right now. You have the movement from the Gale Force as well to get away from any possible threatening scenarios, whilst Banderas is taking top side with all of the turret plating, so everything's going Nuriki's way. Aero mispositions once, loses the package, they cannot fight this dragon anymore, which means that Singularity take one for themselves.
They do indeed, but Nuriki still have got 5 plates, including first turret blood onto Azador, alongside a shutdown onto Scrudy. He's got a cull that will pop into any CS. Like this, Aphelios has been well and truly set up for success, as you said, with the Gale Force in, and not necessarily the easiest to deal with if they can kind of put the Udyr and the Nautilus and the Darius in front of the Aphelios, and you try to dive into that, and that might be a mistake. So they're going to try and keep Azador alive best they can.
And you know how a lot, like in the previous game, we mentioned how Chimera on the Swain would be so pivotal at allowing his team and his carry specifically all this space to play the team fights around. This time, you have so much ball coming in from
Rudy. He's just never done. There's always another dream. Take him straight to LA, and he's going to try and make this what a Hollywood movie, but maybe he's going to be a turnaround till the Swalsey lands. Scrudy with a gorgeous play does go down, but it's still a 2-for-1. This Lilia is a menace on the Rift.
A 2-for-1. You've got the entire bot lane from Nuriki going towards the top side of the map. Aero has to blow his TP as well, which means that mid lane and bot lane are free to push from the side of Singularity, and Scrudy is absolutely tearing the map apart with this Lilia. He's playing very aggressive. He's used his level 6 ultimate every time almost off cooldown to try and get kills and things happening onto the map. As you will see here, Banderas thinks he's pretty safe. I mean, that plate is pretty juicy, I'm not gonna lie, but the fact that he does tag him, that means that he gets to pop the sleep and put down a bunch of damage, and that is Scrudy with 1 mythic item already in his pocket, and even though Flipper is there, he cannot stop the snipe from going down. Now, I do feel this is a little bit maybe greedy from Scrudy, because once the ultimate from Camille goes down, he can try to walk away, but all the bleeds and the dots that he had on him from the Udyr and the Darius thing would have killed him anyway.
100% kill participation for the Lilia right now. 4-2-2. Leandri's complete. Stopwatch and inventory. Very ahead of the game. Held 2 levels over Flipper in a matchup where both are supposed to be able to farm pretty evenly. Is a massive advantage for Singularity's jungler. Now, though, it's still going to be a player. Abagnale looking to make something happen here. Flipper going to get as much done as they can. Scrooty flashing away, still has a stopwatch. It isn't yet to be used. Person flashing out, having used the Solar Flare as well. And Singularity disengaged, but their health bars are certainly very low.
Yeah, they're out, and there's huge seeds happening in the mid lane tower. Person is super low, but I don't think it's necessarily diveable right here, because you just have an Aphelios and a Corki. You need to put down the pain, you need to put down the hurt like this. But again, because we're very early stages of the game, you're not necessarily too scared of the rockets hitting you. That is a mana Muna that hasn't turned into a more mana yet for the Corki. Aphelios only with the Gale Force, not willing to commit the ultimate to try and kill the Leona. So all in all, you lose a little bit of your HP bars right there, but nothing massive for Singularity.
Banderas once again trying to work out how safe he is to push. The answer is not very safe at all.
Ult is up, he's using it off of cooldown. This is crazy.
Knows exactly what to do with the advantage. This is a pretty good example of how to try and take over the game as a jungler. And of course, still behind in gold. Worth noting, Naruki have done a good job, as we said, of getting slightly more resources, particularly onto their AD carry, where a lot of that is the discrepancy. But it still feels like Scrooty is the one with the proactive plays in this game.
Yeah, and I think this is why we highlighted him at the beginning when we said that Singularity's roster completely changed halfway through the split. I think Scrooty brought a bunch of that proactivity in the early game in a very good way. His timing in the ganks is so well mannered. The fact that he will always catch somebody trying to crush a wave, the fact that he will always be there for his top laner when they need to crush a wave, his understanding on the map, even though this is not a Singularity at top-notch macro and micro, his understanding of how he wants to play the map is still up there.
Very much so. And a reminder, Naruki on a 6-game loss streak. They are in a very difficult position, having gone from 3-3 to 3-9. There are 6 games combined with left to play, of course, including this one. Scrooty, as you said, is around here. They get a hold of that tower. They've got a Herald and infantry as well. And if Singularity win this game, there we go, finally figured out how to phrase that. There's some of these statements around how things like relegations look, with M&M also losing. Keep things very interesting going into these last few weeks as playing to the top side commits, but that is a decent package. Scrooty goes golden, but there is the chunk onto Banderas, who does fall, flash away from Sip. Aero gets outside of that attempted solar flare with a decent Valkyrie, but it's still a dead top laner, and Singularity continue to make plays.
And what does that get you? Because if you look up the map, Abagnale is on his way there, Person's going to stay around, Scrooty's going to stay around, Sips is there, and they also have Rift Herald, which I'm sure they just popped over the top side of the map. They're going for potentially that even inhibit a tower bop, because as you can see, Singularity's bottom is also roaming top.
Aero so low, that's a decent use of the... Wow, actually, Person's gone very deep there. Never mind talking about the depth. Charge Person going to get chunked out. Will not quite fall quite yet. Spiky throws out the Ultra Shock Laser, but it won't chunk through, and Person now going to have to run away. They get the tier 2, but they won't be able to get too much more, as Person was dragged a little bit further than they were anticipating there.
All right, so this is Singularity with the cross map. They take 2 towers on the top side of the map versus 1 dragon for Nuriki. And of course, Nuriki, this is a win condition for them. Luckily for Singularity, this is only going to be a Cloud Soul, so you don't necessarily care too much to give this particular one away. But if Asdor manages to get mid lane tower here, I think this is so worth it for the side of Nuriki. Breaking mid lane is one of the most important towers to break, because it breaks a lot of the vision control around that tower, and also the fact that they have 2 dragons going towards the soul, taking down mid tower is worth it versus the 2 towers top trade.
I think it's time
Oh no.
to check in. Wrong thing. Wrong one. That's the button I needed. No one saw that. I pressed the wrong one. Now look at some more pets. Look at that hashtag NLC pets. Throw those up on Twitter. My dog left and his sister reunited after 8 years. That's adorable. And they are indeed very distinguished. Jack Ace Doe. Look at that.
Oh, it was a sibling reunion.
Oh, look at that. Look at the little, like, what's it, a bandana around the neck as well?
I've always wondered.
Yeah. What have you always
Do
wondered?
you think they actually recognized each other?
That's a question. I feel like they often do.
Yeah.
Dogs got very good memory for senses of smell and stuff.
Right. That's what I've always wondered. It's like, because a lot of them get separated, you know, they go to different owners and whatnot. But when they just, you know, what if you're walking past somebody on the street like Flipper is right now?
He was very close to being engaged there. That was a very nice little throw, by the way. I appreciate that. I just looked down and screamed, I probably ought to pay attention. There could be someone dying.
What if you're walking to, like, past somebody on the street, right? And they have a dog and you have a dog and they look very similar, and you don't even know that your dogs are like siblings. Do the dogs know that they're siblings?
I feel like you are setting up for like a very intense like TV show or documentary here.
I'll have it in mind when I retire.
It's time. Go throw that one out. Get like Steven Spielberg.
When I retire, I'll go full-on dog documentary mode.
The thing is, I could see you like getting very serious about that as Sips just about avoids the bowling ball. Let's be real.
I mean, Sips.
Oh, of course, yeah. Scrooty would be team killing there, which is
I'm
not
sorry,
generally.
my whole dog conversation.
I know. Was throwing me off a little bit there. You know, like this isn't a game with friendly fire enabled. That would be a nightmare. Though I'll say, interestingly, because Swain's in the game, I'll take this moment to talk about this. We've got a little bit of dead time before the next dragon stuff spawns. Swain, when they were reworking him from his previous, even more bird-related self, there used to be the way his passive worked, where he used to get those soul shards. But I think they've kind of taken that down a little bit of a notch. The way it used to work is if your teammates died, you could claim the soul shards. And obviously that was problematic when basically you would encourage your teammates to empower you.
That sounds like me. I'm letting everyone die and then I clean up.
Exactly. So basically Swain would just like
all me.
sacrifice yourselves for the glory of Noxus and give me your power, which wasn't the healthiest thing in solo queue when they were testing it.
Look, his flash.
He's certainly not healthy indeed, as Scroody going to try and do their best. So the ultimate comes through, not going to quite bleed out, and Sip gets away with it. Noxian Guillotine, even with standing.
It's outstanding how Singularity have shut down a Banderas on the top side of the map. If a Darius gets snowballing, he could be a complete terror in team fights. But now, if you look at what's going to be happening in the team fights, you've got Mirza, who's permanently proccing Rylai's and Mandate, which means that the second Darius is going to try to walk past that Swain, he's going to get insta-slowed, won't be able to reach his target very easily, and the fact that he has no other gap closure apart from his flash, which is now down, it's going to be a very difficult and sad time for the Darius to play these team fights. Also, if he does make it to the backline, you've got a Camille, you've got a Leona to provide even more peeling and CC if you need it in the team fight. So the fact that Banderas has not snowballed, the fact that Banderas cannot put at bay that Camille on the side lane is going to make his life a little bit more difficult later on.
What Nariki do have, though, is 2 items on Corki and 2 items on the Aphelios.
Very well spotted.
Which is definitely something to try and play around, especially with about 30 seconds until this Cloud Drake. The problem is on the other side, you have 100% kill participation, 6 kills.
Yes, that's what I raised you, sir.
There's also the Imperial Mandate build on the Swain who's got that complete as well to empower, guess what? That Lilia to do even more work. It's going to be just fighting for control of the mid lane is the current order of play in this game.
And I think if you're Nariki and you're not ready to fight this, but seeing how they've actually moved Banderas towards the bot side of the map, it looks like they want to fight it, but he doesn't have flash. We mentioned how difficult it is to play this team fight if you do not have flash, but also, wait, they're actually going to go for it.
Okay, they've got the package, it's time.
Yeah.
Muramana's transformed, Leandries is in. This is Nariki's time to shine, they've decided. Person just about by the skin of their teeth escapes that dredge line, and Nariki trying to force their way into the river.
Scrooty is already going to start the dragon, and if Nariki want a chance at stealing this, they actually need to start walking in. Package is up.
Their Ghost is down, but that will be the dragon dead already. Over the wall, Mirza lands and never move, but flash in from Scrooty, who gets chunked out, falls, cannot make it work, and that is a dead Lilia, and 2 already going the way of Nariki, who are winning this fight, but Abagnale trying to flash away as Mirza going in with the demonic Ascension running rampant, trying to stay alive, but it's still another big win for Nariki, who are coming out with every single member of Singularity.
They can actually run it for Baron right now. Udyr doesn't look down, but they have Corki, and they have Aphelios as well. They can actually take Baron down. Ace from the side of Nariki, and the second we started praising Singularity, they fall prey to their own god. Scrooty overextends and screws up the fight, ends up dying without using his hourglass, and due to that, Banderas gets another reset down the bot side of the map, which ends up costing Mirza's life as well. And this is why we say, okay, Singularity might not have the best micro and macro, but they have pretty good ganking timers. This one was not the best ganking timer ever, because as you can see, the whole of Nariki will evade through that choke point. Guess what's on that choke point? The entire flaming carpet from Aeros Corki. So the second Sips dives in there, he gets burned. Mirza dives in there, he gets burned. Banderas kills Spiky onto that Zeri, gets the reset, kills Mirza as well. So it was a complete disaster. They kept running towards the package.
Credit to Abagnale there, who landed the clutchest dredge line of his life. There was a flash watch out Eep that was interrupted into a bear slap, and the Lilia is CC'd to death. There's no chance for a Blooming Blows to get across the whole team and put them all to sleep. And That Lilia that's still at 100% kill participation was taken straight out and sent to sleep on her own tank. But now Flipper in trouble, taken very low. Maybe Nariki have gotten a little overconfident. They're going to get stunned by a good solar flare. Continue to chase forward. Mercer with the demonic ascension rolling rampant, doing their absolute best to do it. There is still a big sleep coming through onto Azator, who will fall down, steps to the backside, gets the Hextech ultimate onto Abagnale. Scrooty heading forward to the Blooming Glow, trying to get that one, but this time goes golden under the tower. Needs to try and find the way forward to Aero. Stays alive, but the Baron buff is neutered in moments.
Yeah, that was a really nice engage right there. Flipper overextends, and even though Flipper gets out, his bot lane that tries to back him up does not. So, if you're wondering why these two teams are the two at the bottom, you see a little bit of glimpses of overextension, over-eagerness, being where they shouldn't be on the map. Aero gets caught twice, they lose the dragon. Flipper overextends, he loses his bot lane. Why this is so important is because Nuriki won a pretty brilliant fight.
Well done, Mercer.
Very nice, Mercer.
That was a very good Visions of Empire.
A very brilliant aced fight, which then netted them the Baron, but they cannot necessarily use it right now because they've lost it from Azita and Abagnale. So 2 members have lost it. Sips is toying with the idea of possibly getting ganked, so he's going to back off. But then again, you see, Nuriki make good moves, they end up throwing it away. Singularity make good moves, end up throwing it away. This reminds me of the Singularity versus Astralis game.
It does a bit.
No, sir, you can win. Oh, no, sir, I cannot accept that win. You can win.
They've all turned to American football. It's not League of Legends anymore. It's becoming quarterbacks, throwing as far as they can. Perhaps a little rude, but come on, it was funny. I'll say that myself. I can say that because I have no shame.
You can say that and laugh at it as well.
I did.
Exactly.
Exactly. I again, have very little shame.
If you don't laugh at your own jokes, how do you expect other people to?
Indeed, exactly. I just know I'm funny. That's how it works. It's true. No one can tell me otherwise.
Wish people could see my face. That's all I'm saying.
I suspect in the post-game show they might just add that in just to sort of like throw me under the bus. Be about half the course, let's be real. I deserve it, let's be real. The ego's getting a little large here. Fake or otherwise. But 26 minutes into the game, we've still got 100% kill participation on Scrooty, FY, and 3 items in. And yes, the Lilia died once there a little egregiously, but with a minute or so until another dragon, some time
I'm gonna make it a healthy game.
Do tell me.
Drink an orange juice shot every time Initiala says Scrooty with 100% kill participation.
I'll say it until it's not.
Yes.
That's fair. I'm just going to make you drink a lot of orange juice,
healthy.
guys.
Orange juice.
Exactly.
Yes.
Get that vitamin C in your life. Watch. Here we go. Scrooty with 100% of my confidence.
Perfect. If you don't like orange juice, because some people don't like juice, do water. That's also good.
What kind of water?
Watery water.
Watery water. Ah, yes. My favorite kind of water. Watery water, yes.
Very liquidy.
As opposed to what? The solid version ice.
The see-through kind.
I know the humidity's been a bit brutal over the last few weeks, but I don't think that counts either as Banderas. Hit by a never move, and we've swiftly dropped off the deep end into some watery water, apparently, and they're into the river where there's even more of that substance.
Third dragon has come to wake us up.
Indeed, it's a cloud drake. It's not an ocean drake, though.
From our slumber. And as you can see, Aero, I think, is waiting for his package.
Yes.
Just spawn. He's been zoomed
There
in
it is.
by our observers.
Teleport available as well.
Very much observing him. The fight could start at any point, and Singularity are in the exact same spot that they were. The only difference is look at Aero on your minimap. He's literally flanking right behind them. I do not think that vision.
Dredge, line, the damage started to come through. Scrooty being forced away by the depth charge. He's not involved in the fight, but so much damage actually going back is Nariki. Other one's been forced to run away. The lilting lullaby is monstrous indeed, and they are sent swiftly back to their fountain.
Okay, remember really quickly what happened when we celebrated Eminem winning a fight and Corki was still alive. Azito, Aero still alive. The 2 carries fall on the side of Nuriki, and there's people with low HP bars. They have to bail.
Sips will get out of there with that use of the E. The hook shot gets them out. Aero going over the wall. Will miss that rocket. And Singularity get themselves to Soul Point, get themselves a kill. Get themselves a pretty good position in this game. Let's have a look at this one more time, because I thought with that package and that dredge line, should have been Nariki's to win.
That was pretty well done right there onto Sips, but he's playing the Camille. He's able to generate the shield. He is able to use his ultimate to evade a lot of the damage. And then Scrooty again with another beautiful flash to mark everyone for that deep sleep and push them away from that river. And you know what? He still has 100% kill participation.
He does indeed. You said it though, so they can't drink yet.
Exactly, that's why I said it before you said it.
All right, people, get that orange juice, get that watery water ready. Scooty has the 100% kill participation still, 12 out of 12 thus far. A very, very impressive performance so far from the Singularity jungler. In a game that, again, there is still a world where Singularity can avoid relegation, just about. They've got 6 games that they need to win, a lot of them back-to-back, but they could just about squeak
They've got
out.
6 games, and M&M just lost theirs today,
Indeed.
and they still have 3 wins. So technically, they have 6 games, they have to win 3 of them, at least.
If you can start, if Nariki and M&M don't win anything, there's a world.
You just have to play JDXL and Riddle.
No big deal. They're not very good in the league, are they? They're nowhere near the top 2. They're all right, yep. If you've not worked that one out, guys, we're being incredibly sarcastic. They are brutal teams to have to play when considering your relegation lives are on the line. And again, some of those Div 2 teams are looking pretty scary. And while the likes of, say, M&M might be feeling pretty confident going into a best-of-5 from what we've seen from them here, teams like Singularity, you've had to do a lot of shuffles, really struggled to find form. Hell, even Nariki here might be looking at some of those teams and going, that looks a bit scary.
And I just want to remind everyone how we've had an Enrique interview, and I'm pretty sure it was Banderas, and he's like, nah, we're making playoffs. Like,
they really believe it, and they're not that far away.
They're not that far away. They are 3 wins away from the last playoffs team, which right now is X7 in 6th place with 6 wins. So if they win this today, they get 2 wins away from X7.
Exactly. You need at least the 50% win rate, assuming no outside factors like, X7 winning a game or 2, which is, of course, a possibility indeed, as Baron was started in person, avoids the dredge line. Nabagnale's been making a few of those pretty scary over the last few minutes, but 30 minutes on the clock. It's another game that's going a little bit late. It's a pretty tense one still. Nariki with that gold lead, as we've said, but it still felt like Singularity are the ones with that proactivity.
And again, these 2 teams resort into team fighting because if you look at the 2 top laners, they're not running the teleport, which means you cannot pressure side lane, and if you do pressure side lane, you need to make sure that you will kill your opponent to create even more pressure, potentially threaten a tower, potentially threaten an inhibitor while your team is fighting 4 versus 5. But due to the fact that none of the 2 top laners can actually enter a fight from far away, meaning they don't have teleport, it's very difficult to do so. Also, it's very dangerous to put your Corki on a side lane to deep push, same as it is for your Swain, which are your 2 main AP carries. Not for both teams, because you also have Lilia from one side, but they're key members that you cannot afford to lose, especially the Swain in a fight where he creates so much space for his team. It will be impossible to fight without him. So these 2 teams, unfortunately, will have to resort to just team fighting around neutral objectives.
Not to interrupt there, but of course Banderas got hit by the swell seed and had to pop the ghost because he was feeling at risk of being run down there. So that will be a pretty important summoner for some of those team fights down for the Darius, especially with a minute or so to go until what would be Soul for Singularity. And while Cloud Soul can often be a little bit hit and miss about how useful people think it is, Lilia, a Swain, yeah, exactly, the Zeri as well, all these people for Singularity, of course, with Yudi on the other side, as you said as well, would love to have that additional movement speed when they press R.
Completely agree with you, and Riki do too. They've set up a bunch of vision towards the bot side of the map. They are going to take the Scuttle Crab as well. 50 seconds until the next dragon spawns, which is going to be Soul for Singularity. Only Soul point for Nariki if they manage to take it. Now, the thing is, when you are sitting very comfortably on Soul point and the opponent team does not have Soul point, you can allow yourself another 5 minutes. You can say, screw it, we go for next one. If you need specific items, if you need more vision, and especially right now that we're looking at the Corki, the package is about to spawn, which means that you might not want to fight against Aeros Corki when he does have that package available. So you can say, fine, Ricky, take that 3rd dragon.
Worth pointing out as well, 4 items in for the Corki, 3 items plus Last Whisper plus Stopwatch in for the Aphelios as well. Yes, Nariki have felt a little bit on the back foot, but they've got the items to put some serious hurt down onto Singularity at this fight. And I wonder whether the break point has been hit, as that damage is just really hitting home now.
Level 17 from the Corki, 2 levels up on his counterpart Mirza, level 15. Doesn't quite have that 3rd point on his ultimate. Swain with 3 points of the ultimate is going to be pretty much invincible at this point, but you see the fact that Aero is actually poking him away. Right here, I think Singularity might want to cheekily try and threaten a Baron, knowing that there's only 4 members of Nariki, but yet again, you do not want to fight Nariki when that Corki has package.
The battle lines were drawn, a few warning shots were fired by Aero, and they didn't feel much like warnings at all, and Singularity was swiftly forced to retreat towards that top
hitting me too. slowly but surely in this game.
I'm watching you literally sink down, so you can't see this, but I was watching Trouble sort of like slowly melt towards the floor. It's like, you know, have you seen those people when they're behind desks like prevent to like walk downstairs or be on the elevator? It was basically like that, but like the Wicked Witch of the West going, I'm melting!
I was hiding.
Basically exactly that.
Close enough. Oh, TPs are gonna be pulled.
Ah yes, the
for
Wicked Witch of the
Baron.
Twitch. But never mind that, the Baron's been started.
But
Nariki
there's
here,
one
the package has timed out, and Banderas is indeed top lane. There is, bot lane, sorry, there is no teleport, so this will be a 4v5. At least for now, they're going to try and turn around Singularity, trying to go in. They don't manage to find the engage, but in goes Merzer all the same, trying to stay alive, but he's taken so low. Falls down, Flipper gets that one person and sips down to desperately low HP. Flipper lands the stun with a bear slap. Abagnale managed to escape with the dredge line as well, and Nariki, I feel that maybe Singularity's time has passed.
I think Singularity, again, are overreaching for neutral objectives. You do not have to do that. There's other ways and other things you can do on the map. Banderas was all the way down bot lane, trying to shove a lane, and then he walked all the way top. He managed to be there on that team fight. You do not necessarily have a fast Baron. You've got a Lilia and you've got a Swain. The Baron doesn't go fast as quickly as if you had an Udyr and an Aphelios and a
Going in,
your team.
trying to get onto Aero, he's flashed, they're going to try and get in on this one with the Hextech ultimate down. There is, of course, a massive shutdown. Another Baron that is swiftly taken. Significantly worse than it should have been.
And this is why you do not put your Corki on a side lane, even if he has teleport, because if Sips finds him onto the Camille, he is a dead mid laner. So really good stuff right there from Sips. Takes one of the Baron buffs off of Nariki as well. But now, the problem remains, if the only fight Singularity can try to have are through complete 5v5 team fighting, unless they have an impeccable flash R from Scroody.
Been one or two of those.
Into a tag, into an R from Scroody. It's a little bit difficult to engage fights, especially when there's a Nautilus there that has been doing wonders for them.
35 minutes into the game, they're going to break down that mid lane turret. Aztor forced to burn the cleanse to avoid the lilting lullaby coming through, and once again putting him under. Dr. Lilia definitely playing the role of anesthetic. Anesthetist, there's the word I was actually looking for, but Banderas is going to be put into the Hextech ultimate straight off cooldown as he's trying to try and get out, flashing away. Big Moonlight Vigil, but maybe not quite enough, and Flipper taken so down low as well.
Coming back.
Like you're doing their absolute best to get as much damage down as they can with the burst fire. But Nariki pull away, and now maybe they've got an opportunity to turn around, especially with Aero about and dangerous.
I'm just going to say, if you're here to learn macro, this is probably not the best game to do so.
Possibly not.
Possibly not. The fact that Aero again gets caught on a side lane takes down a lot of your side lane pressure, unfortunately, which means that even though Nariki do have Baron buff, they were pushed underneath their own towers simply because Singularity have the numbers advantage on the map. So these teams can unfortunately not find openings on the side lanes due to the loss of teleport on their top laners. They cannot create side lane pressure. If you send Corki, if you send Merza onto the Swain on a side lane, they simply just die to the Darius and the Camille, and this is where your numbers advantage comes from. So if you can't send your top laners on a side lane, if you can't send your mid laners on a side lane, you're stuck in what we like to call in Europe an A-ramp, which is exactly what's been happening for the last 70 minutes?
Something like that. 37 across the clock, a minute 14 until the Cloud Dragon will spawn, and that will be a soul one way or another, but never mind, now we've got a fight in this lane as Flipper about to burn down. Mercer secures it, drowsy goes Banderas, and he's likely to fall as well. He's trying to heal it with a decimate, but it's just not enough. Mercer shuts him down to boot, and that's 2 dead with 55 seconds until the Dragon, and actually a wave to shove through. Maybe they look for a little bit more.
Yeah, but if you see Person and Scroody are very low, which means they're going to have to press the B button and back, but that allows Singularity to actually go towards the bottom of the map, set down some vision, and prepare for the next Dragon that is up in 40 seconds.
Disaster. Scroody's not 100% kill participation anymore. And we're going to look at this play one more time because...
You did say it though, you did say it though,
I
but
did.
as you see, Scroody will dive in there, slightly miss Aero with the tag, and even though you see how difficult it is actually for Banderas to play these fights, getting perma-slowed by the Swain, getting pulled back and forth between the Leona and the Swain and the Camille, is just so difficult for him to try and find a way in. The Shining Light for Nariki though, Azita, 3, 1, and 3. 4 items in his inventory plus stopwatch. Stopwatches have won games back to back to back. So keep our eyes on Azita because this is going to be a big team fight that's going to end the game like they have been happening for this long. It's most likely going to be in 2 minutes when we've got another Baron spawning, and Azita's going to have to play a big part in that.
Time allegedly waits for no man, but I see a few of those watches, as you mentioned, in this game. And it might break and pause for a moment or two in this game, and it could well be very critical. But Soul secured by Singularity. 5.5-ish minutes until an Elder Dragon's on the table. About 2 minutes, or just shy of that, rather, until a Baron spawns. And that might be another point of contest in this game. It's so very close.
And again, all eyes are in the team fights, all eyes are in the carries. How much Spiky can carry a fight, how much Auditor can carry a fight. Both hyper carries, both at 4-item power spikes. This is the late game Azito has been looking for, especially when he's in one of his famous champions that we got to know him for in spring. And all these teams can actually do right now is just push down the lanes, push down mid lane, try to get some vision. 1 minute remaining, you need vision around that Baron. Whichever team gets it first, gets first control. Whichever team gets first control, they get the first pull on the trigger.
A minute until that Baron. Have a final look.
Yes.
As our NLC pets, a brief tension breaker as everyone's on the edge of their seats, waiting for this next one.
I'll see it again.
What a beautiful, beautiful pair of cats. Freya and Puss are grumpy about Vanilla GG playing late, and then are planning to nap until then. Sorry about that.
Actually, they are playing pretty late. They're on last game of the day.
Indeed. So it's a cat nap. Don't have a nap right now. I think we're all a little bit too stressed for that right now.
Okay, we have 35 seconds to wake up from that cat nap.
You had like 10 seconds of napping. That's all you get.
There is 30 seconds, and I think Sips has to start moving right about
now.
After he pushes that bot lane wave, because it's a long way all the way to Baron. And if Singularity want to contest this, they're going to want their level 18 Camille with 4 items to be participating. There is Sips. He also has, of course, Cloud Drake, which makes him move very fast around the map. And mid wave is going to be heavily contested. It's going to be very heavily shot from both sides. You need to have priority through that river to be able to come from all 3 sides into this Baron pit.
So many control wards, and of course the speed shrine as well means that Nariki have uncontestable vision in this river. And with Baron alive, it's battle lines being drawn once again, but Singularity pull away, Nariki reset, neither feeling comfortable really to force the issue quite yet.
So we mentioned how Singularity are not very fast with Baron, but at this point we have a level 16 Zeri and everyone's like level 18, level 16. It doesn't really matter if your team is necessarily really fast at Baron. Baron is going to melt one way or another. And again, you see how important it is for both teams to shove in that mid lane wave. Nuriki know when they have priority and when this wave is theirs to push, and they will back off when it's not. Next wave is gonna be Nuriki's wave to actually push, because as you can see, a lot of channeling happening on the screen. Meza is also going to back, which means right now Singularity have 4 on the map. Meza is going to be mid.
Got himself a Morellonomicon in inventory to try and cut away some of that healing, and with the likes of a Darius and of course a Bloodthirster, a Thelios, you can decide where you might want a little bit of that. Oblivion Orb is the final item from Scroody right now as well, so clearly want to make sure they have at least a few ways to curtail those healing options and the safety that maybe this Athalios might have. Otherwise, Sips sent to the side lane up here to try and clear this wave out, and again, as we've seen, it's been a little difficult to control those side waves.
Something that I've been very critical on, as somebody who watches the game from the outside, is that I look over at Nuriki's inventories and I see 2 control wards, 2 control wards, 2 control wards. Everybody who has a spot available that's not a completed item is prioritizing control wards over anything else. If I look over at Sip's inventory, I see a non-magic mantle instead of control wards. You see now 2 control wards purchased by person, and
okay. The moment you speak about it, becomes a Hex Drinker, which is a little bit more valuable, I suppose.
You know what?
I love that you had this really good point. I was completely agreeing with you, and I was just like, but there's a Hex Drinker.
Never mind.
Which, considering this Corki at 5 items, is pretty dangerous when it comes to AP values. I can see why that might be an option.
And I'm pretty sure his packets must be coming up very shortly as well, which means that he will have the teleport. He can back at any point, take the packets, TP back into the fight.
Flipper tagged by the Swell Seed, but no R key pressed quite yet. Mercer tagged by a Rocket, and he's certainly less happy about that. That's about 20% of his HP bar just disappearing in a matter of moments. And Aero lands another onto Sip, but Scooty flashes it in for the lilting lullaby! Enough waiting, they want more, but can they actually secure some kills? The truck laser comes through, but all the while, Nariki being burned away, especially as that Moonlight Vigil comes through to maybe turn this one around best they can. But no one is dead, everyone pulls away, and despite an attempt from Scooty, there's just not quite enough to finish anybody off.
There's just no follow-up. You do not have champions of the side of Singularity that can jump in with you in the backline once you get the setup. All you have is a Leona pressing R on top of your ultimate, and that's about it. Singularity cannot gap close, they cannot find the opening, and there's a bunch of stuff that has been built. Very crucially, the flash from Scrooty. We've mentioned how important he is in his team's engages, in him finding the carries in the backline. This fight is most likely going to have Aero with his package, because I see him waiting. I see the minimap, and he's actually waiting. He has teleport. This time it's going to be much harder, because you have to choose between a Baron and an Elder Dragon, and every team will most likely want that Elder Dragon. This time, though, Aero is sporting the package. Flash not there for Scrooty. It's going to be much harder to play these team fights.
FedEx might be a little late on the delivery, but Corki looking to make sure it gets to where it's needed all the same. The cost of that mid lane play, though, was, of course, Singularity getting first access into the river, but Nariki have been quick to find their way into a potential flank angle. Abagnale here hunting for that flash Dredgelight, hunting for a way to get onto a key carry.
Okay, Abagnale's Pinko would actually dropped into the pit, which means he lost complete control of the tri-bush. And now, if Singularity actually clear that bush, that means that Nariki do not have access to that flank, and Person is just gonna do just that, which means Nariki have to be very careful walking into that bush, which means they have just lost their chance for a flank. Aero is looking, he's gonna get tagged.
Ro does have to burn the puck, but now Sips is in the back of the pit, flashes out because he was caught in there, but that is packaged down. Flash traded by Sips. Elder Dragon started. Abagnale on the flank off Vision can try to look to get into the back. Person looking for the same kind of flank on the other side, but they get the hook into the dredge line. Singularity being forced to run away. Mercer demonically ascends, trying to do the absolute best. Sips still hunting for an angle. It's a solar flag going in, and actually Singularity, I think they're doing it. Aero to the side doing the absolute best, keeping down. Banderas going so low. Azador, he's going to try and get this one out. He's got Severum and Infernum, and they're trying to burn through as many as they can. Sips flashing away, but it's not enough. And Azitor's massive Aphelios finally comes through, and they will finally get the ace. And despite the closeness of the game, it's still Nariki that will come out with the win.
We said all eyes on Azitor in the last team fight of the game. You get this guy to late game, he will give you the big fat W, and that he will. He's died only once, he's got 5 items, he absolutely demolished Singularity in this team fight. Job done.
46 minutes on the clock, and Nariki find themselves a win after 6 consecutive losses. It wasn't pretty, it wasn't clean, but it was a win. They move to 4-9.
I'm just gonna stick on the fact that I said it wasn't pretty and it wasn't clean, because I'm not sure if Singularity are getting better or is any other team underestimating them when they play against them, because Astralis really struggled with a back and forth game. Nariki are struggling against them as well today with a really back and forth game, and I feel like Singularity are looking scarier and scarier for whatever team is gonna play them next, because again, you do not want to be losing to a team that every other team has beat, because it puts you behind on the playoffs race.
And it still means, of course, Singularity now to a very unlucky 0-13 game score. But of course, despite Scroody's best efforts on that Lilia, despite some pretty good early plays, couldn't secure the win. And that'll be it from us for now. We'll throw it to the desk to take us away with more of that game.
Thank you so much. So close for Singularity. This could have been it. One victory, but Nariki stay afloat with this one, and playoffs is still a possibility. A far shot, but still a shot. Let's look into this game and understand what happened, because Singularity had the lead or some sort of it.
And I feel like the way to characterize this game, not to simplify it, but it did feel like it was partly the Scrooty show. You know, that was a really good performance on that side of things. Good season. But it was also, it felt like Singularity were comfortable making big skirmish plays. While this was happening, though, Nariki was still... I mean, the eye candy looks great for Singularity, don't get me wrong, but I look at Nariki and they still have gold leads even when these plays are happening. You know, they take 5 plates spot. When someone gets a kill, it's like, okay, cool, but you're 10 CS down in every lane. What's happening there? It did feel like Singularity had the big skirmish plays, but there were some connecting bits in terms of how they played the map and how they played the lanes, which Nariki were just that far ahead in.
And it seems like if we look into Singularity as a solo queue team, they're doing wonderful. But on the other side, it seems Nariki has that sort of we play as a team. And at the end, it was more than enough.
Yeah, I definitely think that's the case there. In terms of you talk about a team, I think one of the things that me and Nymira were setting up in the draft was the snowball nature of that Darius. I think that's really something that came into fruition there. You started to see Banderas just after a certain threshold. Obviously, Singularity were in the driver's seat for a lot of that game. Once Banderas really got going, it was the case that he just ran over these team fights, Ghost into Swain. He's got 3 targets to hit.
If we're talking about team fights, I think we have a specific one around the Dragon to highlight this.
Because this was the first fight which Nariki started really winning as a 5v5. So before this was like, oh, Scrudy picks off Aero in the jungle, goes top lane, kills Banderas. And you can see Scrudy again starting things off, but while this is happening, Singularity go in and make the play, but they actually don't close down the Aphelios, who then gets the free hit. And then you look at Banderas on the other side, who's also hitting those targets you were talking about.
Yeah, he's just able to get onto these targets so easily. And like I said, there are 3 targets to hit. He's got the Ilona to hit, he's got the Swain as well. It doesn't matter that the setup is there from Scrudy. Scrudy time and time again using his flash, using his cooldowns consecutively to get those fights started, but it's Banderas who's finishing them every time.
And the idea, the question is, you have a way to the trigger. You pull the trigger to get the team fight, but is that any follow-up? Is that a bullet for Singularity, or is it just a blank?
I mean, you still have the you've got other engage coming in there, because you have like Leona, you have a Camille that can follow in. It's not like you don't have the tools. Again,
the gun was not a symbol.
Whereas like with M&M, it felt like they maybe didn't have the tools to finish off some of those team fights. This time they did have the tools, they just didn't use them appropriately. The execution wasn't there.
It's a dramatic game. It's a dramatic principle, isn't it? It's Chekhov's gun. The gun is there, the principle is there, but it's too little too late in terms of when the actual theatrics are occurring in the game. I feel like Singularity, a team time and time again, in multiple iterations of their roster, they don't take their shots when they need to at the crucial moments.
We're talking about the negative, but now the positive for Nariki. Obviously, this was kind of a mess of a game for them, but they still stay afloat in that fight, not only to run away from allegations, but to look into playoffs. Is it too cloudy, though?
Oh, to look in the playoffs, I'm not sure I could call that. I think after this point, you've barely scraped through with a win against now a 0-13 team. That matches Singularity's record from Springs, which, of course, they went in that same scoreline at that point. But Nariki, I wanted to believe. I still do kind of want to believe because, I followed this team for a very long time through the Finnish scene, through the Italia scene. This is a team with a lot of history for me personally. I mean, I cast them my very first games in some of the Italia Masters and a couple of other. I think it was Open Benelux Tour as well of those. Yeah. There are a couple of series.
Old, yes.
I'm feeling very old about this roster. But, I wanted to believe and still kind of want to believe, but they've set themselves such a hefty goal at this point that you need X7 to absolutely collapse. And while they have shown some weakness before, it's still very far off that mark, and Nariki still have a long way to go.
It's still at the end of the day that we get to see that game of X7, but today it's Nariki victory. Let's call it with the player that is going to be talking with us. It is Azitor, the man, the myth, the legend that pulled that Aphelios at the end. How are you doing? That was a rough one. That was way too close, no?
Yeah, it was way too close.
Okay, let's look into this game and tell me, it seemed like Singularity had the upper end on every single lane, but it seemed like you guys were farming and playing as a team better. Do you agree with this statement? And where do you believe it went wrong to allow Singularity to get to that statement?
I think they didn't really outclass us in lanes, but we made some mistakes, like when we had a bounce on bot lane. Abagnale got caught pretty much for no reason. And that's why he died, and then we had to get help to crash the wave, and that kind of started it.
So small mistakes that allowed Singularity.
Yeah, small mistakes.
Yeah, no matter. Yeah.
So that's small mistakes. Love to talk about some of the small successes that you have. You pulled out Aphelios this game, which is a champion which now, sometimes when I see the champion on the Rift, I accidentally call it Azitor, because I saw you play that so much in Spring to such a high level. I love your weapon management, actually. But for people out there who are maybe less familiar with Aphelios or didn't pick up on a lot of that knowledge from when that champion was there, what's the thought process for you thinking like a minute, 2 minutes ahead to have the right weapons for the right fight? How do you go about that? Because you are uniquely good at that in the NLC.
I mean, I have the same weapon rotation every time. I have red to gray to green to blue to purple pretty much, and purple and blue change. But in this game, I think the best ones were gray and green. So I used the other ones pretty fast, so I can use them in the fights. I think in the last fight, gray and green, I think.
You make it sound so simple, but
Which is
there's such
not.
a higher level to this. But yeah, really good to get your thoughts on that.
It's really interesting to see that your mindset not only allows you to run through that game and the position that you have on team fights, which is clean, by the way, and then also go through that rotation. That is high IQ. So can we go to the tough cookie now, Azitor? Can we talk about the tough one? Playoffs. Where do you think you're going to end the split? I know I have to do it, Azitor. Where do you think you're going to end up the split?
I think to get playoffs, we would have to win pretty much every game, right?
Uh-huh.
So it's pretty rough, I think, to get playoffs at this point. So I think at this point we are just not looking to not relegate, at least.
Okay, so tell me something. Are you playing? Is Nuriki at this point playing to improve for the next split, or actually get to playoffs? Because there's a big difference if you're looking into the future or the present.
I think we're just looking to improve for now.
Okay, seems good. It's an objective. It's an objective. So I'll see you soon. Thank you so much for this interview and congratulations on another victory.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye. There you go. I love this when teams are like, okay, we're not good enough right now. Let's look into the future. Screw up now the playoffs. I don't care about that.
I think there's a pragmatism to that, right? Where it's just like, you got to focus on what's in front of you.
Yeah, I think it takes a humble player to say, you know, right now we're not necessarily looking to shoot above our means, you know, go beyond our means. I feel like just being able to kind of selectively, you know, be a byproduct of what's going on right now. You talked about the present. Looking towards the future, I think, really important for Ricky. These are players, we've seen them for a few splits now. You talked about how you've seen them develop over the course of years. I feel like Azator especially, a player, definitely one that's developed a lot as we continue to see him. And I'm glad that his opinion is so aligned with that.
And they made a few changes, so this is a team that can only go up if they keep this roster at least. Now looking onto the other team, a team that also made a few, or at least a lot of changes, Singularity almost got their first victory, but they couldn't. So let's talk with Spikey on the side of Singularity. Welcome back to the show. This was so close. This was so close. You got almost the soul. You got the lead on every single spot. It was a Scrooty show. What in your mind or your eyes was not there to give you this W?
I mean, it was. I think their comp was really favored in late game, right? I think we had the tools to engage when package was down, but we couldn't really find the right opportunity. I think we hesitated a bit too much, and then we had a few unfortunate fights where we got impatient and pulled the trigger too early or didn't do it the correct way. So I think if we just play the fights better, I think this game is ours for sure.
This is a good segue for the question that I had. Looking into the team fights, it seemed like you guys were not on the same page once the trigger was pulled. Once Scrooty would go in, Leona couldn't get the same engages as well. Is this something that you guys are still working on, the communication and the flow of the fight?
Yeah, I mean, I think the team fighting will get better with time. I think it's hard when we have all of our gold on our jungler, right? I think we kind of wanted it to be more on maybe me or Mersa, but I think the communication is getting better. I think our team fighting is not quite there. I think it's a hard comp to engage on. They have pretty beefy frontline that they have to get through, but I think with time it will get better, I think.
In my opinion, I would say like you guys are looking cleaner as you guys go. Obviously, it's really late in the split, but regardless of that, you guys are making improvements. Now I want to talk with you specifically about something. You brought in the Zeri. Zeri was tweaked on the 12.12b. Do you still feel that she's in a really good spot, or would you like to play other sort of AD carries in the split?
I mean, I think Zeri is fine, right? I think for this game specifically, we wanted to play around top and for Scooter, right? So someone had to kind of take the bullet and blind pick. And I was looking at either Twitch or Zeri. And I think, I mean, the good thing with Zeri is kind of you can survive lane quite easily. She has the dash and you can kind of farm from rage a bit and be very safe. So I think in that sense, she's really good and she has a really good scaling. So I think even if you fall behind, you have tools to get back into the game. So, I mean, obviously she's way weaker than before, but I think it's still a decent pick.
If you could pick any champion, what champion would you like to play as an AD carry? Like, what's your favorite pick as an AD carry?
I mean,
you don't care about the meta.
It's always going to be the Heimerdinger, right? I mean, I would pick it every game if I could, but I think it's. I think the champion is probably one of the strongest in the bot lane right now. It's just really hard to fit him into a team comp, right? Since it's AP and it builds Leandre. So I think unless you have a really good AD
mid laner who can play like Yonias or whatever, I think it's really hard to pull him out. But I think this is just the most fun champ in the game. I would pick him every time, I think.
Hey, let's see what happens. Maybe, I don't know, into the future. By the way, Spike, you keep climbing the mountain. You guys are making progress. Regardless of the place you guys end up, be proud of it. You endured a lot. Thank you so much for this interview. Have a nice one.
Thank you, guys.
Weird aside here. I am in a montage of high-midding a place somewhere on the internet. I have no idea how I ended up there. I am, yeah. I'm not sure how this happened. I didn't take the clip of myself, but I am in a high-midding montage somewhere on the internet.
I'm actually also in a Synapse video where someone gets a pentakill on me.
So so you're on the loser side of the clip. I'm on a montage as well as a team of player.
Oh my gosh.
Well, that happened.
Well, maybe we'll get a montage of Spiky Heimer at some point. That'd be fun.
That would be
maybe
really fun
yeah,
to see.
that'd be really good to see. I'd like that.
See how the future
Social
is
clash.
Social clash with Heimerdinger. But now it's on to the standings to understand where Nuriki are right now. Singularity at the bottom of it, while Nuriki are running a little bit away from M&M. And that early game today of M&M put them in a really rough spot.
And now you're looking at this bottom three again, because you have to. And while Nuriki are at 4-9, that is with 2 games against Singularity, who have yet to pick up a win against anyone. So it's kind of inflated their score just a little bit. And when it is only just that little bit, it means a lot. You've only got 3 or 4 wins between you. So M&M, while it looks bad for them now, and it is bad, just remember there's that little extra bit on top of it.
I think also important for Nuriki at the moment is the fact that you think about that Veneer X7 game that's coming on later today. There's a world in which they're only 2 games behind the pack if Veneer win that. And that puts them in real, like, touching distance, I feel like. You can pick up a few more wins.
Puts it in perspective, yeah.
It puts it in perspective, yeah, 100%. I still think they're a cut below the playoffs contention, but you can get lucky. Daft Punk showed us that.
You guys know what the next game, by the way? You guys know what the next game is?
Who is it? Do tell.
It's going to be Bifrost versus Dusty. It's going to be that spicy one. But before that, let's bring more spice with the fan on the street from Bifrost. While we have Jake here, I'm afraid of this, but kick it! Roll it in!
Hello, we are out here in the wild and, oh, I think I just found some Bifrost fans. Hello, what do you think of Bifrost?
Turn up! Ice cold when it matters, shining bright when everyone else shatters. This is Bifrost on top of all letters.
Sheesh! Okay, have a great day.
Do you have some grill sauce?
Of course.
Thank you. The early bird catches the worm.
Nigga wanna see me fall. Stephen Curry, how I ball. Gosha garments and a white 3 on my body. I'm an icon.
Wait! Nah, don't even try. This was good. This is right up your alley, man.
You know, I must admit.
They got the beats. They got the drop.
I must say.
Nobody was expecting it.
I must say, fair play to Bifrost. They've done something. They've done something good here.
Wait, are you gonna give the thumbs up? Oh, he did it!
Because
the mad lad.
Like.
Just want to say it. You know, there's creativity behind this.
So we do a lot of weird crap on this show, and we've done similar stuff on other broadcasts as well. The key thing when you do this is to get so weird it becomes surreal, so you don't care about it. What was that, Bifrost?
Never let them know your next step.
This was like if David Lynch went to Shurima and just made Dune again. The second time. This is the Dune that was promised.
Bifrost versus Dusty, such an important game that is going to affect the middle of the pack, maybe allow Dusty to be top of the pack, or even Bifrost as well. And we're talking about this match after Wukong was tweaked. Clear Path is weaker now as well. There's a lot to take in, but let's talk about the top laners. It's going to be Kerberos versus Shikari. We often go to the top laners. Shikari on the weak side, Kerberos on the strong side.
You know, it's much like you're saying about Dune. Control the top lane, control the universe. And if you don't get the reference, I'm so sorry. It's a great series of books and movies. You should definitely look into that. But looking towards this top lane in a more serious manner, you know, we've looked at top lane a lot today. In fact, we had that one video from Tom Kick as well, saying that top lane was just in a really good position in the meta. I would say uniquely for the NLC, I'm not sure the global meta actually represents it, but because we have Shikari, Kerberos, and a whole host of other great top laners, you just have to put resources up there.
I mean, for me, this is a matchup as old as time if you're from the UK.
True.
I want to get some three heads going in the chat, because if you're from the UK scene and you've been around for a while, you know about the Kerberos versus Shikari matchup. This is ESL, Premiership, kind of old days, old seasons. These guys really go at it. I think they've got their own unique styles. To me, Kerberos much more of an individual player. Shikari has like quite a different play style. It's kind of a bit more difficult to put its thumb on. But I feel like this is always going to be explosive. It's always interesting for me to watch as well. As
I actually think, in terms of the playstyle for Shikari, I almost say it's hard to define because it depends what champion he's on.
Yeah, exactly.
So when he's on a Gnar, when he's on a Camille, he can be quite lane dominant. Or on the Akali as well. But then, sadly, I think back to some of his games at EU Masters, and that got a little bit awkward on there. Some of that laning phase a little bit rocky at that point. But this is the thing, right? Sometimes he has these champions where he's so solid on them that he performs a different role for his team. Now, he does have a bot lane with Odie in it, so that changes the role he's played for Bifrost a little bit, but it does not diminish how important this top lane matchup will be.
Question. He's allowed to get that way because Odie is getting the jungler to play for him as well. Diamond procs without the Wukong, because that was a heavy hit in terms of clear speed for Wukong on his E. Is he going to play the Wukong still?
Probably. I would say yes. I'd say just do it, right? At the end of the day, you're still going to be down in bot lane at level 3, level 4, whatever, at that kind of point. As long as you are there to set up Odie for success, I don't care about your individual champion in jungle. Odie is the real carrier of this team of Bifrost.
What about you?
I think for me, it's one of those things, you just can't really fall clear on this champ anymore, I don't think. I think you've got to skip a few camps.
That's the next jungle clear challenge for NLC. Doing it on nerfed Wukong.
I have a plan for the next jungle clear challenge, but now I also have the green lights to go into Champion Select, so if you might, show him. There you go, you smack it and then you jump into Champion Select. Bifrost versus Dusty, 7-5, 7-5. They're tied up in terms of wins and defeats, but Bifrost are a little bit behind. What can we see in Champion Select?
I think it does come down to your safe blind picks. I think that comes down to a lot of it. I am not surprised to see Stan's Nautilus taken away as well. I think that then Voxen and Stan have been getting up to speed. The NLC Stan was coming up with a lot of hype into Div 1. It wasn't a play which I'd seen a lot of gameplay of before, but I was starting to believe in this play. It took a little while to get online. Of course, we said with Dusty, they had a couple of good games at the start, but then they ended up losing to our very best teams in quite dominant defeats. And then in the other way, they were starting to beat our bottom teams. They're starting to rank that up, though, and they're starting to climb it each more. It started with Astralis, then they beat X7 as well, which are also in that pack. And suddenly Dusty are looking like this team, which are really, really gathering speed.
Yeah, I think for me as well, an interesting thing in this draft is we spoke about the Wukong being weaker. We keep harping on about it. I don't think the champion's worth picking anymore. Do they just let him have it is the thing here. Do you throw the gauntlet down? Do you throw the gamble down? When you know he's such a different player without that champion, even despite the nerfs.
It's more about those team fights. Diamond Prox is an issue with that champion. 80-something-ish win rate with Wukong.
33% without.
33 without it.
Yeah.
Give it away?
Well, I think that's exactly what they've done here. They've not banned it in the ban phase. Do they B1 it here? I think the Seraphine...
She was tweaked as well.
Also tweaked, yeah. There's a lot of champions that have sort of...
That they used, that they were tweaked.
But this comes back to a point we bring up every time something like this comes in for Bifrost, where they are not going towards their traditional identity. We saw this with the Bel'Veth. We see this when they haven't played towards bot lane carries, because likely that is going to be a Seraphine heading towards bot lane. If it goes mid, that's one thing, but I don't think it is a stable mid laner. I think there are a lot of picks which can end up exploiting that. And now you're giving over the chance to give an R1, R2 strong bot lane. Does this mean that Bifrost, once again, have to show as they have moved beyond just being the one-trick pony of getting Odie ahead?
We've seen the Voxnet play Jinx as well, and if you're fighting versus a Seraphine, you know you can get to the late game with no issues whatsoever with Renata helping you. Hostile takeover alongside with the bailout. That is kind of powerful.
Voxnet is another historical player within the NLC too.
NLC champion, and I feel like we really need to start putting some respect on his name.
Aha, there you go. It is 8-4 for Dusty. I was kind of confused, but I didn't want to talk about it. There you go, it is fixed. I was like, wait.
They've just taken the Wukong for themselves here.
Oh, and with that lock-in, you know, turns out, you know, they lock in the monkey and they get themselves another. It's incredible. You just lock in this champion, you get another win.
Huh.
Still that broken.
So, you played it before with a different sort of style.
Yeah.
I saw your eyes. You cannot hide them away from me.
No, because again,
No, that's a highlight. It has to be done. It has to be done. What's your favorite champion, though?
What's my favorite champion?
Yeah.
Nunu main in there.
I'm a renowned Nunu main, but I must say I do despise the champion. I only play because my hands don't work. Evelyn, probably my favorite champion.
Hey, you got the Yari. You like the Yari.
Yes,
Maybe
Initializer's.
You actually don't.
Favorite champion as well.
Evelyn, yep.
So Gnar and Bel'Veth
like
after
this
the
one.
tweaks.
So I like this a little bit more in some ways, right? Because Bel'Veth was nerfed, but at the end of the day, the champion's identity is the same. You don't play for your lanes play for you. Now, someone like a Seraphine, if it is safe and is pushing, helps with that. If you end up getting something, I mean, if we get a Santa Seraphine, that's one thing, right? But we'll see what ends up happening with that. When you have a Gnar tends to control early matchups, which means that if Bel'Veth needs help in the jungle, Gnar can help with that. If you need to do anything in terms of pushing your lanes and give Bel'Veth options, Gnar helps you with that too. Question is, what can you do to get that in mid lane as well and control like a whole side of the map so Bel'Veth can come online? And then, I mean, one of the big problems with Bifrost in the last time they played this champion is that they went towards early objectives and didn't have the team comp to play for it. With their last two picks, can they do that? Versus a Renata, level 6 is incredibly important for that. Wukong, level 6, also very, very dangerous. I think if you're going towards objective fights, even at this point, you're probably still losing.
I agree with that. What's your take?
I mean, for me, I think there's a danger almost here in what Dusty are doing, in the sense that they're banning the Jinx. I feel like if any more AD champions get taken away here, you're kind of pinched for the pool somewhat. For me, what I would like to see from Dusty is AD on 4, then play for counter pick for Backland. I feel like Backland being a real, you can even see it in the initial bans, Yasuo LeBlanc banned in response to what Nymira was setting up. Odie's very much the carry for Bifrost, but Backland, for me, been a very pivotal member of Dusty.
Very true. You see that Yasuo first rotation ban, crazy.
Yeah, exactly. Who else do you get that against, realistically? I feel like unless you're playing against a team that's renowned for the Diana, Yasuo, some of these frontline bruises, like stuff that we've seen from SKT recently as well. But yeah, no surprise to see this much attention getting drawn to someone who is, for me, one of the more impressive mid laners in the league.
It almost seems like they're trying to bait in the Lucian from Odie with the amount of AD carries they're taking away. They take the Lissandra away, which means the Ahri could go into the mid lane for backline instead of the Yasuo.
I think that'd be pretty good. I think at this point, you know, you are likely to have uncontested push mid. If you lock in that Ahri, you already have the Wukong. Wukong Ahri is a strong duo. You have mixed damage, you have very high target access, you get into that backline. And with something like a Camille, you then have a full top side where if someone gets caught out, everyone else piles onto them. Now, I would like to, at this point, because you have so much setup, see more damage on that Ahri, maybe see something like the Ludens, the Magi's. We saw that in Div 2, you can build it, and maybe something like that. But either way, I think that maybe getting a bit ahead of ourselves, I still think that would be very good for playing against the identity of Bel'Veth, where they don't like playing against these strong early pushing lanes.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, this is more what I was saying before about the AD carry on 4 here. I feel like it's good as well. You take away one of the comfort picks of Odie as well, and especially if you're thinking about that Seraphine can pivot into the mid lane, you're taking away a 2v2 potential lane that could be locked in for the blind phase here. But yeah, it's the Ahri in response, and I feel like you're saying, you're the Ahri Chronosaur.
I am.
You traditionally don't view the Veigar as a direct lane counter, which I think in the same way that a lot of people do. So for me, I feel like that would be the lock-in here, but I also don't think it's that great into the team comp.
What about Sylas,
what are the answers?
I mean, Sylas is already banned. Sylas and Akali both end up kind of banned as, again, very high mobility picks, which can kind of capitalize on people showing weakness. Either way, I think that the Ahri is a valuable pick on both sides. Again, maybe we're tunneling a lot on the Bel'Veth, but we know what happens with this champion. You can lose because this champion isn't relevant in the early game, and there's no one to support it. It's in the similar kind of way of, like, you can't play around. It's like the polar opposite of a Volibear, where Volibear will always control the early game. You don't want to fight there. You just need to be playing defensive. On the other side, with a Bel'Veth, you want to be able to fight early. You want to be able to lock that in. And with the Amumu locked in, a lot of engage being locked in for Bifrost in that bot side of Seraphine and Amumu. That is a lot of chain CC. It's
a lot of CC, I feel like, but does it... It's difficult to really tell at this point. Does it? We talked about Bel'Veth being that kind of champion. It's different to the traditional style of jungle we're seeing in the sense of it's not that spam camp, skip camps, full clear. It doesn't operate on these individual binaries. You need to play through it. You need to facilitate it. Do you think what they have in terms of Bifrost, what you're seeing in terms of the composition, Nymira, do they have champions that can facilitate this Bel'Veth?
Well, this is so weird because this to me screams a go bot comp. You just go bot lane, but it's the opposite roles. It's not actually Diamondprox going down there to facilitate Odie and Highway. It's actually similar thing. Everyone's there at the same time, but it's the opposite roles. It's Odie and Highway saying, hey, Diamondprox, do you want some CC so you can do the damage? That was what was missing really from the last time they played this champion. Question is, you're doing into an Aphelios Renata.
Yeah.
You give control of that lane over early, what seems to be your main like win condition in the early game, is very hard to play into that 2v2.
They've negated it well, I feel like, in terms of what Dusty has offered up in response. I feel like he's good in terms of the theme that's been set over here by Bifrost. I feel like they're quite hard pressed, like you're saying. They do have the tools to enable this Bel'Veth and give it that CC that was so lacking in that inaugural game that we saw from Diamond Prox. But I feel like there's some very individual matchups that could really play out and influence this game. I really want to keep an eye on how mid lane transcends. I really want to have a look on the top lane that we set up before.
I want everyone to have fun.
Do you know what my favorite Ahri build is?
What is that?
Riftmaker Spirit Visage.
I'm leaving.
Well, this is a good time to toss it to the casters, I guess, because we just lost 9 mana. As we jump into this one, Bifrost versus Dusty. Take it away.
So the real challenge now is to find...
He would have made it worse. What? He could have said Putrifier.
Oh! I've seen Ahri's build Putrified. I've never seen...
Putrifier.
I'm watching, literally, I watched Nymera over there, pause at the door, and literally give Trouble the filthiest look of disgust.
He could have made it worse. He, not me. I would never. I would never.
I don't know, you would just irritate him, let's be real. You've
But Ashram would say.
I definitely would. Anyway, bringing it back to the game at hand rather than Ahri builds to infuriate my brother. Dusty, 8-4, 3rd place. Bifrost, 7-5, 5th place. 1 game apart. Both teams looking to be contenders for EU Masters, for championships, and this is a very important game on that front.
I think it's more important for Bifrost because Riki just won, they're at 4 wins, Vanir is at 5 wins, they haven't even played yet, they're playing last tonight, and Bifrost are on the edge of falling out of playoffs. They're at 7 wins, X7 is at 6 wins, and their 2 last teams just qualified for these 2 last playoff spots. So right here, it's not even about climbing the ladder, it's about making sure you secure yourself inside these playoffs, and then you can choose to fix whatever problems you have in the regular season in best-of scenarios in playoffs.
So, a bit of a look into this Bifrost comp briefly before I think we might talk about things like Linkas taking the Wukong away to set up some future talking points, but this Bifrost comp is not dissimilar to something that Kongdu Freaks used to stop T1's incredible win streak. When T1 finally lost a series, part of it was off a Seraphine bot lane, and no AD carry, and the Gnar was effectively the AD carry, and you had this kind of pure CC healing monster dive comp that you just couldn't kill through. And it's not a dissimilar vibe to that, and I've seen how this works. And for all it's a little bit different to a standard comp, it's pretty obnoxious.
I think it requires, though, impeccable team fighting. And if you told me Bifrost from Spring, after 25 minutes into the game, I'll tell you impeccable team fighting. This particular Bifrost has not necessarily convinced me enough that they've got the same synergy with the previous roster when it comes to team fightings and only that. So even though this roster, I can see the survivability and all the shielding and the healing and all the zoning tools that they do have, I still see the lack of damage. And I'm waiting also to see what Diamond Prox is going to choose on that Bel'Veth as his mythic item, because last time he played the champion, he went towards the Chem Tank. He wasn't doing enough damage as his team needed, and he also had a little bit of an unorthodox way of playing the champion, right?
Yeah, it was a diamond special where sometimes you just play in a very different way. It's something he's always been famous for. It didn't quite work out as well as they would have liked, though.
It was a level 3 gank bot lane into a level 5 dive in the top lane, which, yes, it did work, but in reality, he did put him behind, and that's the level 3 gank we're talking about.
Backlund gonna have to try and get away from that above as below, forced to flash away, and Diamond will back out having used the Void Surge, and Linkas will not run into the Bel'Veth, but may now look to try and invade on her Raptors. Over comes Stend nice and early as well, and we've seen this happen before where Bifrost allow Diamond to get invaded incredibly early, but over comes Highway.
Yeah, Highway is also going to be there, but I still think Diamond Prox does not have anywhere inside his jungle, especially because Backlund is leaning towards that side of the map, which means if a 3 versus 3 breaks out, Dusty will have more members. Then Voxne has also been moved because the wave had been shoved in the bot lane, and this is what happens when you stop for a gank.
Might be looking for it, gets handshake. Diamond going to try and surge away, but taken pretty low. Smites onto the Krog, stay alive, and now they're trying to turn this one. Odie is coming over. They'll get a hold of that red buff, and just playing off the lane pressure, this Bel'Veth being put behind. Massive sleep, but can Denvoxy get close enough in? Not quite, and actually managed to time that one out very well with the Void Surge.
Right, so a lot of questions, a lot of answers, a lot of talking points. Main ones, though, are the junglers. And for Bifrost, Diamond Prox has been a big talking point due to the fact that we're having the legend back in a team in the NLC, and he typically tends to drop a lot of his early game leads, such as experience, gold, yada yada yada, to get his lanes ahead, mainly bot lane. His focus has been bot lane. Now, why we mentioned why the Wukong takeaway was pretty huge is because 83% of Bifrost's wins come from that Wukong. The fact that he gets the proactivity in the early, the fact that he was playing on a much stronger champion, gave Bifrost a lot of their victories. Now, of course, this is a nerfed iteration of Wukong. From what I've heard, his full clear has suffered 6 to 8 seconds, which is pretty massive. But then again, Linkas is a very early game player, a very early aggressive player, and so is Diamond Prox. So taking it away from Diamond Prox when he has 83% win rate works, because Linkas can also make it work, as we have a 2 versus 2 in the bot lane.
Indeed, and Sten's gonna try and flash. That won't quite make it work. Highway taken pretty low, but Odie trying to make sure they stay alive. No heals. Does have to flash and just gets first blood. That's it as it works down Vox. No flashes and gets that one. Highway left out to dry. No use of the shield available. Just falls down in the 2v2.
Yeah, and even though Seraphine does a bunch of damage later on, whilst his scale, whilst she has a few points in her queue, somebody with auto-attack damage that can walk you down, such as an Aphelios, is going to be much stronger in the early game fights to come, because Renata can also pull out shields and a lot of sustain for her 2v2. So Highway ends up paying, he loses his flash, and he ends up falling down. Now, what does that do? Then Voxner also lost both of his summoners. Sten also doesn't have his flash available, and Diamond Prox, even though yes on a Belva that should technically be farming,
doesn't have any camps up at the minute.
Yeah, he does usually pull these early game ganks.
Does indeed, and he's got Highway with him, looking to maybe try and get something back, especially because he hasn't got any of those camps, as we've mentioned.
Oh, this is genius. This is genius. You know the support reset. You know he's going to run straight to mid lane.
So smart, and they've got the Mumu there, goes straight over, above, as below, and avoid surge or two. Means Sten has got nowhere to go. He'll bail himself out, but there just isn't enough money in the world to bring that business back from the brink.
That was so freaking clever. The fact that, you know, on the first reset of the support, where do they go? They never go bot lane. They always go and hover around mid lane, trying to look for a gank, and especially since Buckland is missing his flash, of course, Sten would walk mid, trying to cover his mid laner with probably some more vision. Really clever right there from Diamond Prox and Highway to camp that bush, get one kill under Diamond Prox's belt.
Absolutely, in a way to bring that Belveth back into the game a little bit, especially after some of those early invades came through and really put that Void Empress behind. On the other side, though, of course, Linkas does still have a lot of those camps to farm. He got the additional camps from Diamond Jungle. Is nicely ahead on the Wukong. Nerfs be damned, partly off some good early play from Dusty, as we said. And honestly, this guy in general has been pretty phenomenal, all things said and done. One of our absolute top performing junglers in the league.
Yeah, and if you look at that, gold at 15, he is first, meaning that junglers such as Stefan or Dan are right behind him when it comes to gathering that gold early into the game. But he is below them when it comes to damage per minute, but still being third on a team that is not third in the standings. It's pretty outstanding, which means that Dusty really heavily rely on the jungler to make these plays in the early game.
And, you know, call it out as well, Bifrost Performance Coast actually said, look, the player I would most like to work with who's not on my team is Linkas. I really rate this guy, so a lot of respect coming over from their opposition even in this game. So certainly a player to keep our eyes on, and has managed to certainly get some individual advantages off those early plays. About 600, 700 gold lead right now to the side of Dusty, largely off said plays, and have to see how it translates as we head towards something like a Rift Herald spawn in 10 seconds or so.
Again, also, we didn't mention the fact that you've got 3 priority lanes for Dusty. So usually a Belveth wants to stay in her jungle, she wants to farm, she wants to be stacking that attack speed every time she kills a creep in the jungle. But what Dusty did to disrupt that is they drafted 3 priority lanes and managed to invade with that purpose. Zoe out pushes an Ahri. You've got Camille, who always has kill potential onto a Na, especially if he's mini Na. Now Bifrost have gone all the way towards the top side of the map to try and defend. Highway's only level 4.
Down to 2,000, they can make this happen. They're going to try and get in with that bandage toss. I don't know who on earth took that one. Linkas has popped. The Cyclone looking to try and secure the eye, does so. Curb goes down though. Will get reset though with the bailout. They killed off Highway as the Glacial Augment died.
Odie.
And now Odie's going to come over. We'll have level 6 Alex, there's an encore available. Gonna miss, not quite enough range on it. And that means the turnaround from Bifrost just isn't quite enough. And Dusty get out with a kill and the Herald.
Oh, that was so dangerous. You see Highway walks in level 4 into a level 7 Camille from Kerberos. Kerberos gets bailed out by the Renata as well during the fire. Let's see this again. This is right now a 4 versus 2. Highway overextends. He's all alone. Only has two team members right there. And Dusty destroy him as a 5-man unit towards the top side of the map. Then Voxne is there first, which means they have numbers advantage, and the bailout was very clutch to actually save Kerberos. That flash away from Buckland actually saved everyone here, because had it hit Buckland, it would have hit everyone behind him as well.
That was so close. Maybe if Fury had managed to flash or have a Spirit Rush just enough off cooldown to get another charge across, maybe that would have been enough to extend it. Alas, wasn't there. Now Den Voxney with 2 kills to his name, including that first blood down bot side. They've got Herald in inventory as well, and Bifrost in a pretty tricky position early on, down a fair amount of gold and early pressure. But of course, Fury gets away with it in the mid lane, but just about lands on the edge of that sleep. But Backlund will be able to get close enough. Fury, with the reset available, will likely take this opportunity to go back to base.
And I think the story is the same, because if you look at that, Fury is about 10 CS down. Now he lost that 3 creeps experience and gold from underneath his tower. He has to back out. He needs to wait for his HP and mana to regen a little bit before he TPs back into this tower. This allows Linkers to actually walk into that river first. He also has Kerberos there, which will secure him another Scuttle Crab. And I know this is not necessarily huge, but the more victories you get on the map, the more farm you take away from the Belveth, the more you delay her scaling.
Absolutely, and you know, fortunately for Fury, this is a guy who will backland left lane twice to go bot lane, to go down to the jungle, and still down on that CS. That's credit to Backland, honestly, for playing the lane and the wave states very well, who's had a massive glow up since spring.
Talking about credit to Backland, I think I completely 100% of 50 agree with you.
Yeah.
I think if any player developed massively from spring to summer, that is Buckland. And that says a lot about Dusty and how they believe in their players. Because when the restructure happened, everyone was replaced except Buckland.
Yeah.
Buckland remained the only player that the team was built around, and had it been an insane glow up from spring, his Yasuo 2 games has to be banned on first rotation, because guess what? He hasn't died on any game.
Took 4 bans.
On a champion that plays in your face as a melee squishy.
Yep.
He's Yone, insane. He's LeBlanc, 3 solo kills in lane. The guy commands the laning phase, but is also a menace when it comes to team fights.
And especially considering we had a lot of expectations of this guy coming into spring. And then, honestly, kind of underperformed for a lot of it. Had a bit of a rough split. And then coming into summer, this one remaining player, a lot of faith put into this guy, as you were saying. And now landing bubbles like this with the Heralds coming through, and Fury chunked out to half HP as this Herald's about to come crashing down, and all the plates that will be going down with it. And Backland, well and truly in a phenomenal position, a formidable position heading into the mid-game of this Game 3.
And if we can very quickly toggle to gold, I think Backland might be very close to his Ludens. Yeah, he's so close to Ludens Echo. He's about 140 gold
Angle
short.
here, Diamond's going to go over. The opponent's below, forced to flash out a Stend. And now with 3 seconds until this Mountain Drake, Diamond with the Void Surge to get for the forwards may need to flash here. The Cyclone's coming through, and now they're actually going to try and turn this one. The hostile takeover only lands onto the Amumu.
That's 3 ultimates gone for Dustin. They're important ultimates, everything up for Bifrost. If anything, this is their fight to take.
Will they be able to land that paddle star, though? Not quite in range, and Fury starting to help forward, does miss the charm, and this will now be the 5v5. Everyone available to try and make those happen, as Backland is the one throwing out the poke. Diamond down to about half HP. Dragon also down to that level.
Okay, Backland is their only tool to try and keep Bifrost away. Poking them down means they can't push
So low on
too
the mana,
far.
though. How does Dem Vox, I apologize, secure that? AD carry gets that one down. Kerberos back over the wall, and Dusty get away with a second dragon, despite Smite apparently not coming through on that one.
I think Bifrost were very hesitant there. All 3 major ultimates from the side of Dusty were already used. This is your go button to actually make something happen. If you're Bifrost, you've got a Momo ult, Seraphine ult, Ari ult, Gnar ult. You've got all the ults available to you to make that big wombo combo and shut people down. But the fact that Buckland kept poking through that wall meant that everyone was not healthy enough to actually commit into a 5 versus 5 fight. Yet again, Buckland coming in clutch with the positioning, putting down the poke, commanding the side of River to the point where, yes, then Voxne takes the dragon, but hey, he's also playing for Dusty, so we take those.
Absolutely, and let's be real, like, Backlund there was all about 10% mana, but he'd done his work, right? The health bars were too low, and the contest was good enough to secure that kill. And we've got ourselves a Ludens completed by Buckland. Thank you, Trouble, for pointing that one out. And we're in a position where Dusty are up a healthy amount of gold, about 1,500. But, you know, Bifrost is very much still in this game. Once their mythics come through, as they have now just about come in, they weren't there for that dragon fight, maybe they'll feel a bit happy to contest with something like the next dragon or the next herald, because I feel that will be the moment, or he's just going to walk away from them this game.
Yeah, and again, next herald is just about to spawn right as you mentioned, and Bifrost have already accounted for it.
Here we go.
Kerberos in the bot lane. Highway, oh my god!
Diamond's going to get the above us below, thinking about going forwards. Highway gets in for the curse of the Sad Mummy, but is very left alone. Link is taken pretty down low, but now maybe the turnaround can come through. Link has over the wall. Does surely go down. He's not going to get bailed out at all. Stend left to go down as well. 2 kills over to Bifrost, and the team fights are in, and Diamond Procs ascends. The true monstrous form is available, and now there is that devastating, absolutely monstrous Belveth Herald push available to Bifrost. They are running their hands with glee.
No.
As, oh my days, huge knock up with the above us below. He's still alive though because of Severim, and Kerberos secures the kill. How did Bifrost not secure that?
Oh my god, so it is Linkus overreaching into a small choke point, then Bifrost win, Diamond Procs is ready, he has his form, he can take the Herald down really quickly, then he overextends, trying to find then Voxnet with the heal and the Severum just about survives. If he didn't have that gun available to him, he would have fallen prey to Diamond Procs, and as we will see this again, you do not want to fight in a choke point versus a Mumu, versus Seraphine, and versus Ari, because the skill shot will hit exactly, and there will be devastating. So the Amumu ult goes down to 3 people. And yes, even though you manage to kill Highway, you losing your jungler right here, which means you're losing your tool to do the Rift Herald. Meanwhile, you also have Stend, who's overextended onto the Renata, ends up going down. That's a 4 versus 3, but then Kerberos jumps in. We have another fight, and Bifrost seem to be sandwiched here.
Diamond does get the knock up on Kerberos, who's got no flash, so he's going to go straight down, and Diamond will ascend once more. Definitely a little angry about getting picked off the last time. Of course, Den Voxing with no flash, no ultimate, and no cleanse cannot step up here. Herald secured, and there it is, the true form of Belveth. They'll try and shove in with a Herald somewhere, you have to imagine. The Void Remora will be circling around as well.
One more auto will do it, though. Mid lane will fall, so the amount of time that Bifrost actually used to take that Rift Herald needs to net them at least a tower right now. Because if it doesn't, it means they have actually wasted a lot of time to take it, and Dusty...
The knock of the teleport's coming through. Odie's going to come down. He's a little bit late. Highway going to be left out to dry. Will get knocked up, but Diamond tries to get in. Can't quite make it because, of course, the hostile takeover makes his life incredibly difficult. And Odie only now turns up. He's too late to be a part of this play. And as a result, 2 members fall from Bifrost. They tried to make the Herald play.
They can catch Odie as well. There is a hook shot. Very nice low.
Oh, good encore, but it's still not going to be quite enough, as it's well timed by Kerberos to buffer their way through. Gets the kill, and they get a kill onto Odie.
Kerberos has been the silent force on the side lane this entire time. He joins 2 team fights, suddenly Dusty wins 2 team fights. He's such a big nuisance and a problem, because even though everyone is trying to zone Linkus away from entering the fight, from getting that big knock-up and CC, nobody has any CC left to throw onto that Camille. And again, we mentioned that if Bifrost don't get a tower, the time invested for the Herald is not worth it. They try to overreach, they try to pressure down, the TP comes in from Kerberos from the flank, and Dusty have their ultimates back up and available, which is why they're able to chase Bifrost away and take a shutdown, if I'm not wrong as well, onto Diamond Procs.
It was a pretty close one. Odie was a little too late, and this play is just a bit frustrating. The encore comes off cool, and Odie thought he managed to interrupt it, hadn't quite. And as a result, 2 members die for Bifrost. They don't manage to get that much out of the Herald, despite the amount of shenanigans that went on around it. Dusty find themselves at sole point at 18 minutes, and they're well and truly in control of this game.
I would just like to point out here that Den Voxne has been in more kills. He's participated in more kills than anyone in his team.
Yes.
I do not necessarily know how your marksman has participated in more
solo
kills in general, playing Aphelios out of anything in more kills than anyone else. He's almost has 100% kill participation. Almost.
So it's the phrase, the particular stat of the day, apparently. And speaking of things of the day, let's have a look. That's some more of that hashtag NLC Pet. Indeed, a very good boy. That bow tie is exquisite.
That is one best boy, not just a good boy. I love the ears as well.
Just a little bit floppy.
I love floppy ears on dogs. It's so cute.
So there's actually something... So fun thing. If you domesticate animals, they often end up with floppier ears. So foxes, if you domesticate them, end up with floppy ears eventually. There's some weird thing around when you breed animals for domestication. They end up with, it hits a part of the brain which also affects things like ears, apparently. There's a whole thing about it. There you go.
Wow, thank you for chiming into my documentary in the future.
Yeah, I've got fun facts for you to fill out like multiple games.
I might invite you as a guest.
I'm flattered. Big charm onto Linkhouse actually into the bandage shot, but Highway's been a little bit overeager. I think it's fair to say on this Amumu. 0-4 and 4 has not really had the game on this champion I think he was hoping for.
100% kill participation, just saying.
So is Diamond, for that matter, actually. Just saying that one. But, like, again, we are in this game with a stat that's becoming increasingly nonsensical. But alas, Dusty with the outer towers down, looking to shove in and get that final one in the top side with a Severum and a Crescendum. That feels like fairly easy work for these
Also,
players.
this is a little bit of 180 from the previous game, because in the previous game, the teams could not necessarily be on the side lanes due to the nature of the comps and missing teleports, right? But in this particular one, you can. You have the Camille with the teleport, you can shove a side lane, you can actually threaten both the Ahri and the Gnar at this point with how strong the Camille is on the side lane, which means that Dusty can right now play the macro. You see that Kerberos is in the mid lane, whilst they have made sure that the top lane is all warded, so then Voxnay, their marksman, can push on his own and cash in on the money on his own. So solo money, more in his pocket, 2 items now on the Aphelios. You pointed out the Medjais.
Let's say Nymeria somewhere is affecting everyone right now, apparently. By the book becomes a mantra, and somehow he's mind-controlling the league into picking up that particular item.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I'm not mind control, you pointed it out.
I did. I just started because, like, how is this happening again? Of course, it is Backland, who's having a very good game thus far on the Zoe 005.
If you're not gonna die on the Yasuo, what are the chances you're gonna die on the Zoe?
Indeed. Been playing very well on the champion so far. Continuing to be a bit of a menace around those objectives in particular. And we've got about 2 minutes or so until the next round, which of course will be Soul for Dusty, comes up. And Baron is on the table, but I think right now we do have that little bit of breathing room before the next bit of action kicks off, unless someone really mispositions, shall we say.
I'm looking at the inventory of Kerberos.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing Garden Angel in the making, potentially.
Basically saying, I want to go in and sacrifice my life.
Exactly, and I really love this about Kerb, because they are only 1 dragon away, a minute and 40 away from the next dragon. This could mean if you do ace this fight, if you do give up your fake life with the GA,
he's in a lot of trouble, and there's a Moonlight Vigil coming through, has got a stopwatch, does not have the option to go away quite yet. Flash has got the ult as well and does get out to safety. But what happens in the mid lane is Diamond's actually been caught out trying to get away. This one as well has got the flash, yet to use it now, trying to get out, still about alive, will get taken up by the Battle Star though.
And look, instant ping on the Baron. That's what I was trying to allude to. The fact that you have GA and you want to fight later on means that you can overextend, win a fight because you overextended with GA, and then turn it really quickly into a Baron. Why a Baron? Because you have Aphelios, one of the champions that are notoriously known for taking neutral objectives really quickly. Right here, Bifrost though are going to split. They're not attacking mid lane, they're not attacking Baron. Yes, that mid lane tower is going to end up going down because Dusty is going to back here. But I'm seeing a lot of split decision-making on the side of Bifrost. Fury trying to flank, not working. Diamond Prox overextending to push in the wave all along, gets caught and dies. 35 seconds as well from Dusty. This is why they sacrificed the mid lane tower, because they're going to have the push with the Baron. They had the evolved backs as well, so they're going to get faster onto the map to go for that dragon, which is going to spell Soul for them. And slowly but surely, there's a 4,000 gold creeping in for Dusty, and the items tell the story. Guardian Angel also purchased for Kerberos.
And it's such a difficult one. Fury gets caught. Bifrost tried to defend their mid laner and end up getting punished even more for it. And with the map control falling away from them as it stands, honestly, ever since the early shove in mid and bot that forced that invade onto the Raptors, it's been a very difficult game, and Dusty have really played with their lane pressure exceptionally well in this game.
Also, since you mentioned about the composition, how who's played in the LCK,
Hook onto Backland, has still got the flash, may not need to use it though, as they try to get the hook. and won't be able to finish that one up.
Can't lose the
Dusty
stacks
goes
now,
to
initialize.
No, I know. Will be a bounty available to them as they're going to get a hold of this tier 2 in the top side. So actually a fair amount of gold that comes back, but on the other side, Curbs gets the tier 2 down there, so at least traded out. But Soul was secured by Dusty.
And look in the mid lane as well. You have then Voxney pushing in. Linkas is on the side as well. He needs to make sure to not get caught.
Big Rouge, Shikari's about to hit Mega. This could be really problematic. Has to flash away. Encore goes wide though, and now Curbs into the backside, and it's a 2v4. But a Walk of Fury, massive charm, can't quite secure it. It's already 2 dead, both the Gnar and the Seraphine down as Diamond Rocks tries to get onto them Foxy, but they can't quite get close enough. All the while, Linkas and Kerberos will secure the rest, and Bifrost tried to collapse and get collapsed on in turn. Dusty demolished Bifrost.
They have Baron. Look at the death timers. 42
gone.
Fury, 27. They can actually try to possibly even finish the game or take double inhibitor. The TP is going to be called by Kerberos. They could end right here, right now. This is one of the fastest games of the day.
Absolutely out of nowhere, the game is done. Minions, Severum, Crescendum, and a very swift game from Dusty. The disconnect there over the last couple plays punished Bifrost, and they melt to the might of Dusty.
And our analyst desk said it as well. The skill level, the skill ceiling of this Dusty lineup, I don't think we have yet seen. The versatility they bring, the fact that they only kept Buckland from Spring, but Buckland has had suddenly a glow up, as you mentioned, Undying on the Zoe. I don't know when was the last time this guy died in an official game.
It's been a hot minute.
It's been a hot minute, and Dusty look so freaking good. The problem now for Bifrost is the 1 win away from X7, who's lurking at 6th. They're 2 wins away from Vanir, who's lurking at 7th. If you can't pick up these victories, you're not necessarily making it easy to secure playoffs.
No, you're not. And Bifrost, some of those miscoordinations, a lack of pressure early, really burnt them. And on the other side, Dusty, such a clever use of that macro and pressure. But that's not for me or Trouble to talk about, because we've got a desk to do that for us. Archeron, Nightmare, and of course Dom Jake, take it away from here.
You know, I always ask how they're doing, but nobody asks me, how am I doing?
It's because we don't care, to be fair.
Hey, at least you're honest about it. Well, it makes it easier, I guess, as we move along to this one. Dusty coming with one of the fastest games at NLC.
Can I just say I care? just so even it out, I
Thank
do
you.
genuinely care.
Some positivity.
Yeah. But that positivity now we can get more positivity by talking about Dusty. Let's bring the tone up a little bit because oh my gosh, this team is having that glow up. And I think in this game, the thing which impressed me the most was they identified what they needed to do to win, and that sounds like such a basic thing. It's like they knew that they needed to destroy the Nexus. Yeah, that's one thing, right? But it's actually quite involved when we were talking about on desk in terms of that draft, saying, look, Belveth wants to do this around objectives. They want to do this with their lanes. This is how they perform in team fights. Dusty see all of that. They raised them one and they beat them with it.
I'm really loving some of the teams and how they draft in terms of, you see a theme get set out and they just one-up it. We saw the draft earlier between Eminem and Riddle.
Holistic drafting. Like you just
Holistic.
see what's happening on the other side, you draft against it.
On the fly draft, I think is really good because for me, we talked about the Belveth and how it needs things to facilitate it, it needs things to get it through there. They had things to facilitate it, but they were never able to facilitate because you couldn't get them out of the laning phase. I feel like Amumu and Seraphine just not the pairing I particularly want. I can understand the theory behind it, maybe the level 6 mark, but they just got absolutely bullied out by the enemy bot lane. And what do you do from that point?
You identified those issues as you were talking about, the idea that you can just invade Belveth straight away, red buff, not allow her to do anything. It's not about allowing her at least 2 levels. It's insta-solidify on what you need to do. And it seems like the skill ceiling on this team still keeps getting higher and higher. Is there any end to this? Because it doesn't seem like it.
Oh, now that's a question because I think at the start of this split, I actually pegged Dusty to be kind of where Riddle were instead. I thought if there was a team that wasn't JDXL or X7 coming in to really explode this split, I thought it might end up being Dusty. I saw the name of Kerberos, I saw a couple of these other names come in, and I thought, you know what, that seems like a good roster. We'll see what happens with that. Again, changed my expectations for them after the first couple of weeks, and now they're starting to seriously go beyond that.
And now that I want to talk about the Wukong as well, before we jump into the first interview, the idea that he built the chain sword, and we were talking about this in the previous game, such a valuable item. And I know you know about this, so can you guide me through it?
I mean, you're the jungle expert, tell us about
chain sword. Hit me.
I'm just going to pretend I know. I've heard what he said about it. I'm just going to take it. Yeah, it's like something like you get like 3,200 gold of stats from a 2,600 item.
Here I was.
That's without the passive, actually, as well. That's the kind of maths that I really bring to the table. I'm a bit of a math.
You said emotive failure, by the way.
Totally didn't steal from it. You know, I was here like, oh, we've got a jungle main on Dash. This guy.
Okay, let's go into the interviews today with Dimvox now, the AD carry they brought in. Diaphilis, how are you doing? Welcome. Okay, this is a different setup.
I'm doing good.
That's a different setup. Okay. We got I'm just looking and I'm valuing what you have behind you and also what you brought into this game. This was a fast, clean victory from you guys. How do you feel about this one?
Honestly, I feel pretty happy. I think we did, like in the early game after we got the invade off, I think we messed up a couple of things and we could have punished a bit more. But like overall, the whole game, I think we played pretty well. Like we were doing our thing, and then if they, like let us punish them, we did. Kind of with the Fury's Ari, he got caught on mid. The same with Diamond Prox. So I think that kind of just accelerated the game. But I think we should have had the win no matter what. So I'm happy that we weren't like relying on any, like them giving us a free win or something to actually win the game. We did our own thing, and I'm proud of that.
It felt like you had a lot of options to fight when the fight was given to you as well, especially very early into the game. Kind of from our perspective on broadcast and from what we've kind of heard from interviews from Bifrost too, they talk about just having strong champions to fight early. It seemed like you drafted yourselves a lot of champions to do that yourself this game, whether that be in lane, you did very well there, whether that be at Herald, Renata, or lots of other things coming in. What was the conversation like around that early game and knowing when you could fight?
I think it was just, when they pick Seraphine as the first pick Seraphine, it's a very good scaling pick. So you kind of have two options. You can try and match the scaling or try and go punish the early game and try and get Drake, get Herald, like fight early. So we knew we wanted to have like a bit of a combination as well. Like Aphelios kind of strong early and fight a lot. Yeah, but he's still like at 5-6 items.
I mean, they did well. I would have to say they did really well.
He's been sworn to secrecy there. I feel like some kind of clandestine shadow network. He was about to tell us some real secrets. You could tell.
The agent was like, get him up, don't let the secrets. And now Dusty, in my opinion, they're looking to go for the second seed. And this is quite interesting because we saw Riddle play. We're like, okay, this is a team that can actually face versus JDXL.
I see a very confused Vox Day back on the screen.
Is he back? I think he's back and smiling. So let's jump into it. Okay, give me the answer. Is it in danger? Blink twice.
Yeah, no.
Tell us.
We picked like a bit of scaling and a bit of early game as well. So we can stack the Drakes, we can do this. But once you go later, we still have like damage and opportunities to do stuff. It wasn't like Kalista, right, which is a lot more early game, but a lot less later on. And I think with that in mind, like we knew that Seraphine means this, so we need to play towards our strengths and thereby her weaknesses, but which is a lot of the early game team fights, prio. Early jungle skirmishes, Drake fights, stuff like this, and I feel like we did that quite well, which is why I'm happy with this win.
Thank you so much for the interview, Dimvoxnet. That was a good one. You guys did a clean game, and I'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
See you.
He managed to tell us the secrets finally.
And he went rep god, by the way. It was like, okay, I have to do it as fast as possible.
Really bad. He was like, quick, tell us everything. It's like, in fairness, he did tell us really quick.
All I'm saying is if Dimvoxnet is suspiciously not playing the next game, be something. I feel like he's going to get a, in The Godfather when the horse's head is in the bed, he's going to get like a razor mouse in his bed in the morning.
Well, the thing is, though, he had a teammate who used to play a lot of Hecarim.
Oh my God.
I was thinking about that.
He's back in the league.
This metaphor's got legs.
It's got many. It's got four. It's
got hooves. Sorry, go on, Archibald. Sorry, mate.
Hey,
we'll think of more stuff. Carry on.
At this point, this is a complicated setup for the Bifrost at this point. But regardless, they're still keeping their positions in playoffs. So let's talk with Diamond Prox to understand what happened on this game. Welcome back to the show, Diamond. Welcome back. Please save me from these guys, by the way. Save me. Okay, we need to talk about the idea that you brought in the Bel'Veth yet again. And it seems like throughout the early split, you were playing for your team, allowing them to get some sort of leads. But now it seems like the team is playing for you with the Bel'Veth. Am I correct? Is this a wrong statement?
I think it's kind of a wrong statement. I think
me.
I play on Bel'Veth for my team. I gave a lot to my team in this game. Like I burned the Zoe Flash, then we killed the Renata, then we played for division. I think it's not like a selfish champion too much.
So what happened?
I mean, we just played worse. Our opponents were better. That's what happened, I think. We got outplayed in the multiple scenarios in the team fights, and that's why we lost.
And how can you fix this moving forward? Because you guys are still in a place where you can get access to playoffs with no issues, it seems. So how can you fix this moving on into playoffs?
You typically discuss what you're doing wrong, where you lack the communication, where you're missing some mechanical plays, and then after the discussions, it becomes much better.
Okay, I'm enjoying this conversation, so I'm just going to be focusing on this, on Diamond Prox, because now I want to go really deep. Because do you believe that strength of Bifrost at this moment relies on the best of fives, or you still believe that you can take the upper hand on the best of ones?
I think best of one is usually kind of a random place to be in where you cannot come back. Like you kind of don't know what you're coming against. You only can like presume what your opponents are playing, what they're prioritizing, what are their strengths, and you only see all of this after the game. And after the game it's already done, the best of one is over, so you can only go for the next game, and next game is going to be on like 2 different patches, so you're not prepared for them anyway. So yeah, best of 5 is a totally different thing. You can lose one game, figure out your opponents, and then play like adapt accordingly. Here you cannot. So I think best of 5s are for me the easier format, but best of 1 shouldn't be a problem for us as well. I think it's just a rough luck.
Okay, and now tell me, when you look into the top teams that are ahead of you, like Dusty, Riddle, JDXL, do you think you guys have what it takes to take them down on a best of 5, or is there some issues to resolve before you get to that stage?
I'm pretty sure there are always issues to resolve before you get like very good, but even on the level that we have right now, I see no problem taking those guys on 5v5. I don't mind. But yeah, if we want to be more consistent and have more chances winning them, we should resolve our issues, that's for sure.
Okay, one last question. It's a quick one. Looking at Wukong, it was nerfed in terms of clear speed, but it seems like he's still reliable in team fights and AoE and what you can provide to the team. Do you still think he's top tier jungle?
I think he's up there. He is probably not the best jungler like he was before. He was the most broken champ in the game probably, apart from Kalista, but it's the other role, right? And now he's just more on a like, he's tier 1 probably, like maybe a little bit below that, but he's very strong champ.
Okay. Thank you so much for this interview. I really like to talk with you and get into the nitty-gritty of the situation. Thank you so much. And
Thank you very much, guys.
See you, man. Yeah. Have a nice one. I really enjoy talking with him because I like to bait people to talk about what I want. And he always talks about what I want. I'm like, okay, I want to know more now. I want to know more.
Mind control. Artrom actually has mind control. Next time Denvoxy doesn't turn up to a game, this guy.
It could actually be, maybe he's the one that disconnected him.
Maybe.
I mean, whenever players get disconnected, I'm here. So maybe that's on me.
That's true. No one on the NLC broadcast is disconnected while you weren't hit. That, you know, we're discovering so many secrets today out of the players.
Because I'm the host and I'm always here. I don't know. As we look into the standings to understand what shift on this game. Dusty are now currently on 3rd place, 1 game behind of Riddle. Astralis needs to win if they want to keep that fight. And then Bifrost.
We have such a lovely flow right the way down the standings.
Wait, like, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
That's lovely. That's lovely. 3, 0.
And then, yeah, that's...
I mean, obviously that's going to change a little bit, as of course we've got a couple of games left to play.
Yes.
For now.
Now you feel well, a numbers guy.
I feel nice. This is nice numbers.
So you like these numbers and you like statistics.
I like this more than league statistics, which isn't a hard thing to do, but it's worth saying.
That's your take?
I'm a fan of words myself.
I've noticed. I've noticed.
Quite an elongated kind of preposition kind of guy.
So let's ruin those numbers for you, because next game is going to be JDXL versus Astralis. Astralis needs to win this one if they want to keep tied and glued with Dusty. JDXL cannot afford a few losses. But before we do that, we have a challenge.
Do we?
We have a Lee Sin jungle clear challenge, and this time it's not with Ben. No. It's going to be with Diamond Prox. We just talked with him, so let's see how he fares on this challenge.
Enough blind jokes. Stop asking for more.
Hello everyone and welcome to another Lee Sin Jungle Clear Challenge, this time with the legend, the one and only Diamond Prox from Bifrost. Hello Diamond, how are you doing?
Hello, I'm doing great.
Man, I have a lot to talk with you because you brought in the competitive runes. You didn't even change anything. No Ghost, no Fleet Footwork, straight up Conqueror. What is the reasoning behind this?
I think I don't like to play unrealistic scenarios when it will never happen in the game. And here I'm basically showing how in competitive you would clear. I mean, in competitive you would probably not even start Q or E. You would start W if enemy jungler can puff to top. Yeah, puff the same way that you puff, so you can contest the scuttle with more health. Because if you start the Q, it will be kinda low.
What are you going to start with though? Because if you start W, it's going to be a lot slower, no?
Yeah, it is. Maybe I will start with E, okay.
Okay, and this may be a difficult challenge for you because you are the one that invented counter jungle, so you don't like to make a full clear, especially with Lee Sin, right?
No, I love the full clears Lee Sin. I think this champion really shines when he can full clear later on. Like if you farm well, you actually don't scale as much.
Okay, so what timing are you going for? Do you want to be at the top of the ladder? Do you think you can do the 326? Or you think you're going to be a little bit slower?
I think it's going to be slower, definitely, because there is no ghost, no anything. But we will try to show the fair Lee Sin, because usually you actually take, you either take 3 camps and gank, or you take 5 camps and go for the scuttle. That's the more usual approach to this.
But you're the legend, man. Let's see. Show those guys. Style on those kids, as Goldboard usually says. Okay, Conquer it in, so no Fleet Footwork, guys, no additional healing coming in for Diamond Prox. You have to kill all of them, by the way. Don't pull this off on me and leave one behind, okay? Don't stop it. Okay, Tempest is off cooldown. There you go. Easy. Where do you think you're gonna use the flash?
I'm not gonna use the flash, man.
You're not even gonna use it!
Have you ever seen a Lee Sin that uses the flash on the clear? Except for this challenge.
This is the Chad move, Diamond. This is the Chad move. Oh, you're getting a little bit lower. Oh no, Diamond. Not even close. Not even close.
Yeah, of course not.
Oof. This guy. You're making me nervous, Diamond. You're making me nervous. You cannot die, man. You cannot die. Okay, get the Omnivamp. So far, 246. Not far behind. What would be the perfect timing for you?
I have no clue, honestly.
Man, the knowledge coming in, but you're getting so low. Damn it!
No, we're fine, we're chilling.
Oh man, I'm too old for this, I'm getting nervous.
Okay, now I would usually go for the scuttle, but I'm actually quite low, as you see.
No, Diamond. Now you got the Omnivamp. And you're rolling around the skills so well. You didn't even pull the Grumpy. This is a good timing. 323, 324, 325, 325, Diamond!
So,
you're first place! And you didn't even flash! He did it! He did a 325 with no flash whatsoever. The Chad move conquered it as well. Didn't even pull it up.
He literally came in and said, who uses flash on Lee Sin? What are these runes? I want it to be realistic. And then beats them anyway?
I don't know.
I really get this hyped over this. This is special.
This is really special.
This is just, what has he just done? How do you...
He's mad. He's a mad lad. That's what he is.
He's like Michael Phelps, going to a children's swimming pool and just doing a backstroke while they're all propelling themselves. An absolute joke from Diamond Prox. Who does he think he is?
Oh, the legend, I would say, the legend. I mean, that was fast. That's a first place so far with no Soph as well, no Krogs alive. That is the perfect timing. I would
take notes.
And with no flash, and
imagine the time he would have gotten if he did all the cheese stuff.
Yeah, if he did the cheese.
Yeah.
I don't know. He
would have been
on those kids.
2022, probably at least.
You know we still have 2 junglers that need to do the Lee Sin Jungle League challenge. You know who's missing?
I'm trying to remember. Has Taxa done it? Yeah, no, Taxa...
Taxa did. Taxa did a no-smite challenge.
Is it Linkus?
Nah, it is actually Dan, who's going to be playing on JDXL versus Astralis. I have really good segues. Astralis versus JDXL. Astralis, if they win versus JDXL, they get the glued on Dusty. If JDXL wins this one, they will probably lock in at least the top 1 or 2 seeds for the playoffs.
And as for every team facing JDXL now, if you beat JDXL, you get to feel really damn good about yourselves because they are looking excellent. And speaking of Dan, I feel like has been the iconic player in Summer NLC 2022. This guy has defined a lot of what it means to be a top team here. So what he did against Riddle, just effortlessly went top lane, destroyed their win condition at level 4, and then just went about his way. This guy, alongside the rest of this team, are so poised to, again, be so dominant in this league.
You know what I'm going to do? If we need to talk about any lane whatsoever, we'll be talking about the top lane a lot of times. So might as well look into the supports. Kiba and FGG. That is a topic that we decided upon to talk about this.
We did.
And why? Why is it?
I feel like Kiba, if you want to talk about spring till summer, like the major changes for me is in terms of how they operate and how they move around the map. And for a lot of that has to come from the support role. FGG, kind of inaugurally a massive kind of climber in terms of actually playing. I mean, I remember when he was playing in UKLC, he comes in as a sub for
UKEL qualifiers.
UKEL to NLC, and now like on not just an NLC, like a bottom tier NLC team, the preeminent NLC team. These are 2 supports, they're impact players. I think you can see that in the mirroring the stats here as well. Like very much to me, kind of both seminal pieces of their team's success.
And I think what's really interesting is you look down at those champion pools, and there's actually so much different stuff in there too. It's not like it is just the FGG Rel from Spring, which was awesome, don't get me wrong, but it's going beyond that now. And they are still, of course, with FGG on the first place team. Kiba has come in and revolutionized Astralis. This is actually a conversation which was had a lot at the LEC in terms of when a team is on form and is a proper, quote-unquote super team. And, we're not going to call these that in the NLC, but strong teams have strong jungle supports in a competitive sense. And if you have Kiba coming in and it changes the way you move around the map, you have Taxa and Kiba lining up and starting to make things happen on the map, that is where it really comes from.
There's another topic I would like to just tell you as we jump into the Champions Select, the idea that FGG is the only support so far that is always capable of getting to the Herald fight at level 6.
Yes.
I don't know what magic he's pulling in, what sort of leech is he doing?
That's the Damwon Kia rotation strategy. You leech XP from both lanes at once, you get it for the Herald, and you just smash face.
As we jump into the Champions Select, I'm going to do it, okay? Okay? There you go. Look at that, fast. The harder you hit. No, don't do it. Don't do it. He's going to break the table.
Local man destroys building in fit of rage.
Astralis versus JDXL, 8-4 to 11-1. And if JDXL loses this one, Kodok has to apologize yet again.
Hang on, yeah, and I just love instigating that stuff, because I mean, I have absolutely no fallback for if this happens. I just enjoy spectating it, but of course, there is something about seeing the mighty fall as an underdog story. There is something fun about that, but still, seeing someone be put up to a pedestal and put themselves onto a run of dominance to the point where it is a fall is also equally entertaining in my eyes. And if we're looking at teams we want to send to European Masters, a team like JDXL on form is someone that we really want to well, we're going to want to keep talking about, I suppose, because it looks like Champions Select is going to be restarted soon enough.
Because if we need to send someone to EU Masters, we need someone that is capable of fighting LFL. We got someone from the... I mean, if we can't win LFL, might as well steal their caster. So we got Goldberg back one day. We got you as well. I mean...
Well, it's nice to do some charity work sometimes and just come to a league where... we are the best league.
Oh, look at these bans. Aren't bans interesting right now? I love to talk about champion picks and bans.
If this time I get to go to EU Masters, I'm... you are done.
You've got to imagine what it's like for me. I'm a traitor now immediately. I'm a UK person showing my support for France, which is, as you know...
You're just fishing for likes. Okay, Champion Select, Gnar, and the GP. Obviously, there's a lot of attention to the top side. Kryze did a wonderful job on the previous day, but with the help from Dan, on the other side, Carlson is evolving as a top laner.
I think in Spring, Kryze is quite clearly our best top laner across the split. I think that in Summer, Jaxplank has had so many resources thrown at him and has used them so well, it's hard to rule them out of that conversation. But Kryze has still had a very good split. They are still very prominent at playing whatever you need them to. They're a very versatile player. But when you're against a player like Carlson, who also likes playing the 1v1s, I'm looking at Kryze and saying, well, you just matched Jaxplank, you know? Why wouldn't they go for another top lane pick for him to show off his stuff?
And Carlson has been spamming that Gnar competitively with us. He has been banned. Torok is aware of that. Even though people can counter the Gnar, you can't allow him to go through for a player like Carlson. What else do we get on this ban phase? Because it seems like it's going to be an overloaded draft anyway. Seraphine yet again, ban versus Torok. What can we expect, guys?
And Corky's not banned yet. That's a pretty... Sankux has played that very, very well. I actually want... But MNS, of course, playing that very well too. But Sankux has also shown the other side of the coin and saying, you pick the Corky, we pick the Silas. You mentioned that earlier. I think that's a very important thing. I would imagine that Corky is still going to feature in this draft. It hasn't been touched on the B patch of this 12.12. And with the Zeri moved away, it's on the table.
There's actually another strategy I think that you've seen some teams opt into in response to the Corky. It's never actually worked entirely, but for me, a thing
that doesn't sound like a good strategy.
For me, a thing that teams is the Xerath. It's artillery mages, but the problem is that they can't execute upon it properly. But actually, strangely enough, JDXL to me seemed like a team that could get a Xerath game working.
I mean, they play Lux, as in terms of long-range artillery mages, and they've done stuff like that.
Jimenez is good with skill shots, I guess.
He's good with a whole lot of champions, I hear.
Maybe.
But you know, Dan is really
Katarina
good with it.
was buffed.
And they are hovering it. It's there. The hover is there. Once again, shout out to Chublink. See, thing is, though, hovers of my main champion mean less now because everyone's been playing Ahri for an entire split at this point.
And everybody's sick of it.
I mean, forget about a hover. Draven's just been locked in again. I feel like we're seeing so much more of this.
Nah, I got you baited. I want that so much, but obviously it has to be later than.
I was just looking at it like, funny champion hover. Oh, what's that? We've seen 3. Wait, that's still locked in. It's even though we've seen it a couple of times now, and we've seen it from Attila, we saw it from Mishiku, we saw it earlier today. It's still a champion which warps the draft around you, and what I look at this now is Volibear jumps towards a Draven who wants to go bot lane early. You don't want to go bot lane early against a Draven if you can't go punch for punch with the 2v2. The 3v3 is crazy.
Unless it's at level 3, so you know Venzer might die at that one.
It is the
curse.
Level 3 Venzer. Yeah.
Everything to do with 3s is bad for Venzer.
I think it is. As we get the Aphelios on the other side for Astralis at this point, they might look into lock in the support, maybe. For Astralis, you don't give a lot in.
Renats is already gone, which is one of our most lane-dominant supports. I think at this point, when you have the Aphelios locked in, you can't afford really to go towards something like a Yuumi. The other prime lane pairing, this has been so consistent, is the Aphelios Nautilus. I mean, we saw this out of Nariki earlier in the day too, and this is a lane which will, one, be able to fight very early into that game. Nautilus kind of bails out Aphelios just having an awful level 1.
I was thinking about it.
And it's so reliable at finding engages in team fights. You know who is a nameplate with a champion attached to it is really good at finding engages in team fights? FGG's Ral.
You played it once on Summer Split, and I think, is it locked in? It is. It is locked in. We finally get to see FGG back at the Rel. I'm happy.
Yeah, back on the Rel, back at the helm, and I feel like, for me, Torok and Axel here have really, they're just answering back, and I feel like they've got answers for this in terms of, you can see what Astralis have come out the gates wanting to do. It's the Volibear wants to facilitate a lane, but what Excel have done have said, we're all in on bot lane, and you need to either answer that or lose the game.
And particularly in this bot lane thing, I mean, most of the time, bot lane is determined by support matchup. In fact, we were talking about this when Goldberg was on desk as well, in terms of saying it's about 80% support matchup, 20% AD carry in terms of 2v2s. There are a couple of outliers. One of them is Lucian. One of them is something like a Draven too. At level 1, Aphelios isn't really a champion. He has 2 weapons and no abilities with either of them. So you have to rely on the Nautilus bailing you out at level 1. Well, Draven beats you at level 1. Rel beats the Nautilus in extended trades like that too. Because while the Nautilus goes, haha, I can stop your crash down, it doesn't stop Draven spinning up those axes. I think this 2v2 and actually the subsequent 3v3, because Volibear is going to come to bail that out. Trundle's there, 3v3, bot side is around your ADXL. Next thing I'm looking at is, do you have a mid lane matchup which can make its way down there? That's the one thing left in the Astralis tank to bail out what is going to be a very risky bot side confrontation.
Astralis are in a bit of a pinch as well. They've got to go for obviously 2. They're going to know a little bit more after the 4th pick from XL obviously, but you've got to kind of, do you pivot into safer lanes to play through and enable through the Volibear, or do you just kind of accept the gambit that has been laid down almost by JDXL? And I feel like...
no, Diamond Prox was playing earlier.
I'm not even going to laugh at that. Not even going to smile.
Orky has been unintended until this time. This could be a safe pick as well for the top side.
And, you know, when you're seeing the Aurelia and the Ornn banned away, I think what effectively JDXL is saying, let's ban away champions which do well when all the resources are bot side and top lane is an island. That has kind of been the meta out in global League of Legends. In the NLC, we've seen actually a lot of resources gone towards top lane. We've talked about that a lot before. We have a lot of very good top laners that love having those resources. But when you have this Gragas up there, he's going to turn up to team fights, and as long as he's surviving on his own, he's very happy to be there on his own.
Jake.
I actually really like the prescience of this Gragas pick here, as we are going to see some of the blinds come through. But to me, this is a net neutral in some of the carries that you want to go for. If we speak about how some of the, we've talked about the pivot that might happen here from Astralis, this Gragas pick prevents that pivot. It's very, very intelligent drafting from here for Torek here. You're preventing them from going in a different direction, and I feel like that now means, well, forget that actually, they've just said Fiora. Well, fair enough.
Challenged.
Because this is now a little bit of it's a very interesting 1v1 with Fiora Gragas, because a lot of the time you're spending it in melee range, and that means you have very little time to activate your riposte if there's a belly slam coming your way.
And you have a lot of knockups.
Ourselves now. I believe M&S hasn't played the Yasuo yet, so it's another unique champion from him this year in the NLC. And, you know, actually this was something that was tried against JDXL, I believe, when they played through the Aurelia on the top side. No, in fact, it might have been a riddle game. Anyway, there was another game, because this was another game when the Yasuo was locked in, and you see something like a volatile top lane, you think, well, who cares about ganking? Let's send the mid laner up there too.
And M&S is a weapon to be reckoned with. At the end of the day, looking into the champion select, who do you think is going to take this one?
Listen, man, they should rename to legs because they're always at the bottom of the table. But Vandetto does have the bold buff, so maybe he can bring it back. Who knows?
I can't do that. I have too much.
That is a wig, by the way. We all know it's a wig, by the way.
Well, with my secrets now exposed, I do think that JDXL are going to win this game. I think that they have a lot of answers. The one failing point is if they go top lane and that play gets messed up, things get very dangerous to them because that can start snowballing the side lane. So watch for what happens towards top lane. Actually, we talked about bot lane so much. If you go top lane, throw resources there and fail, I think there's a way in for Astralis.
This is a dangerous game to look into the top of the standings. Let's see how it happens as we move into the Summoner's Rift with Initialize in Trouble Lane.
And legs.
I just realized, of course, when Donjake was last on the broadcast, it was as XL's fan on the street. And of course, he's now here on the NLC proper when it's XL versus Astralis again. Having laid down that diss track last time, I just realized the circular nature of the NLC. It just happens there again. It's good to hear.
Rebelling.
I see that you've got an anti-Corki poster.
And our last 4 teams have rebelled as well.
They have.
Because Bakon could have picked the Corki last game. He didn't.
100% presence is gone.
Yeah, Eminence could have.
The king is dead.
100% guild participation, gone. 100% presence.
Boom.
Boom.
We had that whole thing in the news segment. It's all gone.
No.
But now with those couple statements about Corki and then, of course, the nature of Donjake's content for various things in this matchup, let's talk a little bit about 2 very distinctive drafts. I was not expecting the Fiora for Carlson, especially considering literally in the green room 10 minutes ago, we were saying, look, Taxa loves to play for mid and bot. He's got a Fiora now to work with.
Yeah, but this guy has mastered weak side, and I think Fiora doesn't necessarily have to be the strong side of the map. As long as he's left alone in her own devices, he becomes a menace later on in the game, that's fine. But I feel like the Gragas is such a good answer to these champions that want to permadive you because he's such a good anti-diver.
Absolutely, but enough prevaricating and procrastinating. Onto the Rift we go for this marquee of matchups we have here today. Astralis.
Academy battle.
Indeed. XL versus Astralis, both doing incredibly well, honestly, up in the LEC. Both having a bit of a glow up here in the summer in the NLC. So, of course, XL, great regular season and then collapsed in playoffs. Astralis collapsed just in the regular season, let's be frank. It's been much better from these players, and we've got some very distinctive matchups to go through, as we said. Yasuo for M&S is something very exciting to see.
Another unique pick coming in together with the Zeri, if I'm not wrong.
No.
He brought another one.
Oh, did, yeah, in the middle lane. Sorry, I thought it was Zeri on the Rift. Like, what? No one picked
So
Zeri.
he's brought Vex. He's brought... no, Zeri he played last season as well. So he's brought Vex this split, and he's also brought the Yasuo in, which are unique picks, even from back in spring. Now, of course, here with the Yasuo, you have the easiest time of your life. You've got Body Slam, Gragas ult, Pillar, stand aside from Draven, ult from Rel. Like, you've got so many tools that can get you into a fight, and if these guys are bad and they can't get the job done for you, you also have your Qs.
Yeah, you can also do it yourself, exactly. You could go on full, you could go full Thanos and go, fine, I'll do it myself.
Right, if all 4 of them are terrible in the game, which they're not right now because they're 11-1 in the league, yeah, I don't really do the job yourself.
And M&S has kind of done that a fair amount. Currently at 18 solo kills in 12 games. 2.5 solo kills a game is nothing to sniff at. And of course, on Yasuo into matchups where you can certainly look to brawl in those side lanes could be very interesting to watch. But early on, Taxa thinking about paying attention to this bot side, as FGG misses the crash down, but the Dredge side also goes wide. Just very warning shots.
Very important here. Taxa has been known for his early game aggression lately.
Yes.
And the bot lane from JDXL is way too overextended. A little bit of a shining light. There is cleanse on Venza.
Is going to need to use it. Dredgeline is flashed away from, but it's going to leave FGG in a difficult position, but he will crash down with the aid of his Ferromancy and get out of there. But it is flash cleanse down from the Draven before he even hits level 2.
But if you look at the pathing from Dan, he's done red into Wolves, into straight Gromp. That is a level 3 he's going to hit straight after this Gromp, and it could be his turn going towards down towards the bot side of the map. Aphelios is extremely immobile, can burn his flash with just 1 pillar. I think Kiba is moving towards the top side river. You will see there is a wave building up for the side of Astralis as well, and they need to overextend if they want to get DCS onto Chrisberg.
Here we go.
There is no wards.
They come straight down. Flash for that Ferromancy. The pillar as well forces Chrisberg to flash away very quickly, and they'll get the summoner. Going to try and turn this one as best they can as Dan stops 4 steps forward, rather, but can't get too much more done. They'll get an additional summoner, but not too much more.
Here's the thing. Why is Venza's Draven more dangerous for his team than any other Draven? Do you have the answer? Do you have the answer?
I suspect I might, but I think you might want to say it.
Right. So, Mystico has played it, Attila has played it. We have very distinctively said that their playstyle is more survive laning phase, build up enough stacks, and suddenly someone will int into you and you will cash in 1.3k gold.
Yes. Wait.
Venza is notorious for dying level 3, but now they're diving level 3.
Level 2. We might go for this one instead. Avoid the level 3 death by not even getting to that point. First blood to Venza's Draven. Surely about to fall down, though he's level 3 and dies. The prophecy comes true.
And Venza dies, level 3.
That's very unfair, because he did get first blood and got rid of Chrisberg. But at the same time, it's just too perfect.
I was about to say that it's dangerous for Excel that Venza's playing the Draven.
I know.
You die level 3, you've lost all the progress you've made with all that duration stacks. But this time, he cashed in first and then died. So
cashing in gets him to level 3, and that's when he dies. It's just genius how to outplay the curse.
Cashed in, got his level 3, died like a boss. So again, JDXL are obviously notoriously known for tower diving, especially towards the bot side of the map, and they want to get the Draven ahead in the early. That means that they will dive. Aphelios, because they did previously take his flash from that gank in the bot lane. So, if you want to say it, 100% kill participation for 3 members on the side of Excel.
Look, I did this for like 1 game. And you got to understand, you can't like wear it out.
All right, so
it's like seasoning.
It's for Scrooty.
Exactly, Scrooty. It was for Scrooties. Actually, very good Lilia.
Yeah.
And he deserved the praise and shout outs he got. Thus far, however, credit actually honestly over to Dan for the 2 repeat ganks, managing to stabilize the lane and then get the kill onto the Draven, who is now with a Vamp Scepter over his opponent, which is a dangerous place to be.
So, if we put down the blueprint for Astralis and how they've actually been pretty dominant in the last few games, apart from the Singularity game, which I'm going to call it a hiccup, I'm not necessarily going to call it the teams that suddenly fell apart. It was a hiccup, it's whatever. The past few games have been extremely dominant. Please allow me to finish my sentence. Thank you very much. Go back into your jungle. The blueprint is Taxa is on a very proactive early game jungler, such as the Wukong or the Volibear. I'm going to stop right here because there's blood that's going to go down.
Oh, blood is in the water, and they're looking for more action. This bot side, FGG goes in on his Rel. Of course, it's his Rel. And the Ferromancy secures another one. The hemoglobin is iron enough in that blood to make this one count. Venza hopping forward, trying to get as many of these spinning axes to Akiba. Just about alive, but JDXL find another in the bot lane.
And this is another one. This time it goes to the Trundle for his troubles, of course. 3 ganks down the bot lane. Number 1 takes Aphelios' flash. Number 2 dives Aphelios. Number 3 kills Aphelios again. And this is what early game aggressive junglers do. Like the Javan, like the Volibear, like the Wukong, like the Trundle. They'll take your summoners and then they will repeat gank and kill you and get hopefully kills onto their carries. This time it was unfortunately Venzer for them, but cast it in. But I think it's also pretty useful onto Dan's Trundle. That's going to be mainly frontlining for them.
Absolutely. And of course, let's give this some credit as well. Bit of a shout out to the bot laners in general. FGG versus Kiba. Both of these players got a talking about on the desk as well, but they've both been pretty stellar for their players, especially because Astralis have put a lot of pressure down towards the bot side over the last few patches, and FGG as well. That couple participation isn't that high, as in fact, the moment we speak about him, gets a little bit ganked out in the river, but FGG has been an incredible story, really, for the NLC, going from UKEL to NLC on the first place team.
And I think we had a pretty fun conversation in the green room, me and you as well, where we're like, 71.5% is not that high in particular, but if you think about the games where Kryze is solo killing, Dan is playing top side, Eminence is playing with Dan, Eminence is solo killing, obviously your kill participation is not going to be as high when you've got that many people killing things on their own without necessarily the need of a support.
Who needs your team?
If you think of Dusty Spring, where FCG was playing with Viking, FCG was literally Viking's shadow. I feel like this time, Dan calls the shots more selectively rather than having the support behind him the entire time. And FTG and Venza, because they have played together, of course, one split, they're obviously really strong in lane as well.
Yeah, and honestly, shout out to Kiba as well, who is the one member Astralis changed between splits, despite their, frankly, very disappointing spring. This is the guy they picked up to go alongside Chrisberg, and honestly, he's been a huge part of why this bot side actually looks significantly more dangerous than they did in spring. We've got ourselves a Dragon alive, and 3v3 is certainly the look of it right now, because of course Herald has spawned, and something you mentioned to me was that Astralis love to move every member up here in summer.
In spring, that wasn't the case. Chrisberg would stay bot lane and farm. Astralis summer will move everyone towards the top side of the map, will leave Chrisberg in the mid lane to push, but this time it is a level 6 on the Trundle. He's into the top side river first. You will see that Eminence is blocking the entrance from people as well with the wind wall too, so it was really difficult for Astralis to make that transition. We have to see where that Riftle is going to choose to drop and who's going to take the turret platings, because if I was Excel, I would pop it down the bot lane. My Draven already has 1 kill. If you look on the summoner spells, yes, the Aphelios has flash up, but the Nautilus does not, so the target can very easily change, or you can choose to pop it in the mid lane right now, create some pressure, and then go for the Dragon. Now, this is not going to be the case, but I feel like the most value cash-in would be give more money to your Draven, move him around the map, use him as a minigun.
Yeah, and you could see M&S and Dan were going to try and make their way down the river, but Astralis were wise to their attempted rotation and brought more members up in there, and I think XL wisely decided to back away from that rotation around. And topside, it's been a little bit of an island, as perhaps was expected. It's just slightly different champions than necessarily expecting. It's not Carlson on, you know, his Renekton from spring, say. The Fiora is, well, yeah, she can play in the 1v1. You know, it's traditionally more of a carry.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's also a little bit of a misconception how Fiora needs to be on the streets of the map.
That's fair.
Attention. I feel like you leave Fiora alone in her own accord, she will get fed and she will get this farm and she will start pushing towers the second Gragas moves out of the lane, right? One of her big strengths is that due to her ultimate and the vitals, she can actually dive towers pretty easily. I just want to reiterate though that the early game for Fiora has been toned down. Her vitals have gotten a significant nerf in the damage that they do. Or was it the healing? Her vitals have been nerfed.
Either way, yes, there's been some changes, less obnoxious.
No, her vitals have been nerfed, which therefore nerfed her ultimate, who uses all 4 vitals around the target. Now, JDXL are actually going to move all 4 members, which very rarely happens, and then has to move towards the bot side of the map to do what we talked about, cash in more gold into that Draven.
Get to, and there's the 4th. The Moonlight Vigil just goes wise. Dan was, of course, pretty low, having just soloed the Dragon. But they will get 4 plates, they will get more gold in, and they will continue to snowball this early game. And this was always a bit of a worry with Astralis. If Taxa doesn't get things going early, sometimes Astralis can fall back into old habits from spring.
Absolutely, and this is exactly what Taxa himself has talked to us about, the fact that he wants to be more proactive and create the set. So, now that we're taking a little bit of a break here, let's lay down the Astralis blueprint on how they've been dominating the past of a few of their past games. So, Taxa on either Wukong or Trundle or Volibear, something that can create situations early, placed towards the mid to bot side of the map. Either get skills onto Chrisberg or get skills onto Senkax. Now, these two members are very key because the macro for Astralis would be rotate everyone to Herald level 8, get platings, feed these carries more, then translate that into vision, and then get stellar team fights through your 2 carries being fed. And that's been the blueprint for so long. JDXL, though, never fall behind in the early. And right here, you can see also FTG and Dan are ready for another gank.
They're onto vision, but Chrisberg has got flash, heal, but not too much more. Dredgeline lands, but there's still the use of the crash down available. Maybe naded. FGG does get out of dodge, though. So I managed to pronounce that name correctly after a second attempt. And JDXL managed to extricate themselves from the attempted counter gank there from Astralis, but you kind of called it. Look, they love to put pressure towards the mid, the bot side. Mid is 0-0-0. Bot side, Chrisberg died twice. Venza was up. Pretty much the entire gold lead of XL is on that Draven, the opposite number. And we said that sometimes when the wheels fall off, when those early plays don't work, things get very dicey for Astralis.
And I think it gets even worse when traditionally Chrisberg falls behind.
Yes.
The team doesn't seem to do very well. So even though Taxa might be more passive, that doesn't necessarily mean that he has fallen behind. But if Chrisberg falls behind, they lose a lot of their star power and their star AD carry, hyper carry in the late game. And having this Aphelios, you definitely want him to be fed. Also, Venza here is gonna opt towards the Kraken Slayer.
Ooh.
There's not gonna be no Eclipse, there's not gonna be no Shield Bow. Nobody needs those pesky life steals. It's gonna be straight up the Kraken
River
Slayer.
is dark and full of terror as the last breath comes through. The Ignite is there. And Dan with the Subjugate will bring the Fox down to earth.
Very well played. I mean, Eminence right here is literally set for success. Any button that JDXL presses is some sort of CC that will allow the ultimate to come through for the Yasuo. Senkax doesn't even get a chance to move blows. Both his ultimate though and his flash, which is very important. Keep the flash in mind because in 2 minutes time, second dragon is going to come up. JDXL is going to want to start stacking them and Senkax is not going to have his flash available. Also, look towards the top side. We mentioned a little bit how...
Bit of a attack onto FGG. Does have the crash down. No flash, though. Looking to try and maybe get over the wall. But doesn't quite use it. He's got a track repel now attached to Dan. And maybe they're looking to potentially punish Taxa, who has got flash and Stormbringer. Mage uses Kiba. Is hanging around and maybe looking to get something here as Venza walks away from the tower. And JDXL beginning to come around. FGG turns one around, though. Means Taxa's in danger. Has got the attract repel being used on him as well. Brings down the Sky Splitter. Big stun flash over the wall. So does Kiba. And they'll get double summoners and nothing more.
That is double summoners, though. You mentioned it's so important for Volibear, who wants to chase. Do you have the flash? You can actually Q flash into a target, stun them in place, get the follow-up going. Now not having the flash onto the Volibear, it really diminishes your chances of getting something done on the map. And again, who do you rely on to carry your late game? Ari's not necessarily going to carry your late game. That Aphelios is going to carry your late game and potentially sideline pressure from Fiora. But Carlsen has been a little bit quiet, and the second that Gragas does join the team fight, he's going to be a bigger force, which means the Aphelios is going to have to position properly, the Ari is going to have to position properly. One wrong move, you get caught by a body slam, you get caught by a cast, you get caught by any knock-up, and you're instantly gone. And you're looking for that pressure on the sideline from the Fiora. What can Carlsen output while his team is fighting 4 versus 5?
Absolutely, and a bit of a brief conversation on the itemization. Obviously, we mentioned the Kraken Slayer's a little odd. Blade of the Ruin King first on the Yasuo here as well. That's an older school build, but it's not the Immortal Shield Bow into the Infinity Edge 100% crit 2-item build we often see from the Yasuo. So, bit of an adaptation here from M&S. I suppose there are quite a few health stackers, I suppose, to deal with.
Yeah, I really like this. The fact that Ari stacking HP, the Nautilus is stacking HP, Fiora stacking HP, the Volibear stacking HP. You mentioned it as well, Kraken Slayer, Blade of the Ruin King. One deals true damage, the other one deals HP percentage. So Sandra also deals HP percentage, so they want to be shredding down these HP bars. As we mentioned as well, of course, all of these summoner spells missing from the previous skirmish with Astralis means that JDXL can just walk into this river, take the second dragon, give even more money to the Draven by taking bot side completely uncontested, and then they're gonna take themselves a trade the Herald on the top side of the map. Now the problem is, there's 4 members of JDXL towards the bot side of the map. Your mid laner might be in trouble right here, so you trade in Rift Herald for what? Let's see. So XL has taken Dragon, they've taken bot lane tower, and now they're getting hits on the bot tower, tier 2, with Draven, whilst there is a Rift Hold for Astralis. Depending on how they use that, we'll see if it's worth the time investment or not.
And generally speaking, of course, CS is not always the most exciting thing to bring up in a game, but you can see leads in every single role right now, and with the exception of support, where it doesn't count that much as bot side.
It's not worth the time investment.
It's not. The whole turret goes. So basically, you just watch Venza get first blood on the tier 1, then get tier 2, and yes, they'll get the turret charge on the top side, but it's only going to be the one turret traded back.
Yeah, right here, you do not have a lot of vision on the top side of the map. You've got Carlson on the bot side without teleport, he can't join. Senkax is stuck underneath his tower, which means if you try to pressure that tier 2 on the top side of the map, you're most likely going to be fighting 3 versus 4 at best.
Time, though, to talk about some of these pets. My days, look at the fluffiness. T. Jassy says hello. Thank you for saying hello. I am very happy to be greeted by you. So cute. What about this one, though?
You're very
Oh
close.
my,
God.
days, Pippin. That is a regal look.
You know what this dog is doing?
What?
He's doing the Singularity versus Astralis game. Oh, no, sir. I cannot have the win. You have it. No, sir. We need to reconsider this. Please have the victory.
I am well impressed with that sweater. That is a fabulous dog. Again, throw that hashtag NLC pets up there. As much as I want to have Ziggy on there every time, and I will continue to put pictures of my dog on there. Ziggy B. Wonderful. Voldemort Beatrice, the Almost Magnificent. Named after a D&D character of all things. But M&S
getting called, the TP's coming in.
Actually, they're going to get into him best they can. He's stunned in place. Has got the cleanse, though. Trying to get out of this one best he can, but he's going to get knocked up. Going to get knocked out of the ultimate. No, he's not. Gets at least some damage down, but Senka's now trying to flash out. Goes down to a flash. Body slam. 1-for-1 right now. His Taxer has gone gold, but I don't think he's got anywhere to go. Venza gets that one, cashes in again. It's a 2-for-2 right now. As Carlson trying to get out of it. He's got a double actually to his end because he picked up M&S. This Fiora now online. Venza not in this. It's a 3v2 right now until this Draven can catch up. Cries and Dan are tanky. But what can they do? Carlson, Chrisberg on the wrong side of the rift.
They need to be covering Venza right there, because if he gets hit by 1 Q from the Nautilus, this is it. There's no ultimates available on anyone. I think we just dissipate completely the situation and everyone goes home. It's a 2-for-2 trade.
That it is. Venza cashed in again, but Carlson turns up to his first play and gets 2 kills.
This is going to be huge. If Carlson can somehow make this Fiora into a side lane / team fighting menace, this is what can help Astralis win. Because every time we see a short range AD carry, like the Draven, for example, like the Samira, like the Kalista, there is a lot of tools around the team that protect. There's a Jarvan, there's a Gangplank ult, there's a Swain. This time there's nothing, everyone is going in. Eminence right there walks in river where none of his teammates are. Everyone's on the other side of the map, gets caught, ends up going down first. And even though, yes, you pop the ultimate, you get the shield from the passive, he gets the shut, he gives the shutdown over to Carlson's Fiora. He's gonna cash in on another one. And yes, Venza does manage to cash in his adoration stacks. I think that Fiora is going to be a huge problem to deal with for Cries on the side lane or even for M&S.
And, you know, credit to Senkax as well, punishing there, because, of course, M&S throws down the control wall, but just blind over the wall, gets in, forces that play. And, you know, it does end up in a 2-for-2, but it's a proactive play, and Astralis needed something, because it felt like everything was going wrong for them.
Yeah, I think they need to get something going. I think Taxa looked a lot from mid to bot lane. We can see the result of that, right? It hasn't gone the best. 0-2-2, 0-2-2 for Chrisbeck and Senkax. These are the two pillars that Astralis really rely on in the mid to late game to actually carry them, and especially on champions like the Affiliate, that you need to be the strong hyper carry in the late game. When you've fallen behind, where things are not going very well, it's just a little bit hard to find the opening to do the damage. Making sure that you have a winning side in the game is so important, and for that to be a double-sided win as well, which is either split pushing or joining teamfights and winning through that, is even better for Astralis.
Problem though is they're still down over 5,000 gold. A lot of that is onto Venza, who has picked up a second item ahead of anybody else in the game, alongside of course that Vamp Scepter from earlier. So it is filthy strong coming into this Soul Point fight as Chrisberg has to Gale Force out early. Dan, tanky with the Subjugate, but does take some damage back. But look at M&S on the other side, looking for the engage. They only got on to Kiba, but he's surely dead to rights. Will be taken out by the Steel Tempest. They're going for more. Taxa has to flash out alongside the old Chrisberg with no summoners left. Of course, no Gale Force. He burned it earlier. A flash forward from Venza, who wants his opposing number. And Venza will slay the Astralis AD carry.
And I think this was literally the wallet of JDX JDXL speaking right there, because just purely missing every ultimate, uses.
Oh, Senkax.
Oh, Senkax is gonna go down most likely.
What?
Carlsen!
Braven looking to show them exactly who wins in a duel. You might be a grand duelist, but you are not the glorious Executioner. Venza picks up another, a 1v1 with Fiora.
So that's technically a very delayed ace for JDXL. This is 8,000 gold now difference. This is Soul Point with Ocean Soul on the line. This is Venza cashing in on his 4th kill of the game, and everything is going PG 11.
Oh my god!
1,000 gold up from Chrisberg. And again, we saw the shutting down Tax's proactivity in the early game and hitting back with yours is what makes JDXL so strong. JDXL, a team that has never fallen behind this split in the early game.
I think that's something like 500 gold a minute for Venza. Something like that. That is pretty obscene levels of income. We're going to see this fight again, though.
This fight again. Subjugate is burned instantly from Dankos. He gets caught. No cask from Gragas. FGG tries to all but misses everyone but Kiba. Yasuo then MNS ults Kiba, and you're like, surely this guy have wasted every single ultimate under the sun onto the support, but literally their wallets are filled with money, which have bought extra items, so they don't necessarily need the wombo combo. They can just run down members of Astralis one by one, especially when they're split like this.
Chrisberg ulted the wrong way. He ulted into the Dragon Pit.
I don't think it would have made much difference, I'm not gonna lie.
He meant he had no chakrams, he meant he couldn't I don't know. It was sad to watch. It was a really frustrating. What FGG finds a mother of all magnet storms. Never mind talking about failed fights from before. They get the kill onto the jungler straight away. The teleport comes through from Carlsen, but Kiba's gonna have to back, and they're gonna potentially turn straight back towards the Baron, but maybe they will just take this opportunity to clear out the mid wave, get that mid lane tier 1, and take that as their prize instead.
Ching! That is yet another kill. I think now you turn your attention straight towards Baron. You make sure you empty that vision from mid lane. This is 9,000 gold difference, 22 minutes in for JDXL, and I feel like the map is falling apart for Astralis. We mentioned how the only shining light is Carlsen.
Yes,
the only shining light
in, going to continue trying to play this one out. Carlsen has got the grand challenge, but he gets knocked out by a Steel Tempest. In come the rest of Astralis, they're looking to try and turn this one out, and MNS does have the Immortal Shield Bow that is procced, but nothing else. They will just about get out alive.
And leave a man alone searching for his solo kill in one game, you know?
So please, give me this moment. Everyone else like, no, we must defend our top laner. And let's have a look at this again, because FGG on the rel is another beast entirely. They knew he was coming, but it was just too late.
He finds a fantastic flank onto three members, and even though Senkax spots him, he spots him literally a second too late. His team ends up going down, Taxamendi ends up going down, and when you don't have a smite, you're very susceptible for these neutral objectives to be taken away by the opposing team.
Go again.
Dan.
Watch for Kryze, he's on a flank. He's going to be on vision shortly, but not before Kiba is left out to the wolves, or at least the samurai. Kryze gets that one, and MNS hunting for this volley bear will get stunned up, but there is the cleanse to try and trade this one out. So much damage. This is likely the solo kill he was looking for, but maybe not quite yet, as MNS dashing through as many people as he can with that E. Still now having to run away as FGG is going to be there, but three-man Baron has already occurred in the mid lane. They're just going to get out as well.
Man, give me a game where JDXL are winning and MNS is not fishing to get his solo kill, baiting his teammates to die.
No one died!
Just so he can pad his stats. Was very close. Tax, of course, is going to be chased away. And of course, we take this game a little bit more lighthearted because JDXL are 11,000 gold in the lead.
It's a very big gold lead.
It's a very big gold lead. And of course, with the failure scenario being 0-3, being down an entire item to their opposition is a little bit difficult to come back, especially when you take in consideration a lot of the scaling aspects as well. Yasuo is going to be on his 3 items very soon. Draven, 3.5 items and stopwatch. You've got the Anathema's change, which I'm assuming is going to be onto the Aphelios, who is the only one who can dish out any significant amount of damage.
I mean, seriously, Anathema's change plus the Moon Veil from the realm means if you get CC'd by those two, the burst that comes after is going to hit like an absolute truck, and you're going to have nothing to do. Like, there's no... So anything like Mikhail's, he's got no cleanse. Chrisberg! It's a Steel Tempest, and he's about to get absolutely deleted. He's going to try and heal, but just can't do it. And now Amen's hunting for some more. We'll do it with the assistance of his support and top laner. And 2 members dead already. Your mid laner and AD carry the 2 players that Astralis is supposed to play for. They're supposed to snowball. And just like that, it feels like the game is over.
Yeah, there's only 3 members remaining for Astralis, and none of these 3 have any significant wave clear remaining among them. JDXL, full force, they have Rail ult, they have Draven ult.
One game is the only thing they've lost this split, and it's the one blemish on an otherwise immaculate record, and this will be an immaculate game from the JDXL Academy team, of course, as I managed to go for their old sponsor, not their new one. A little embarrassing, but what a game regardless.
I mean, talking about dominant, Dusty had a pretty dominant game in the previous one. JDXL are coming in with an even more dominant game versus Astralis. I mean, I don't think there's anything to say about them apart from the fact that when I decided to make a content piece about JDXL and the LEC, that was the week they went and lost that one game. So
you're the case.
What can I say?
I mean, I also have to say, don't let it be forgotten that Venza died at level 3 again. Just saying.
Although I'm gonna give it. I think JDXL have played the Draven most proactively than any other team.
Really impressive.
They tried to continuously give him a lot of gold, continuously give him a lot of kills, and he cast in time after time after time after time. He still died level 3 though. And that will
Memes
follow him.
and jokes aside, a stellar Draven performance set up for by the rest of the team. But we also have to set up for Analyst Desk to take it away from here.
Another clean victory coming in for JDXL versus Astralis, a team that was trying to climb to the stars, but apparently the Keepers of the Light are just keeping them away from that first and second seed. Really clean from JDXL.
They actually made the classic mistake of forgetting that stars are actually boiling hot balls of plasma. That's kind of dangerous. Don't go star tracking across the universe. Star trip. Well, I mean, they star tripped and fell over JDXL, so I guess we can run with that one. But yeah, I mean, I didn't have a point for this. I just wanted to sound funny. Where are we going from here?
I'll save you. So last time we had this XL versus Astralis, obviously the fan on the street for me, I had a diss track. I've actually prepared a poem today.
Oh, a poem?
Yeah, it's very different.
Please.
I'd like to recite it now. XL's very own Gary Clark. All bite, but no bark. Beating Astralis was a walk in the park. Thank you very much.
I think that was beautiful. I think that really did sum up how XL took that victory and remained at the top of the table. Thank you for the applause, Sam, on the other side of the studio. Yeah, really appreciate that too. As another person who really appreciates the arts. And it was a beautiful game.
I was expecting way more out of you. I played Phasma with you. I know your skills.
I'm confused what you mean by that.
Well, that was low. Astralis loses versus JDXL. You'll do better next time. Don't worry, buddy. You got this. JDXL at this point undefeated, almost at the top of the standings. And I believe first place, it's almost theirs as I have Venzer for the interview. Okay, welcome back, Venzer.
Hello.
How are we doing?
Doing pretty good, pretty good.
Have you forgot about anything? Have you forgot about anything?
Oh yeah, true. I am sorry, Arcarom, you were right. We lost the game. We could not go undefeated. We're gonna have to settle for 17-1.
Doesn't that feel satisfying?
You know, it's just something inside. I mean, obviously you guys are still looking really. I mean, you're looking better than before. I think that defeat actually did really well for you guys. You guys are now more concise on how you finish the games. You guys know how to start fighters. FGG is just a beast nowadays. You bring in the Kraken Slayer for the Draven, though. Can you explain that?
I mean, it's just good item on Draven. Enemies had like decent frontline. Kraken Slayer, good item. Does most damage to frontline. Didn't need any other mythic.
Okay, that's the way to put it. Venzer, okay, between us, there's a big meme.
On a side note, do not build Eclipse on Draven. It's troll.
Oh. I mean, that is a strong, yeah, I would say. Venzer, there's a big meme about level 3. What do you feel?
Yeah.
What do you feel about that?
I don't feel anything. When you die level 3, you just don't feel anything.
Also, it seems like the scrims are going better at this time because it seems like the team is more safe, I guess, at the beginning of the game. You guys know how to use the advantage you build up as well. How is scrims going for you as a player?
I mean, sometimes good, sometimes bad. Sometimes I die level 3, sometimes I die level 1.
You have a lot of issues at the early levels, don't you?
Get it in there early. You know, I'd love to jump...
Gotta stick to traditions.
Jump in.
Okay, I suppose in another sticking to traditions kind of sense, you know, the idea of the ERLs typically is about development. I'd love to get... we've chatted to a lot of players about how they felt this whole year has gone for them at this point, actually. In your opinion, how far have you progressed as an individual this year under the various teams you played on?
I mean, I think I improved a lot, like compared to how I was playing like last year. I mean, every year, like you kind of just learn new stuff, and like more and more, you just like the knowledge just stacks on itself, you know. So you just keep getting better and better. I would say this split I improved more than I did last split, like considerably. Still, I mean, I have like my level 3 deaths, so maybe you guys will just meme on that because I haven't improved on that. But everything else, I would say it's going quite well.
Sometimes good, sometimes bad. Thank you so much, Venture. I will not conclude that sentence, but thank you so much for this interview, and best of luck throughout the rest of the split. Also, before you go, I did a bet yet again with your coach. That
Not
you guys,
instigated at all.
Yeah. I want to know, because he asked me, like, oh, what should we bet? What do you think I should bet versus Torok? Like, what do you think would be the worst thing for Torok to do if you lost?
Let me think.
Yeah, think about that and then hit me back. Okay, thank you so much for the interview. Send me a DM. Thank you so much.
Yeah, sure. All right.
Best announce this live on air when it happens.
Yes.
Best tells, because I want to be on the loop with this too, because, you know, half of the pleasure of this is seeing whatever the heck goes on between
builds up.
Yeah. No, because I actually have, like, no stakes in this at all. I just like seeing one of you two, you know, take the fall. It's very
I want to get involved in a bet.
Okay.
What bet would you like to bet?
I don't know. Just put something in front of me. I'll accept anything at this point. I just want to get involved in the fun.
I'll think about something towards Wednesday, I
Put a
guess.
disclaimer for everyone out there in chat. That is not how you have a prosperous life. This is how bad things happen to you.
Listen, I like options.
Well, I do have the option to move on and talk with us. Texan is with us on the interview, I believe. It's Christmas. I got trolled. How are you doing, Christmas? Welcome to the interview.
Thank you.
A tough game for you guys. It seems like JDXL got a little bit of momentum and they couldn't be stopped. Like, did you feel the same? How was it to play this game?
I mean, we decided to flip the game on a level 2 gank, and we misplayed, and then we decided to flip it again on the bounce, and I misplayed. So, yeah, then the game gets hard, and we have to play for small openings or make the game psychopath, and we didn't perform when it matters. So yeah,
it's a risk that you have to take now because you're playing versus a Draven. You want to shut him down early, so it seems like you have to take that risk. No?
Yeah, I mean, this champ, if you kill it early, it can't play the game, and if you get killed and he gets 1500 gold, then you can't play the game. So
from what I'm listening, Chrisberg, it seems like you don't like Draven.
No, I've never been a fan of this champ, and I think he's really broken right now. So I can confidently say I'm not a fan.
As a player, do you believe there's any sort of a counter pick towards Draven as a bot laner?
As a bot laner?
Mm-hmm.
You need to put your mic very high and yell at your jungle.
So, you know what I love to do? I love to twist questions and veer from the other side. We've heard very much about a champion you really hate and you don't want to play about. If there's something you could, and we asked this actually to Spikey earlier in the day, also as another bot laner, is there a champion you would love to play right now? It doesn't have to be meta. Anything you'd love to play, though, because we've already heard about how much you hate some champions. What about one you love?
I mean, honestly, I actually didn't expect this question.
We like to keep things fresh.
Probably, I would love to get a Kalista game in at some point.
Doable. Cool. That is a doable one. Last question for you is, looking into the way the standings are right now, do you believe it's better to fight for the 3rd seed to make sure that you can pick one of the below teams? Or do you believe you should go for the 2nd seed to fight off maybe, I don't know, GDXL?
I mean, we want to be as high as we can be, so like, go for 2nd, of course.
Okay. Thank you so much. As apparently, we're moving on to the standings. Thank you so much for this interview. Best of luck throughout the rest of the split, and I hope to see you soon.
Bye-bye.
Yet again. No, give me the standings now. You put in the standings, now you're taking them away. There you go. Thank you, Christmas. There you go. As we jump into the standings, JDXL in first place, 12-1. Astralis now on 4th place, 1 game behind Bifrost.
So,
Dusty.
I mean, I look at this standings now, and we sadly don't have the wonderful flow from first down to like 6th. Well, right to pretty much the bottom of the table. We've broken the chain of things here.
Does it confuse you?
Yeah, you know, I love straight and orderly numbers, ones which conform to my knowledge of existence. But
well, it's like Fleetwood Mac say, you always have to break the chain.
Ah, man, I got that one.
Yeah.
I've never listened to the song, but I know the song exists.
I have lost my respect.
I'm surprised you still had any.
Speaking of gaining respect.
Oh, that's a segue.
Yeah, okay.
Speaking of gaining respect, X7 are looking for that one as they need to get some distance away from Vanir.
I'll go for your job.
Which is the last game of the day, man. That was a curveball, but I took it anyway. This is a high-stakes game. We have Vanir, 1 game away from X7. If they get this one, they jump into 6th place, which means they are looking for the playoffs. If X7 loses this one, we're looking at the Kings from Spring Split getting away from playoffs. That is not a world that I was expecting to live in by Summer Split.
Well, and it's gone so poorly in Summer so far. They have started ringing in changes. MC's gone, Viking is in, and that is a huge change. Viking was one of, I mean, we've talked about maybe someone like Dan being an iconic player in Summer. Viking was one of those iconic players in Spring. This guy was the person leading the charge on Dusty. Now he's come back on a different roster, one which is trying to regain some of their lost form, and they need to do it quick. A loss here is disastrous for our reigning champions.
What was Haru known for? Getting the early ganks, playing for the mid lane. What is Viking known for? Being aggressive. Brought in the Rek'Sai in the Spring Split and did demolish completely. Do you think this is what X7 needs? An aggressive jungler looking to kill and style on those kids?
I feel like in the advent of Haru leaving, obviously Viking is, he's got big boots to fill, but I feel like he can at least get a few toes in the shoe. Whereas I think MC was just a completely different style of jungler that was never going to facilitate in the same style. I feel like it broke the kind of the rhythm, it broke the topic of X7, and I feel like X7 now have a theme back that I'm hoping to see them return to previous form.
I enjoyed this. Yeah, you can talk. This is an interesting one, and also I would like to look into Vanir for Merbs as well. On one side we have Attila, a beast, also go in for the kill. So I don't know if Viking plays for Attila, this could be a bloodbath. But for Merbs, he's someone that is showcasing himself from Division 2 to Division 1, and he's playing really well.
He is, and you know, for a player to make that transition from Div 2 to Div 1, it's not always an easy one. We've seen plenty of other players have a rocky start with that. I mean, some of the players across, say, from Singularity, they've been kind of hanging around that area, and they haven't quite made it click. And you look at someone like Soften Camera, similar sort of scenario where they were playing towards that kind of level before, and they've had some times to make some adjustments. Merbs, I feel like, has had the more smooth transition out of any of our Div 1s playing it coming in. Do also feel like AD Carry is the most easy role to be facilitated for, so it makes it very clear what your role is and just do business as usual. But even with that, Merbs has overperformed what I expected of him.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think Merbs has been a player, his friends must call him Henry at this point because he's been an absolute hoover, an absolute vacuum. Just takes up so many resources, takes up so many CS. He's able to lane in a way that I feel like it pairs off quite nicely against Attila, because Attila and Kasing, to me, Attila is one of the best team fighters in the whole of ERL, but I think the 2v2 in terms of the laning phase isn't that strong. And in comparison, Merbs, very consistent. I feel like if he's able to just play the long game and they don't let X7 get the game the way they want to, and Viking doesn't have too much of a say on it, we could see a Vanir bot lane that come out with some advantages.
There you go, as we jump into the Champion Select for the last game of the day. Vanir versus X7. It's the fight for the last place. You actually got it for the last place on the playoffs run. We still have a few matches. I think it's 5 matches for each team because this is the last.
18 matches total. Yeah. It's a double round robin between 10 teams, so 9 in each side of it because you play each other team, not including yourself. So that includes 9 when there's 10.
Still a big window for any team to go into that last spot for playoffs. but this is a tough one for X7. Right now, it's going to be the Swain being banned in the first one. Seraphine is going to follow right up. Now, do you ban for the Viking? Because you haven't seen him play on Summer Split, so you don't know what he's playing unless you go for this holo queue.
So we looked back towards spring. What was Viking playing? A lot of Hecarim, a lot of Rek'Sai, and there were some other early aggressive junglers in there too. But particularly those two of the champions, that's like, wow, they're really good. The Rek'Sai out of meta. Who cares? You banned it away from him. Now, is that going to be a point now where you just say, well, whatever? You have to take a bit of a risk at this point because, you know, it is again something that we keep borrowing from Goldborg in terms of, do you threaten an overloaded draft? Would you ban too many oddball picks and then leave open lots of power picks, which then overloads the first 3 picks and say, well, there's too many power picks open, what do we pick?
I think further to what you were saying, I mean, true to his sort of role on the team, you kind of do know what he's going to play, even the fact that you haven't seen him in the summer. He has a role on this team, which I think is very clear. He needs to facilitate mid lane, so we're going to see him on champions like the Volibear. We're going to see him on these things that can get into the mid lane, which is why we've seen that ban come out. If that jungle pool gets pinched beyond R3, I feel like X7 are going to have some problems, but they want to get these priority picks out in response. It's kind of the immediate battle they have to face.
I was looking into this pick, like the Wukong, even though he was nerfed, Diamond Prox told us he's still a good pick, and it's aggressive as well.
Yeah, and so I was chatting with Torok. This was actually on the last patch, but it still kind of holds true. The thing about Wukong that Torok was saying, and I very much agree with this, is that he functions into everything you put into him, right? And it's just something that can really just still perform the same role. Can you do that into a Vi?
It's locked in.
Now, we have seen one Vi in the NLC before, and that was in the game that Nariki played. And I'm trying to remember if that was actually against JDX.
It's a pick that Torok kind of pioneered, though, didn't he? When he put it back the previous split before. I remember everyone thought he was mad, but it's something we're starting to see more and more. I think we've even seen it in NLC once or twice, haven't we?
Yeah, we have. And the thing about Vi is that this actually, the really enduring memories I have of Vi. Look at this guy getting excited over his hovers.
He's like a puppy.
But, I mean, Vanir with the team which played it last split, I wouldn't put it past them, of course. That was Quicksilver back then, playing down in support role. We still remember and honor that name. But
never forget
the thing about the Vi, my enduring memories of Vi are actually back to Season 3. And the identity has stayed very, very similar, where if you play Vi with a very aggressive mid laner that has target access to follow you up, someone dies. Now, if you can get a very defensive mid laner on the other side of that and pick something which can be very self-peely, like Isaiah, it removes value from it, though. So already, something which you were talking about, which has been a very big theme of today, you see the theme of the draft. You see the Vi going towards a key carry, and you pick an Isaiah and say, nope.
And they're not going to be playing for the bot lane. We see the Ezreal, you know, is going to be on the low-budget itemization. This is for Tempt.
The Prey Gorilla bot lane, the Ezreal Tahm Kench.
So it's going to be for Temp. We still need to see what sort of champion is going to bring in as well. On the other side, you have a safety net for the Vi gank. But the rest of the lanes, what else can you bring to save yourself from that engage from Arcane?
I'm not really sure what you're gonna. I'm not sure what kind of direction the X7 really want to go in at this point. I feel like you've got safety from the Tahm Kench, you've got engage. You probably want to. I'd imagine, unless I'm misunderstanding the way the Vi is meant to work, you want to have something that can kind of follow up with the engage, no? So presumably. You'd be wanting to look for something like a Camille top lane, maybe. I feel like it's a bit difficult to go for it blind. Maybe a Camille R5, safe blind mid.
Yeah, I think something like a Camille potentially works just as a dive buddy. I think in terms of more stable picks, I am actually looking towards something like an Ahri, but then again, I always would. But
I was thinking about it, and I'm not a main, so yeah.
Yeah, and you know when he's thinking about it, it's really serious at that point. But you know, you're thinking of champions which can cut across the screen with you. I think you probably need a secondary form of engage. If that is going to come out from something like a Camille, that's one thing. But you can have that R5 to go towards that. We actually haven't seen Chasey go towards too many full carry tops. He's often been just on Sejuani duty, and he will do fine in those duties.
He's been on Snow Patrol. He's been chasing cars.
Jesus,
he never stops.
I got that one. Oh man, good one. Yeah, you got me.
We got you. It actually got you. It stopped your thing.
Yeah. But either way, you know, he's going to have to wait a little bit until that red 5 potentially to get that counter pick. The question is, who are you? The thing about X7 is typically you put more resources into Tempt's matchup than you have into Chase's. Do you blind pick something he's been a bit more confident on something like an Ornn, something like a Civil Drawn, and say, well, okay, he'll survive. He's a Challenger's career top laner coming in here. But for once, we might actually see the earlier pick and no blind pick used for Tempt is going to be that matchup favorite for top lane. I mean,
this is Ludens.
Yeah, and I mean, Personally, I think when you have a champion which is facilitating for you, Ahri also doesn't need to be set up. You have her be damaged. Build not Everfrost, build like full Magic Fen and stuff. It really works. And in this game, it's not going to happen, but I want you to know that I've said it.
Jake, on the other side, come on.
Yeah, I think good shout there from Nymira to kind of spot the Ahri blind here. I think in response, you're going to try and see something that can kind of consolidate and punish it. I think one of the things we talked about earlier in the broadcast is sort of how traditional counters like Veigar doesn't necessarily see as traditional lane counters. But Silas, I feel like if they do actually eventually lock this in, how does it do into an Ahri?
So it
is locked in.
So a couple things about it. So one, you can be an early Zhonya's builder, very good against Vi, because Zhonya's the one thing which makes Vi go, oh, well, I'm now. It doesn't actually stop her ult like completely. If you stop it right next to you, she's just like come right into your team. The ult's on cooldown, and you're not even knocked up. So lots of ways you can bait that in, and that obviously becomes very dangerous. The other thing about Silas, obviously, you can steal the Ahri ultimate. Worth knowing, you don't steal the resets because that's tied to Ahri's passive, and there are some weird side examples. Say, for instance, with something like I don't know, like like a Fiora. You technically steal the Fiora's passive at the same time because the ult doesn't function without it. You don't actually steal the resets from Ahri's ult when you are Silas into that champion. So with the Wukong Silas into Ahri Vi, very different ways that can be played. I would imagine that Vanilla are going to be on the back foot for that for a little while, and that's kind of important for X7 because it means they actually have an area of the map they can play around, which is that top side, and Jace will benefit from that. If you win in that 2v2 early, then you can start supporting the Jace, which is a little more fragile than it has been in previous metas.
Yeah, for me, I just want to just reiterate in terms of the top side, I think there's going to be explosions this game. That's one of my favourite matchups in the entire game, Jace versus Gnar. And who better to have piling the Jace than Chasey in our league? I feel like just, whilst he's not having like the exponential impact we'd expect out of a Korean challenger's top coming into the league, mechanically and in lane-wise,
he's before and well.
Yeah, exactly.
Last game of the day, tell me, who's going to take it?
I feel like it. You know what? I'm going to give it to Vanir. I think so. I was thinking about X7, I was thinking, oh, explosive topside. The last time they had an explosive topside, they looked so discoordinated, things fell apart for them. Can Viking be the miracle cure? It's a large hill to climb up with. I'm giving it to Vanir. I think they even up the score at 6 and 7.
Okay, hit me.
Listen, I'm just going to say I'm a play-by-play lampooning as an analyst today, so I'm just going to do some narrative. It's the Vikings from the Isle of Man versus the Vikings of Scandinavia. Who's going to take it? I'll let you decide, audience.
Well, that's a good segue as we throw it to the casters for the last game of the day of day 13. Initialized trouble. What do you think?
Vi King. Get it? Because he's playing. Stop rebelling. It was good. It was good. It was good. Come back. You guys have been hitting me.
Okay, we're allowed to do it. You're not. That's the way.
You guys have been hitting me for 2 seasons with the shittiest pants ever. And I say 1, and you leave.
There was a lot of like feelings that were outpoured there by Trouble. Onto the Rift we go for our final game of the day. Vikings in various forms abound on the Rift, and we would be remiss if we didn't talk about that change for X7 in the jungle. MC is gone, Viking is in, and Viking was a guy who really stepped up towards the end of last split with Dusty, took them alongside FGG, honestly, on a very impressive journey through playoffs to end in 3rd.
Yeah, and I think the issue, I believe, that was having MC in the roster was he came through a team where he was the main carry. In Riddle, he was playing the AP carries, he was facilitated for. His job was to carry the team to victory. Vikings' job in Dusty was to guide the team to victory. It wasn't necessarily always through him. Yes, he would play his Rek'Sai. Yes, he would play his Jarvan, but it wasn't always him that would carry the team. He would lead the team to that 3rd place. And I feel like what X7 was really missing was that leadership, was that mid-jungle duo to actually gel very well together. Now, of course, there could be some communication issues because Chasey and Tempt are both Korean, so the communication could not have been flowing that easily. But the same issue could happen with Viking as well, right? This is why this is our first official game with Viking in X7, and we need to see how this is going to pan out because you honestly really like the Vi. I'm on the fence because I'm like, early game, you can make a lot of things happen, right? You've got the Ahri with the Vi, you've got Jace in the top lane who wants to snowball the Jace, so maybe you can play towards the top side of the map really easy for level 6.
I mean, what I'll say is, it's a very Viking champion. It's not dissimilar to something like a Rek'Sai where you can dive, be the AD, hit level 6 and dive even harder. Not the easiest champion necessarily to do the diving into, of course, because Merbs can just press R. Sylas can build Zhonya's pretty early, as Nymera mentioned on the desk, and that can really stymie whatever I want to do. So, do see how Viking plays it, even if I do think it's proactive, it's aggressive, you can make plays on it, and at least from what we saw in spring, and of course the meta's changed around, fits his playstyle.
Also, I feel like X7 are a little bit squishy. You've got the Jace, who's very squishy. I'm assuming this Vi is not going to go, of course, full tank. You're probably going to look for something like the Sandra or Trinity Force to spice up your Mythic in the early. And then you've got, of course, the Ezreal and the Ahri, who are also pretty squishy, and then you've got Kens, fair enough. But if we look towards Veneer, you said it is Merbs Xayah. It is a champion that scales really well into the late game. Ericsson on the Sylas, another champion that scales really well into the late game. You've got a bunch of ultimates to play around with, meaning just two, pretty much the Ahri ultimate, all the Vi ultimates. So you're either pinning people down or chasing people around. Krayox on his first gank, off the game.
Managed to get the wraparound, and Chasey now left in a very difficult position. Vi's just not there. There is the phase rush though, and Chasey might be able to try and get out of this. Still got the flash, may need to burn it. Flashing away now, flash forward for Dreeple, but he gets knocked away by the Q from Vi. And Viking will keep his top laner alive, but now will Viking have to flash in turn? He will. It'll be 2 flashes for 1, but X7 remain alive off a very clean wraparound from Krayox.
And this is Vanir's identity. Krayox being aggressive in the very early game. We mentioned skipped ability paths. Krayox was doing everything for the team. On the listen, he was mid, top, jungle. Now he's going towards the mid lane together with Zaremba.
Zaremba just out of range with that ground entrance. But a nice combined attempt there from Krayox, and Zaremba collapsing from both sides of mid lane. But Krayox
we're going top again.
Yeah, skips a camp, managed to get a little bit of a cheat on the timing towards the top lane. Punishes X7, who wanted to play aggressive on this top side pretty well, as Zaremba is just back into the mid lane. Another sidestep on the ground entrance, so Tempt with the very fancy feet in the mid lane.
Yeah, I'll choose to give it to Tempt, dodging it.
Bit of both, maybe.
And not Zaremba and Ericsson.
I mean, that's without boots on, in fairness, so like, that's actually really well done.
Yeah, exactly. So Zaremba now on his way down bot lane. He might get spotted right here, but I don't necessarily think between the two there is enough damage, especially when there is W available for the Rakan to get away from any sticky situations, right? So again, I was thinking that this game, in the early game, might be a little bit of a resident sleeper because, of course, we're looking for Vi to get level 6, Ahri to get level 6. We're looking for the same for Ericsson, Sylas, and the Wukong. The more C you have, the more follow-up you have. That's when you usually want to pull the trigger to get some dives going, to get some skirmishes going. All in all, it's going to be a pretty even game. If anything, Viking is actually 1 camp ahead from Krayox. But, of course, let's reiterate, this Wukong has been nerfed clear-wise. His E, which is the AoE that hits minions, was nerfed around 40%, I want to say.
Pretty heavy. I remember you saying it's about 6 to 8 seconds on the full clear. But again, Krayox didn't go for the full clear, in fairness. He decided against that. So there are some ways around it. The fact if you decide to say, look, I'm just going to gank a little bit more and not go to be pure efficiency in the clear, then maybe you can start doing things like this as Krayox decides, I'm just going to go and use my Warrior Trickster to double team this Cloud Dragon, get Zaremba to come over and assist as well.
That's pretty good. You have bot lane prior, which means that Merbs and Zaremba will be the first ones in the river, which means that you're allowed to actually walk inside this Dragon Pit. Now, the problem is, X7 have pushed mid, they've pushed bot, and they can actually wrap around. Krayox doesn't do this fast and actually W out of the pit.
My days just about in, but now there's some danger on the other side as Kasing takes a fair chunk. Krayox clone does get some damage down, that's about it, and Viking will step away. Tempt
level 6.
Going to head forwards. Flash for the charm, misses it, but Krayox flash to turn and just dies. Tempt with the solo kill.
Yeah, solo bolo, I guess, is the way Koreans do it in this league that we're playing in. Tempt
and Eminence, man.
Yeah. So Tempt did an Eminence? Is that what we call it now?
A Temptiness? an M and Tempt?
A temptiness. An attempt.
It just sounds like tetanus, and he needs to go get like a vaccine or a jab because like his cat scratched him or something. I apologize for that horrific portmanteau, and we'll move on from that.
It's 5th game of the day.
Yeah, wait. The hysteria head sits in, and this is where you end up. You get initialized in trouble, and this is largely where it devolves to eventually.
Yep. It's like, you know, when you're really tired and you're like absolutely destroyed. You haven't slept in like, I don't know, many hours.
Unfortunately, I do know that, yes.
You've worked really hard, but like the second you hit the bed, you're like hyperactive all of a sudden.
Overtired.
That's literally me. Yeah. I can literally sit on the bed and start singing or whatever, or dancing.
Why? Why would you just sit down in your bed and dance?
I don't know. When I'm on the verge of falling down and falling asleep, my energy just radiates.
I'm aware this is a tangent in general, but like, I don't think I've ever met someone who's gone, you know, I'm so overtired I can't sleep, you know what I'm going to do? Dance in my bed.
I'm hyperactive.
That does fit my kind of image of you, but I hadn't really associated that with you. Yeah. Georgia, generally speaking.
Now if I send you a message at night, I'm like, freak, I'm like so tired, I can't sleep. You can just imagine
just
that.
Just get some, feel the need to samba, that's it. Just go for it. Well, the more you know. Good fact to know about
we
you.
have some pets.
All right, let's see what we've got. Beautiful fluffy green from Maple, a very pretty looking dog indeed.
Just protecting all the wood.
Indeed.
Like the Zaremba is trying to protect his jungle. It's Kasinks.
Because dogs are... You're right, and I wasn't paying enough attention.
That's fine.
I was too busy looking at the dog. What a great dog. Thank you for that. Continue to share those pictures with us at hashtag NLC Pets. They don't all have to be dogs. Dogs are wonderful, but so are many other animals. So do go and show us what you have, because we love to see and celebrate them. And it's a nice change of pace.
Talking about change of pace,
Indeed.
level 6 onto Kraox. Oh, Zaremba's walking into very dangerous territory. You get hit by a taunt, you could be engaged upon. Now Drimple is just about to hit Meganar. They've gotten everyone towards the top side of the map, both teams, except their AD carries. Now Attila is going to start moving towards the mid lane, and a lot of teams will choose to leave their AD carry down bot lane, shoving the wave. This time it's going to be both Attila and Nerb staying there. Ericsson is going to dodge.
But the difference, of course, is Ezreal can affect things from a long way away with his use of the True Shot Baroches. Ericsson takes a hefty trade from Tempt, who landed a great charm. Kasing trying to zone Kraox out.
Has already been used.
Cyclone comes through. Striper gets a 3-man grand entrance into a second Cyclone, but I don't know if they've actually got the damage. Voidtrix had to be used to try and stay alive. Tempt gets the charm. Meganar is nowhere near, and Dreampool having to run away as he is pulled towards the long sleep and long dream of death. Thus far staying alive, but Tempt being an absolute terror on the Ahri right now. They'll secure the Herald and force Vanir away.
Yeah, I think this was not Vanir's fight to take. Ericsson was shut down from the earlier skirmish with Tempt. Then Dreampool goes top lane to push in the wave, loses his Meganar. Then they go back into fight. Kraox is getting caught between so many members from X7. And that was just not Vanir's fight to take. Unfortunately for them, the Rift Herald is going to go towards X7 mode.
I mean, you got Cyclone 1 into 3-man grand entrance, into Cyclone 2, who thought, surely that's enough CC damage. Surely that's going to punish X7.
Well, that's enough to see what the damage.
You may have a point there, Trouble.
Your damage is scaling down the
yes,
bot lane.
your damage was being pushed in mid lane and the Silas and not there because Merbs was on the bot lane. Oh no. Cancelled back there because Attila throws out another True Shot Barrage, but Merbs, with the Cull, kind of knows his role here, which is get as much gold to myself while playing without too much attention.
And I also want to reiterate the fact that when X7 were not doing that well, it was Attila on the Ezreal. And don't get me wrong, he's infamous for his Ezreal. He's one of his best champions alongside the Draven, which both have completely different playstyles. But
very true.
He's very famous for his Ezreal, and he's very famous for his Draven. Now, when X7 resorted back to the Ezreal at the very beginning of the split, it just was not going very well for them. And then that's when they transitioned to the Senna, and then slowly to the Draven, the more early game favored champ. Now, the way Attila has been using his True Shot Barrage, this is where I wanted to end, is in a lot of ways the way we saw Jinx use a Super Mega Death Rocket to stop people from backing, meaning that you get tempo advantage on the map. The fact that Merbs couldn't back there means that he has to stay for another wave, means that he doesn't have his items, means that he can't shove quickly enough, means that he can't walk into river. What does that give? That gives X7 the freedom to move into that river and take the dragon because Merbs didn't back in time to get items. So things like True Shot Barrage and things like Super Mega Death Rocket are just so important to stopping backs to win your team macro when you're that quick at pulling the trigger to moving around the map like X7 is. And especially for Ezreal, whose ultimate pretty much recharges every time he hits a Q, is just much faster to use.
Indeed it is, but Vanir maybe looking to punish chasing this top side. He's getting slowed down, realizes he's in for a world of hurt and just decides I need to get some of these minions because there's no way I'm getting out of here. It falls down to Kraox.
Yeah, and look at the bot side of the map. Zaremba and Merbs are completely... Merbs is completely respecting the fact that he knows his entire team is towards the top quadrant of their jungle. So most likely what's going to happen, he's most likely going to be getting dived. So this is pretty good stuff from X7. They're depriving him off of a gold and experience. Well. They're going to pop the referral towards the bot side of the map, get some more gold into Attila's Ezreal, possibly take him around the map.
Wow, they're going to get so much out of this. I think it is going to be the full turret. So, yes, you get the kill onto Chasey, but he did manage to clear a lot of that wave to prevent a completely easy shove. And instead, full 5 plates go into Attila's Ezreal, who, running that first strike as well, feeling very happy with that influx of gold going his way.
Yeah, I think he should have close to his mana Moon as well. Yeah, he's very close. And top side of the map, though, Dreampool did manage to get 2 turret platings on the Na on his own, and this time you can actually swap your Na towards the bot side of the map, and because there is no dragon spawning for another 3 minutes, you know that you're going to be relatively safe playing towards that bot side of the map. Saying that, though, the fact that your Xayah is going to be playing yet again away from the dragon, away from the neutral objective that your team wants to potentially fight for, is going to significantly hurt Vanessa's 4 versus 4 team fights.
That it is, and we're left with a game where X7 have the early game lead, have managed to get some of their kind of early win conditions down and available. Of course, as you mentioned, Attila's Ezreal, that infamous character for him, doing in a very good position to carry, despite, of course, some slightly less than stellar games towards the beginning of the split on the champ. But right now, in a very strong position to carry. Chasey died just the once, but of course had to burn the flash early on, and maybe in the recipient of this lane swap now as well, being forced away from this tower potentially.
Yeah, and you'll see, we mentioned how when you take bot tower, that means you unleash your carry from that lane, which means you can take them around and be a complete nuisance. Now, of course, with Attila being on almost 2 items, when, if you look on the side of Ane, only Kraox has finished his mythic, is pretty huge. You take that Ezreal, you put down the poke, you force people either off of waves or off of towers, you bleed your vision in, and look, this is exactly how they're using the Ezreal. Oh!
Just misses.
So close right there to actually cancelling the back from Zaremba, which again slows down your tempo if you do manage to get the cancel.
Oh, Merbs just get hit by the charm into the Everfrost. It'll be a fairly decent chunk here. Remember, Tempt's running the Ignite as well, so it can definitely be pretty damn aggressive if he would so wish, but decides against it. Merbs did just proc the Cull as well about half a minute ago as well, so likely pretty close to a mythic of his own if Tempt doesn't go for the interrupt. May think about it, throws down the Foxfire, does interrupt as well, trying to delay.
Merbs is like, guys, please.
Yeah, this mythic completion for as long as they can actually leaves Tempt with a bit more room to get a shove in onto this top lane tier 1, and Vikings over here may make Kraox's life a bit difficult as the rest of X7 rotate as well.
Yeah, and what did this mean? This meant that Kraox has to stay over the top side to try and defend this lane. They know Merbs is not there, there's no mythic.
Teleport.
So that Kraox cannot defend this alone, so they have to put teleports.
Kraox does burn the ultimate, and Tempt decides to burn his in trade as well, but the teleport had to be burned there, and X7 are forced away, but as he said, came at a fairly significant cost.
And again, it comes off of Tempt interrupting Merbs. Merbs would come back with a mythic item much sooner on the map. He would have probably been towards the top side of the map. He would have probably been in that mid lane tier 1 to try and stop that siege from going down. So twice now, Attila stopping Merbs on the bot lane, and Tempt stopping Merbs on the top side of the map, when that Xayah is your most significant damage and constant damage that you have in team, has been so insane for X7's macro.
Somewhere out there, Jeff Goldblum is nodding his head, talking about the butterfly effect. You stop her back in the top side, you burn a teleport to try and defend that top side tower, you get to rotate down towards the mid lane with that teleport down and take that turret instead. Get yourself pressure in mid lane to set up for this dragon. It's a lovely sequence of plays.
And more importantly, I think Ari can also be used as a zoning tool, so doesn't necessarily need her ult, but Kraox not having his ult for this fight is going to be massive because he's the one engaged in the fights.
A lot of ults available elsewhere. Vikings in particular is one to keep your eyes on, alongside, of course, things like the Devour as well, getting a pick onto X7 pretty tricky. But what could someone like Zaremba do as well? Of course, he's got his own engaged tools, and the Dragon started up as Tempt steps away briefly to clear out the mid lane wave, and Kraox takes a vast chunk of damage, because, of course, Chasey and Attila got a bit of a range advantage here.
Oh, what's Tempt, though? He's on the flank, he has the ultimate, he can ult through the wall and catch somebody off guard.
Not seen anybody.
Oh, he can cancel Merbs again.
Oh, no, just like, poor old Merbs, like, why? Why has my life become this? And somewhere out there, Nymera in the green room, I'm sure is nodding away going, yes, this is how you be as obnoxious an Ahri as possible. Has gone towards Everfrost into the Oblivion Orb, though, so very much a utility build, though.
Putrifier.
If Tempt builds Putrifier, I will send a strongly worded message on Twitter to say what the hell is going on, because Tutor Fire cannot be procced by Ahri. It doesn't work. But Cryox and Dreampool have actually found the flank onto Kasing and Attila, who are about to find 5 members behind them in a very deadly position. Attila goes over the wall, but Merb's about to try and find that Ezreal, who gets charmed up and surely goes down. A very nicely set up bait and kill.
Very well done, and if you look on the top side of the map, the wave was already pushed in. The only thing that Vanir is missing right now is one wave shoved in the mid lane, which was by Chasey. Really nice catch right there. Merbs was flanking. He finds finally Attila, who's been cancelling him time after time with the Trusa Barrage, gets his revenge right there. Ericsson is also going to tip it over the top side of the map to not lose any gold or experience. He needs to be very careful, of course, because Viking is around, and a dive could be potentially something that's in the books for the side of X7, but that was a really nice, proactive play yet again from Vanir.
And we've seen this from Attila and Kasing. They have been very disrespectful of people being in those bushes. When they've been on Ezreal and Tahm Kench, when they were dying a little bit, unfortunately, in the first few times we saw them bring that duo out this split, it was walking up at level 3 past those bushes and getting jumped on. It was overextending here as well that got them punished and got a bit more gold into the back pockets of Vanir, who were starting to fall away from the game. Of course, Attila now at 2 items. That one death isn't going to disturb him too much. He didn't burn the flash, so it's just the kill goat that goes over, but even so, it's not what you want to see.
Yeah, and if you look at the composition that X7 are running in general, it's more of a poke composition.
Yeah.
You poke with the Ezreal, you poke with the Jace, you either make sure that somebody's so low that they can't join the fight, or they go low enough for potentially a Vi to jump in together with the Ahri and assassinate them and clean up the fight, play with 1 number advantage on the map. But if you look right here, X7 are going to prioritize getting that second Rift Herald, whilst Vanir actually shoving in the lanes. Bot lane from Dreampool, mid lane by Merbs, and top lane by Ericsson. Ericsson here needs to be extremely careful. He has no teammates around, and he knows that the majority of X7 members are on the top side of the map.
Got himself the hijacked Spirit Rush, which of course will give him a little bit more safety than he might otherwise normally have. But Ericsson had the easiest time this game, been relatively quiet thus far, all things said and done, and a player that was some doubts about. He was, of course, on the Verdant roster that went down into Division 3. And up now against Tempt, who was of LCK caliber once upon a time. And not a matchup that perhaps one might have been expecting a couple years ago. But here it is in the NLC regardless. Does lose that bot lane tier 2 with the second Herald charge coming through from X7, who do continue to remain fairly heavily in control of the map.
I think that was a pretty good trade, though, from Vanir, regarding the fact that they actually lost that Rift Herald and there's a tower that went down. Dreampool actually equalized the towers. He took bot lane tier 1, so there was a 1-for-1 trade. And even though, yes, they are about 2.1, 2.2k gold behind, they still have the Zarya that can come in clutch in the later stages. And again, playing a poke composition for X7, that means your skill shots need to hit. Might I remind you, Ahri is a skill shot champion as well. Your taunt needs to hit, your Q needs to hit. So if you do manage to miss this, and mind you, Nari's pretty slippery, Wukong's pretty slippery, Rakan is pretty slippery, and so is Ericsson on that Sylas. I'm not even going to mention the Zarya with the ultimate. Making sure you can maneuver around these abilities and engage in makes these poke champions very squishy.
There's got to be some commentary on the fact that Ahri's charm is a skill shot, about shooting your shot when you've got the chance when it comes to love and stuff, that. There's got to be some commentary there. There's be like some thesis in that.
If anything, you know what? I would have expected Namer to have already made that.
I'm surprised he hasn't.
I'm very disappointed now.
Alex,
yeah.
Set it up. Yeah. I need you to write a thesis on the fact that Ahri's charm is a skill shot and what that commentary is from Riot Games and the wider Ahri playing community. There you go. I don't know where to go from that.
We scolded him.
All right, well, 35 seconds until an Infernal Drake #2, which will be sole point for X7 if they can secure it. And a poke comp with Infernal Soul is just brutal. So I think we might be watching Vanir try and stop them, but I don't know how easy it's going to be when control of their red side jungle is firmly in X7's control right now.
The most difficult thing is that you don't necessarily have lane power. So you see Ericsson is manically trying to push down bot lane. Merbs is left alone in the mid lane. He's getting poked by Attila, and Dreampool is not even there yet. Although when Dreampool does join, his raid spot is almost...
Remember, takes so much damage, but now I'm going to try and turn this one around. But actually, a massive use of the ultimate there. Cease and desist prevents an easy engagement with Cryox, and the Rakan is dead to right. Temps goes forward, has to try and flash away, still dies to Merbs. Cryox alive as well on the other side. Big knock into the wall from Dreampool, who's trying to stay alive. Over the wall goes Ericsson. Ericsson, and they're beginning to turn it around. Vanir might actually be doing this. Merbs turns up to the fight. It's a double, of course, to Dream Pull in general. The True Shot Barrage gets a kill, though, and that will make it a fairly even trade. A 3-for-2 in favor of Vanir. But importantly, Viking's alive and Cryox is nearly gone. I don't know how easy this would be to play.
Oh, but Ericsson has teleport. He can go back. He can TP behind them. Look at that ward in the mid lane. He's actually coming in. He has his fast available. Attila has just used his E. He can actually be chased down.
They'll try and make it happen. Attila going towards the Blast Cone, but will get caught out by the Abscond and then into the Abduct. Uses the Blast Cone to get out. And he's got a second one. He gets out alive.
Wow, they literally got away with murder. They take the dragon. They get out alive, both of them. And I have... Oh my god.
The Blast Cone uses it, but what about the Abscond? Duck doesn't need to use it. The Q will get him out to safety.
I have no freaking clue what business Vanir have winning this fight. Yet again, you will see Zaremba is in a very weird position. Cryox goes in all alone, by the way. Zaremba goes in and gets instantly blown up. So the Wukong and the Rakan have been non-factors here. Dreampool is 1 HP, but this Mega now that he gets right here onto 2 members, stuck up onto all of these feathers from Merbs. You see how the Xayah slowly but surely starts coming online. You see members for long enough, the feathers are going to do damage. I feel like this was a fight that Vanir had no business whatsoever winning because they were so miscoordinated and so split apart. Imagine a world where all the CC lands at the same time with Merbs there to do damage.
Yeah, and honestly, Temp was inched away from getting a couple kills there, but Merbs and Cryox using their Qs to manage to get some things done as Dream Pull is in a bit of spotter, but actually Zaremba's come over to try and save this one as Kasing and the rest of X7 actually here. They're looking for some vengeance after that dragon fight. They did get the Infernal Soul point as well, so they're in a very commanding position as Dream Pull is pulled back with the charm and goes straight down.
Again, overreaching by Vanir. They're overextending and instantly get punished by X7.
Here we go.
And don't be fooled, this is not a bloodthirsty game. It's just teams overextending and getting picked apart one by one. Now, this is going to be a very difficult fight to actually walk into for Vanir because this Baron is almost gone.
And they've got, like, no summoners to work with as well. Zaremba gets charmed as he tries to go in. Temp stays away from the Everfrost. And over the wall, an accelerated shock blast deletes Rakan. Birds of a feather will die together, apparently, as Merbs has to back out of there as well. Ericsson uses the Spirit Rush to get out of dodge, but that will be a Baron taken by X7 and a kill on top of that as well.
Add insult to injury. Jason just walks in, auto-attacks the blue buff once and takes this away as well. So, no rest right there for Vanir. Really good stuff from X7. They managed to get 1 pick and then transition that into the Baron. And they're using their Ezreal and the Jace so well. And again, we said, it doesn't matter if the Shock Blast is going to kill somebody. The role of Chasey and Attila is to get people low enough to the point where they just cannot walk through a choke point because then Vi is going to be there and Ari is going to be there and they're going to be executed. So you're just pushing people's HP bars and shoving them further back towards their fountain unless they want to die and actually go to their fountain.
2 minutes of Baron left to go, and that will time up pretty conveniently with the spawning of the Infernal Drake, which could well be X7's soul to claim. Vanir not going to have a very easy time of getting control of the map to think about contesting, and Dream Pull is using this opportunity to try and get some more pressure on a side lane and will secure at least that top lane tier 1, but all the while X7 get onto this bot lane tier 2, and that will disappear in a few moments.
Yeah, they have 2 lanes pressure, mid lane pushed by Chasey, 4-man stacked unit from X7 on the bot side of the map. They don't have a very big wave, but the problem for Vanir is they only have Merbs, and Xayah's range is not the largest, and also you have Sylas, who's a melee. He cannot necessarily walk into the wave because he's going to get chunked down by Chasey's Jace and by Attila's Ezreal. So right here, again, 2-lane siege coming in from X7. Vanir have to choose what to defend.
Just flash in, and they're going to try and make something happen with the Nimbus Strike. It's a big man of knock-ups, and down goes Attila, who had no way out there. Merbs goes up into the sky with the Feather Storm to stop Viking from getting in on top of him, and he's going to fall as well. Now they need to try and run away as fast as they can as Tempt, maybe looking for someone over the wall. But Zaremba would be the only option. Kasing has to get over with the Blast Cone. Charm goes wide, and Tempt now being spotted out, but does have Flash, and of course the Spirit Rush to get out. And when they needed to, a flash in from Cryox secures Attila's Ezreal. Oh my days.
And we mentioned how Vanir need to pick their fight when 2 lanes are being pushed. Usually what you want to do is before your inhibitor tower drops, you need to choose a fight on the 2 lanes that are being pushed. Where do you want to fight? Who do you want to pick off? and Kraox decided it's going to be the bot lane, it's going to be the 4-man stack. 7 out of 8 kill participation for Kraox. Mostly everything that's been made possible kills-wise has started from the Vanir jungler on that Wukong. This is why we mentioned how important it is to have that ultimate. Talking about ultimates, talking about importance, Wukong ult not up, 10 seconds for Dragon Soul.
No flash either for Kraox. He burnt it to get Attila, but unfortunately X7 have respawned in time to be in position to at least contest. Everyone's around. True Shot Barrage just clips Ericsson, but no one else. And we've got ourselves a mighty fight to go down here as Dreampool nearly the Mega on a flank here potentially as well, looking to find his way into the backline of X7. Ericsson steals the Spirit Rush, looking to find another way in potentially. Dreampool now spotted out. They'll know where he is. The Dragon's alive, but no one has started it quite yet.
Yeah, and this is a problem for Vanir, the fact that it hasn't started yet, because it gives time for Ezreal and Jace to poke you down low enough that the Ahri can actually run and assassinate you. Zaremba though!
The Devour will keep Kasing, Attila alive, but Viking will go down, but it's a 1-for-1 trade as Zaremba is also traded, but the jungler being dead is such a big deal. Chasey having to try and flash out as Merbs' Zaya secures another, but all the while Tempt on the other side to get the top lane. Ericsson so desperately low, but so is Merbs as well. A final Spirit Fire will do that one. I apologize, a Foxfire is what it's really called. True Shot Barrage. Gale forced away from a small breath of wind away from falling. He'll get out alive, but Kraox over the wall, about to go to back away, but is he? Kasing continue to hunt down all the while. That Infernal Drake is still alive. And X7 are going to try and keep the jungler as far away from it as they can, while they let Ezreal take it away.
Yeah, Attila can just jump into the pit and start taking the Dragon down. And you mentioned when you have a poke comp and you get Infernal Soul, suddenly your Qs from Ezreal and Jace become Infernum shots from Aphelios.
Kasing is 2 levels down and is winning this 1v1. The Kench is unbenched. Viking's been unbenched as well. And suddenly they just get kills onto the Wukong.
This should not be the case.
No.
Just saying. But again, we're watching this fight. You see how they're catching Attila. Kasing eats him and puts him away. But the second Zaremba tries to go in, Viking stops him. Because if Zaremba gets a multi-man taunt, the Dreampool gets to walk in and get the ult. And the Kraox gets to walk in, and the same for Ericsson. But the fact that Viking stopped Zaremba dead in his tracks, it doesn't matter if he trades his life, because he has saved his team from multi-CC.
Merbs, Ericsson, and I believe Dreampool also all tried to flash to kill Chasey, and they finally get him, but they burnt so much to get on top of the Jace that everyone else kind of died while it happened. And now you're in a position where you've lost the Infernal Soul, you burnt a lot to try and stop that one, and yes, you managed to get a couple kills. Hell, you're ahead in the kills. The problem is that you're still coming out of these fights with desperately low health bars, and no easy way to take control of this map.
And I just want to reiterate how important this match is. Vanir and X7, one win away from each other. Vanir wins that, they equalize the score. They're big contenders to take the playoff spot away from X7. X7 who is the former champions, X7 who are quarter-finalists at EU Masters from Spring 2022. And they need to be solidifying themselves towards the top part of the standings, not scraping by to just make playoffs.
0-2 last week put them in a pretty difficult and precarious position, as you said. X7 do have the head-to-head currently against Vanir, but they lose this, and suddenly Vanir, it's a 1-1. The game score is tied. Things get significantly more dicey. Win this, and you give yourself a lot more breathing room between, of course, yourself, Vanir, and the teams below them. Kraox, though, trying to find a flank, has to burn the Cyclone. Zaremba taken so very low, but Kasing saves his top laner. It's a 1-for-1, though. Again, Viking is traded for Zaremba. But look at the side. Tempt trying to get into Merbs, who's going to go straight down. The stopwatch prevents the feathers getting pulled, but on the other side, 2 are dead as Dreampool gets 2. But Tempt trying to get another charm as the Mega wears out. Attila is still alive. Attila can run them all down. Tempt gets another reset. It's a triple for the LCK former mid laner. And Kraox is left to run away, the one remaining member of his team, and Attila with 2 levels above him will look to try and finish this one out, will clean up the clone, and that Infernal Soul will ensure that Kraox burns out.
Ace right there for X7, and mid and bot stay alive. 7, 1, and 3 for Tempt, and had it not been for his positioning in this fight, had it not been for Tempt stopping Dreampool for entering that wombo combo that Vanir were preparing on 4 members of X7, it could have ended up super bad for them. But Tempt comes out clutch together with Attila. They clean up the fight. And these are the 2 true carries for X7 coming in clutch in this one. And I think if we see this again, Look at Temp's positioning. Drimple just sends Megana. He wants to find a way in. Triple man knockup for Krayox. 3-man taunt from Zaremba, but Drimple was stopped from Temp from going in. And not only that, Temp also finds his target, which is Merbs. So he stops the wombo combo on his team. He takes out enemy AD carry. Job done for the X7 mid laner.
And when you've still got your Ahri, when you've still got the Ezreal alive, and everyone else who's doing the damage is gone, it became very difficult for Vanir. They're down the Baron again. And now with 4.5 items in Attila's inventory and a similar number in Temp's, we're looking at a very difficult position for Vanir. And I'm not entirely sure how they're supposed to play it out from here if they want to even try and find a way back into this game.
You're gonna have to try and find a pick, but again, you don't have Ericsson, he's towards the top side of the map. Drimple cannot take this wave down, he has to get too close, he's gonna get poked out, they're gonna lose mid lane bot lane inhibitor, but they have to fight at some point. All of their ultimates are out, but Ericsson is still topside.
Viking goes in, but it's only in onto the clone. They're going to try and teleport behind. Dreampool nearly at Mega, does get charmed out, which means he's not got the easiest. Oh my god! The damage that came through onto him was practically illegal. Someone go get their lawyer, because I am witnessing a murder live on my screen, and the weapon was Infernal Soul. 2 are dead already. They tried to pull the trigger and defend their base, but there was nothing to be done. It will be a swift demolition at the end of the game.
What Infernal Soul? That looked like Elder Dragon. He hit him twice with a Q and 1 auto attack, and that was it. The entire HP bar just went down. X7 bringing in Viking, winning on the first spot.
Lordy lords, the damage is increasingly nasty to witness. In they go onto the towers, they switch in Viking. X will mark the spot on this game, and X7 will move to X7 and 6.
Just a little bit more, though. They need to pad the numbers first. You know what?
A little bit of taying around.
0-2 week. They need to pad the numbers, and they actually deserve it. 8-1-4 for Temp, 7-2-4 for Attila. X7 will slowly but surely finish the game and move to 7 wins and 6 losses. Was it clean? Not necessarily.
Parts of it were. We saw some good macro stuff. There was some good play from Temp.
Did it look like the mid-jungle duo was more connected? I'd have to say yes. I feel like the fact that Viking found his target and it wasn't necessarily a carry, it was, I need to stop Zaremba from reaching my backline, even if I have to trade my HP, and then my team will do the rest. I think this X7 lineup showed a lot of trust for each other and how they moved around the map, and this is what matters.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give some credit over to Vanir as well, of course, because Merbs, dangerous on that Xayah once more. Krayox made the Wukong very, very effective, made some critical clutch plays to keep Vanir in that game, because there were some of those shoves on, say, the inhibitor turret earlier on where he gets that flash engage onto Attila to kill him off. Hugely important. Alas, it wasn't quite enough, though, and they do lose this game, and that gulf between playoffs now increasingly difficult because they are now 0-2 in the head-to-head. They're 2 games away from playoffs as well. That's a difficult position to be, but it does mean for myself and Trouble, we're done for the day. Fortunately, Archeron, Don Jake, and of course Nymera are here to explain the rest of the day.
Thank you so much. Good job, by the way, an entire day for those 2 casting non-stop. And good job for X7 as well, coming in with Viking, bringing in the King. I mean, we got to give it props. We got to give it props. It kind of works. We have to do it.
Out of here. Your puns have done too much damage.
It worked so well in the end, and it seemed like X7 built the entire draft to work towards Chasey. It didn't quite work out in the beginning, though.
It felt to me, and we said this very clearly in the draft, that it felt like X7 had a win condition through snowballing through topside. It is still quite concerning to me that they didn't manage to achieve that. It did feel like a little bit like they tried to go towards topside. Chasey was pushing in, and they got caught out a couple of times, trading flashes down, losing a couple of kills up there now and then. And credit to them for not, like, losing super hard once it started falling away from them, because it's actually flipping in both ways, right? You start losing those matchups, it starts going a bit wrong, and I think through some individual play that ended up getting rectified. But the fact that they couldn't play to this win condition still concerns me a little bit if X7 want to push higher up the table.
Yeah,
eventually, yeah, it worked for the bot.
Just sort of cut you off there, but two big things for me, so I just want to carry on what you're saying. I think obviously still some improvements to go to get back to that start of form, but some definite vital signs of improvement for me in terms of, I think, around their setups. I think crucially a lot of members would be getting caught out around these setups, and it would mean there's a lack of cohesion there, and I think that would ultimately cost a lot of tempo. To me, X7 today a routine that once they got control of the game in the last 10 to 15 minutes or so, they didn't really take their foot off the gas, so to speak, and I think that's an important remembrance of what this team used to be in the last split, and hopefully a return to form.
That's a play style from Viking. You don't take the foot out away of the gas. You just want to keep making the enemy team choke and choke and choke. That's why we have the pleasure to finally welcome him back on the interviews as well. Viking, I'm kind of afraid to look. Okay, he's chill today. How are you doing, Viking? Welcome back.
Thank you. I'm doing good. What about you?
I'm doing really, really good, man. Nice to see you back and bringing in the Vi to start off this adventure on Summer Split. So why the Vi? Just tell me that.
Coach wanted it, so I was fine with it. But what's called? I mean, yeah, Vi for Viking as well, Viking. But yeah, it was only because of the name. It was the coach logic.
It makes sense, I guess. Makes sense.
No.
So, okay, some synergy in the name stuff there, but obviously you're coming in midway through a split to a very high, I guess, not
volatile situation.
It's a volatile situation in a lot of ways, but it's also a lot of prestige in this roster. What's it been like slotting into a team which has such high expectations? Have you felt that burden you at all? What's the entrance to X7 been like?
I mean, for example, in my off-season, I got offer from most teams in NLC, and there was no project that I really liked. And I had dozens of offers from other things, but there was no project that I really liked. And then I now got this offer, and I was like, I love these two Koreans. These are really smurfing, and I like sing, and I want to see how Attila is as well, and I am really happy. So this is a project that I wanted, so it's not really burden because my laners are smurfing in scrims, so I'm happy.
Okay, good to know that things are working better now, at least for the rest of the roster. One question I do have in mind is, when I talked to you in the previous split, you are a vocal player. You know what you want inside of the game. You have a good macro awareness. Are you shot calling for this team right now, or is it too early, or is there another shot caller for the team? Because I know you're vocal.
Yeah, I mean, I have a big voice in the team. It's one of the reasons why they wanted me, and I say what I want to do, and I ask a lot of questions that makes the Koreans speak more. And yeah, I mean, I think that I like the team. I have no problem with the team in the scrims that we have had. We had decent results, and I first scrim, I was mind blown what my top laner was doing to enemy top, and Tempt had perma prio, and I think this game he had most of the time prio too, and he played amazing. I told him after the game, best mid I ever play with, I love you, But what's called, yeah, they're really fun to play with and stuff.
Last time I heard you talking like this, it was towards FGG, which is a really powerful player. So this is speaking really highly for X7. My question to you is looking into the Flames. You guys are at the bottom of the ladder for the playoffs. Are you even the slightest worried about getting into playoffs? You have full trust in the entire team.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I complement this. I mean, what's called, I make this team function a lot, and the coach is really happy with me, and yeah, I mean, I'm really happy to be here, and it has been going good. And today it was a bit weird comp. I don't what's called. I think I don't like to play poke because my only job was to yeah, I'm gonna try to hold off Rakan. I should have played a bit better, but I don't like this job that I had this game.
Okay, but at least you got the win nonetheless, and it's a good return for you for the NLC. You bring it with the W to start it off. Thank you so much for this interview. It's a pleasure to talk with you again. You know that, and I'll see you soon, I hope.
Yeah, of course, in a winning interview.
I know it. I know it. See you soon, man. Have a nice one.
Bye. Thank you.
For those of you who don't know, Viking doesn't like losing interviews.
I mean, it's okay to be fired up about your games and, you know, to have those emotional responses to victories and losses. I mean, I think it's kind of natural to some extent in a competitor. I love, just quickly going back to something you mentioned in terms of shouting out Tempt, who's saying, you know, he had prior most of this game, XYZ. I think Tempt had a really good game. He was completely handicapped by one of the most cursed Ari builds I've ever seen.
And he still popped.
Still finished 8-1 and 6, but I'm sat there like, I was many emotions happen to me. My emotional response isn't to actually winning or losing a game, it's to seeing what items my main champion is building.
I think the biggest takeaway from that whole interview is that Troublelink can be an NLC coach whenever she wants. Because she said Viking, and then Viking Anton just said it immediately.
Same wavelength.
Nia said that was the thought process, Viking. So Troublelink also thought that. So Troublelink, you want to come and be an NLC coach anytime?
I mean,
career change.
From the way we've seen her do champion select, she could be a coach.
Got the binoculars up.
I'm just saying that. Now on to Vanir, the team that lost. We're going to talk with Ericsson to understand a little bit more about what happened. This was a tough game for you guys, but really important run, right?
Sorry, what was the question?
Welcome back. And this was a really important game for you guys. And this is a hard defeat for you now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think the way that the game went, I'm really frustrated with how we played, because I think it was like really winnable throughout the whole game, and I just think we needed to play better, and that's all.
Okay,
and
what tipped the scales towards X7? If you think it was only one moment, what do you believe was the thing that tipped the scales towards X7?
I mean, I think there was a few things, like the Herald, for example. Like we didn't really play around that fact, but also I think just it came down to the teamfight executions where we didn't execute our comp well enough. Like I think it was just too hard for us today, I guess, because we should definitely be stronger in the fights where we don't get poked and we get the right engages. It just we were not playing well enough as a team today to make it happen. So yeah, it just sucks.
One final question for you. I'm going to look into the dark side, I would say, of this subject. You're now 2 victories behind the lowest team, or the lowest score team for playoffs. This is going to be a tough run for you guys. But of all the 6 top teams, which team do you believe you can still take it away?
I mean, I think we can take down Bifrost. I think they are going through a rough time as well. And I also think Dusty is very beatable. So I think those are the teams we're looking to beat. But I mean, we're obviously looking to beat all the teams so I can make playoffs. But I think those are like the most, I mean, I guess easier teams to beat, you know. So yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Let's see what happens throughout the rest of the split. We're cutting close on playoffs. Thank you so much for this interview. It's always a pleasure, and I'll see you soon. Good luck.
All right. See you guys.
They're still looking for the playoffs. They're looking...
The double wave.
It's a double wave.
Like
compensating all the other players that don't wave. Someone has to do it.
Polite.
And I like the idea that, okay, if we're not able to take down X7, might as well look into the teams that realistically we can take them down. Bifrost seems to be on the list.
Oh, for sure. They're a very inconsistent team right now. I think, you know, when they are on their own game, they are... looking towards that top spot. I think genuinely they could, again, do a miracle run towards the last part of that split, end up towards higher ranks, and then push through those playoffs. But on a similar thing, if they get on a bad day, actually they're starting to struggle against the, I mean, even some of our non-playoff teams have gone close versus Bifrost too. I mean, the M&M game versus Bifrost went massively long distance. It had to go to late game team fights. We know Bifrost love to give us some heart attacks every now and then. We thought we'd gotten rid of that for a little while, but they are considering, they're still in that kind of bracket where, yeah, a team like Vanir potentially could look to sneak a couple of wins here and there, and again, close that gap with now, sadly, the X7 team, which is now ahead of them.
Totally agree. And if we're looking into these top 6 teams, for you, Jake, as well, who do you believe can just slip on the banana peel and go?
God, who can slip on the banana peel? Again, I think X7 are always going to be volatile due to the nature of just the way that we've seen things happen. I think it's a team where when it goes well, it's going to go really well. I think if things start to slip, you start to see more and more of those problems crop up. I feel like it's always the case that when you get a player in and you have that honeymoon period, it's a Band-Aid fix some of the time, and you're kind of removing some of the wounds that exist. But those wounds go deep, I feel like, when you are losing for so long. And they've got to keep winning. They've got to keep the momentum up. I feel like a team like Astralis as well have looked good at times and then bad at times as well. I think they were in that 3rd to 4th spot as well, but could easily drop a few games. I mean, it's the thing. We're so close to the end of the season. You do an 0-2 week, and suddenly your chances and fortunes are in a completely different spot.
You know, so this might seem a little bit like open-ended and we're not being decisive about this team is definitely missing playoffs because it's not an easy question to answer. We have, I think, a really good resource to use on this is the losers interview from Torok, the one loss that JDXL had against X7, where Torok was saying, actually, you know, and it was actually one of the winners' interviews after that point too, where he was saying effectively, no team in the NLC is free of making mistakes. We're all bad teams if you're kind of viewing that as your metric, and a lot of teams can capitalize on that. I mean, we talked about M&M and Nariki being able to be better than their scoreline and have close games against top teams. Genuinely, we're in a position where you give it one bad week and someone is looking like they are out of playoffs.
We don't have this problem in the LFL, by the way.
Might as well show the standings of where we finished.
They just have
day
backcasters
13
instead.
at the Northern League of Legends Championship, the Kings of the North. JDXL 12-1, Riddle in second place with 10. But if you look into the bottom of the play for the run of playoffs, Bifrost is actually the team to take down now. Even though Vanir is the closest one, they still need a good week to look into Bifrost.
I mean, the gap is now more open than it was at the start of today because now we have that 2-game buffer, whereas X7 were, of course, on that 6-6, and you think, well, yeah, maybe Vanir can start climbing that ladder. It is getting to that point still, though, where just one bad week seals the doom of one team. The question is now really, for me, actually, the interesting question is, I think any of these teams kind of below Riddle, maybe Dusty is slightly free of it too. I think it's Astralis, X7, Bifrost. One of them can have a bad week. I think one of them definitely could go 0-2 in one of our remaining ones. The question is, who in these, in terms of Vanir, Nariki, and M&M, obviously Singularity a little bit beyond that now because they'd have to climb up to 7 wins, which is now obviously impossible for them. But I look at these other teams, who is going to actually pick up the slack there? I think these teams can slip ups. Who can climb now?
We have five days of games remaining. And if you look into the table, I mean, things are solidifying. We see teams that are already on playoffs, obviously, and other teams, I don't know, it's going to be a rough race, I would say. What is your final take for this one?
For me, this is the kind of the final weeks. Who's got your stones? Who's got your gonads? Who's got the real balls to go the distance? Who are your big game players that are going to turn up and who's going to shark off into
Quick, who plays Syndra?
No, that's not where we were going with that. I was talking more about...
I know what you're talking about, buddy.
You know.
It is rough. It is rough. It is really rough to be an NLC host. As we're looking into the play of the day by MasterCard, that play that an axe has something to say. Oh, you know it.
Yeah, this was, this was the kind of game where you thought that Singularity were once again showing those signs of hope, but Nariki just found that way into that first team fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And I bet a lot of people would have thought we were referring to Dre when we said that axe. No, it's Banderas who's wielding that. Absolutely cleaving through his enemies. There, the shining prospect of Noxus, delivering his Imperial might.
Yeah, Banderas had some rough side lane moments, got into those team fights though, really started to impress, and Nariki managed to avoid that. I mean, we talked about banana peels, right, and slipping up, avoiding that one of Singularity right at the bottom of the table, who brought them close to the line.
There was one of the posts from the social media clash, which was, who's going to be defeated by Singularity? That is the real question so far in this split. It's not about who wins it, it's about who loses versus Singularity. Let's see if it happens by the end of the split. So that's why we're going to show you the schedule for the next day. Day 14, we'll start off with Team Singularity versus Bifrost. X7 will take on Riddle Esports. This is a good one. Vanir told us that they can look into the top side and defeat Dusty and Bifrost. Is this a reality? Let's look into it. JDXL will then face off Nariki, and then M&M Gaming versus Astralis. I think this is one of the last shots for M&M Gaming.
Oh, very much so. I think that a couple of these games are looking a little bit one-sided on paper. Obviously, Bifrost, even in their inconsistent state, Singularity would be probably struggling against them. I mean, wouldn't it be great to see if that could happen for Singularity, though? Of course, they went.
Singularity wins that one. It's chaos,
and it also mirrors what they did in spring. They went 0-13, lost playoffs, even with like any miracle run scenario, and then they got started. They picked up a couple of wins through that spring split. Bifrost, they are inconsistent. Maybe there's something there. But yeah, I think there are a number of games which are a little bit one-sided, but of course, all of them have huge implications now.
What about you? Pick your game.
God, let's have a think here. I mean, my brain tells me X7 versus Riddle, but my heart tells me 5 games clear. 4 games away. Eminem, can you do it against Astralis? Please show some signs of life. I feel like my dog has died on the ground. I just want him to show some signs of life.
What? Hey, last words from you, Nightmare.
Well, I mean, I think that, you know, I'm looking at Game 3 as well. I mean, Vantage, we just heard Ericsson saying, oh, you know, Dusty a beatable. I'd like to see him stand up to that again. Like, there are only so many times you can start hammering on it like, oh, Vantage, Eminem, and Nariki, better than their game scores suggest. Let's see them actually take those wins now.
Now, we're racing towards the end of the split. It's day 13. Next will be on Wednesday, and I expect all of you back at home to be here with us. By the end of it, keep climbing the mountain. Have fun. I'll see you soon.
Congratulations on your first day at Div 1, Donjay.
Thank you so much. It's been lovely having all of you. Having all of you?
Yeah, that's
lovely being here.
You're native, by the way. You're native.